said this January, since the season ended. If everyone in that room is on the same page about a particular player, quarterback, if he's a quarterback, if everybody's on the same page, you do what you have to do to move up. Yeah. If it's still some, one half is yes and one half is no, then you don't make the move. You stay put at 11. But if you feel and that organization feels it's not about this upcoming season. They have a quarterback as we sit right now for this season.
Sure.
It's not about 2023. It's about 24, 25, etc. So if everybody in that room believes that whatever guy you want to move up to number 3 for, then you do what you have to do as an organization to make it happen.
Just kind of, just looking at the whole scenario of actually what's going on. I mean, I can't believe I'm about to say this, and I want to set it up before I kind of say this. C.J. Stroud's a great player, and he's a winner. He's 21-4 as a starter. He has 16 school records. But even though he has all those intangibles, I still wouldn't jump up to 3 and get it, because the reason why I wouldn't jump up to 3 is because if you look at the Tennessee Titans, they have so many holes to fill. They need some offensive guys, some offensive line guys. They need some wide receivers. They need depth at the cornerback situation. So even though it sounds good and even though it sounds sexy to get the quarterback from The Ohio State University, I just think there's just so many holes they need to fill.
I want to start with the 2 reports that came out that are conflicting. The first was Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, said that he was hearing that DeAndre Hopkins could be discussed as part of this mix, that the Titans could be acquiring DeAndre Hopkins along with the 3rd pick for the 11th pick and more. Then Ian Rappaport came out at NFL Network and said that while the Titans are talking to Arizona about 3 and 11, they are not talking about DeAndre Hopkins. Do we think they should be talking about DeAndre Hopkins in this situation?
I mean, listen, if you're – I'm thinking about it from this standpoint, not necessarily, the player only playing 9 games last year, and I think he missed some games prior to that. We understand that he's getting a little bit older, but Hop has been one of the best and most consistent receiver out there. But with that being said, if you're trying to move up to number 3, don't you want something back? Like, give me something back that I can use, because I got to give up a lot to go to number 3. If you're saying you're going to give me Hopkins as well as the 3 spot with just Swiffer, well, come on, give it to me. Because what is it hurting other than him on your team and him potentially not playing as a whole season? But he didn't miss half the season last year because of injury. It was because he was suspended.
Yeah.
Which is also bad.
Yeah, which is bad in itself. But my thing is, if I'm giving you something, Jared, or I want something from you, and you're saying, well, Derek, I give you this along with whatever you're asking for, I'm going to say, okay, thank you. I'll take it. There's nothing. I mean, I'm not paying. I am paying extra for his contract. But it's like, why wouldn't I take it?
Well, I mean, it's $17 million.
Yeah. But if you get him, like I told Chase before we got on, I said you would have to rework that contract. Now, there lies the problem.
Sure.
Do you then want to rework that contract of an older receiver?
And how are you going to do that?
Exactly.
Like, it's going to take a long time to do that while you're on the clock and you're trying to talk to his agent and you're trying to work out that deal. I think that they're 2 totally separate entities here, Hopkins and the 3rd pick and so on and so forth. Another element of this C.J. Stroud thing, we know Houston has the 2nd pick.
Right.
We know Indianapolis has the 4th pick. Let's go inside the war room, which is presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment, providing totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. Do you think that there's a chance the Titans are using a massive smokescreen here on the Stroud thing in order to either goad Houston or Indianapolis into a different decision?
I love a good conspiracy theory. I love it. But, I mean, I don't know. If that is indeed the case, then we're trying to believe that the Titans will go to any length to get what they want. And I'm not saying that organizations haven't done that. And they probably have. But if we are to believe that, then we are to believe that the Titans will do whatever it takes to get to a position that they want to get to, or draft the guy that they want to draft. They're that desperate that they would do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a smokescreen. I mean, I think they're really trying to get their guy. You know, because, you know, we've been talking about it, and TD said this earlier, you know, no, I mean, even at the pro day with C.J. Stroud, they said that the Tennessee Titans absolutely love C.J. Stroud. So I don't think this is a smokescreen. This is their guy, and I think they're going to get him, because at the end of the day, you better believe that the Tennessee Titans have done their homework. They've done their homework and met with Ryan Day, the head coach for Ohio State, and also, you know, Kevin Wilson, the former OC from Ohio State, and also the key guy of this whole situation is Corey Dennis, the cornerback coach for the Ohio State Buckeyes. So they've done their homework.
Why is the cornerback coach important?
It's important because he spends time with him every single day. He spends time with him, and he understands intangibles, and he understands what makes this guy tick. So even though, you know, they're throwing this out there, and in a way I believe it's a smoke screen, but in my heart I really don't believe it, because this is the guy that they study, the guy that they want, and the guys that they met with because they really want to get C.J. Stroud in the building.
So where we sit today, we think the Titans are going to trade up to 3 and draft C.J. Stroud.
I think they are.
I'm on the margin. I'm like 70% feeling they will move up in the draft and take Stroud. You know, we once thought they were going to take Will Levis, which they still can. You just never know. But I think they are in the market for a quarterback. And, you know, if they are moving up to number 3, you would have to think it was to take C.J. Stroud and not Will Levis.
What about Richardson?
No.
There's a possibility. I'm not going to rule that out. There's a possibility that they can take Richardson at the 3 spot. But if you want somebody, because think about this. If you draft Richardson, he's sitting a year.
Yep.
You still got Ryan Tannehill. Mm-hmm. If you draft C.J. Stroud, he's not sitting.
No, he
plays.
plays.
He is not.
Yeah.
He plays. So now you got to find something to do. You got to find something to do with Ryan Tannehill in the process, because if you draft C.J. Stroud, he's coming in as your starter. Yep. There's no waiting. Let's wait a year, because it doesn't. From what I've seen in college, he doesn't need to wait a year. Mm-hmm. It may take him a minute to kind of get caught up, you know, with the speed of the game and learn the playbook. But he doesn't. He's not a project. He doesn't need to sit a year and wait. This kid's ready to play now. You know,
with Richardson, the only thing that you're going to find out too is. Right when Tannehill throws one interception, it's going to be a quarterback controversy, and then he's going to be forced to play. I mean, if you look at when he was in college, he only played 13 games. He's still kind of raw, and everybody talks about his potential. Yeah, I love potential, and that's absolutely great, but all that is just hidden ability. If he comes in and Tannehill throws half of the interceptions or make any mistakes or shows any inclination that he's not playing well, immediately from day one, you're going to have a quarterback controversy, and that's going to make him have to play when he might not be ready.
Did you have that in Houston with McNair and Chris Chandler?
It didn't really start until the second season. And that's when it kind of started, when Chandler started to get hurt and he wasn't in the game, and then Steve McNair came in and made some plays. And right when Chris Chandler threw one interception, the crowd would go crazy because they wanted to see their guy play, and that was Steve McNair.
All right, if the Titans are going to move up, what do we think it would cost?
Oh, my gosh.
We'll get to that coming up here on the program, live from Twin Peaks out in Cool Springs. Again, special thanks to our sponsors, Parman Energy. Visit parmanenergy.com, your one-stop petroleum solution. TD will be joining us throughout the course of the broadcast, brought to you by Smoky Mountain Tops, your countertop experts. Visit SmokyMountainTops.com. We'll go inside the war room, presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment. Totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. We'll have in the update desk, presented by B&B Flooring at bnbflooringtn.com. We'll also thank our friends at D&M Development, featuring the new Cumberland with views of downtown and the Cumberland River. Visit thenewcumberland.com. And the Nashville Sheriff, the Davidson County Sheriff's Office, is hiring correctional officers. Call 615-862-8170. Right here, it's the Draft Show on 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Want to jump into the mind of a 15-year NFL vet? Well, here's your chance.
D-Mace.
It's Ask D-Mace.
Come on, bring them on.
Ask questions on football and life to Derek Mason every Friday at 12:30. Ask D-Mace.
Don't mess with her. The skilled guy. Money reigns supreme.
On Caroline, Willie, and
D-Mace.
On 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Breaking Benjamin. Live in concert in Franklin. With special guests, Bush. And Another Day Dawns. First Bank Amphitheater, May 3rd. Get tickets now at livenation.com. more. Visit breakingbenjamin.com. Get tickets now.
You want a mower that delivers a quality cut and an exceptional ride. You need the Kubota Z200 series with the new K-Ride comfort system, designed to give you everything you need to glide your way to a perfectly manicured lawn. Visit your local Kubota dealer today.
Visit Coleman Tractor Company, your local Kubota dealer in Clarksville, Nashville, Paris, and White House.
Seems like everything costs more these days. Food, utilities, medical costs, you name it. But as prices go up, our family budget stays the same. Fortunately, with Farm Bureau Health Plan's Core Choice coverage, we can save $3,600 a year compared to the leading competitor. And we've got better coverage with a lower premium, lower deductible, free telehealth visits, and access to one of the largest networks available. Start saving today at fbhp.com or visit your local Farm Bureau office.
Hey, it's Jared. Are you looking to move? If so, do yourself a favor and reach out to my friends at TriStar Moving. You can be assured your move will be stress-free because they've got new utility vans to help with pack jobs to separate your high-value or fragile items from the bulk of your furniture, and their movers are carefully picked and highly trained. No one in the game is doing this. TriStar Moving is raising the standard in the moving industry. When you're ready to move, give them a call. TriStar Moving, 615-640-1219, or online at nationalmoving.org/radio, and tell them Jared Stillman referred you for 10% off. That's TriStar Moving.
O'Reilly. Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery needs to be replaced, our professional parts people can help you find the best Superstart battery for your vehicle and budget. Don't wait. Get your battery tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The NFL offseason is in full swing, but you'll never miss any of the big news. Thanks to Yahoo's Charles Robinson.
They know that there's a chance that they're going to have to deal this guy.
He's one of the best insiders there is.
All of a sudden, he becomes a functional player who we thought was just trash.
Join Charles Robinson every Thursday morning at 8 on Robby and Rex Road, presented by the NFL Alumni Association on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Draft Night in Nashville on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Field, I sat with Titans new GM Rand Carthon in his office to go over the mood of the building on draft eve, as well as try to get more information as to what they are going to do with that pick at 11. And he tells me they're really calm, they're prepared. In fact, head coach Mike Vrabel and him sat together for 2 hours and they set their draft board. They are ready to go for Thursday night. So what are they going to do with their pick at 11? Carthon tells me they're open to everything. They're willing to move out. They're willing to stay. They're also willing to move up. In fact, I spoke to some sources around the league, teams like the Arizona Cardinals, who have taken calls from the Tennessee Titans about perhaps trading up. Now, the player they're going for, Carthon wouldn't tell me what they're doing, but my sense is the Tennessee Titans have their eyes on a quarterback, and they're going to do everything they can to go get him.
Okay, that was Diana Rossini, ESPN. By the way, I love the fact that I talked to Rand Carthon. He said they were open to move up, stay, or move out.
So she covered all her bases.
Very detailed right there. I do want to take a look at, let's say the Titans do trade up to number 3 with Arizona. What do you think it would cost? I took the value chart yesterday, and I came up with the 11th pick, the 41st pick, which is the Titans' second-round pick, their second-round pick next year, and their 7th-round pick next year. That's the bare minimum according to the value chart.
It's going to cost
swap the first.
Yeah.
Yep.
A second this
41,
year.
Yeah.
A second next year.
Second next year.
And a 7th next year.
That's too much, man.
That's the bare minimum. I don't think Arizona would take that, but that's the bare minimum.
But if they don't have,
they don't
have a trading other trading partners, then what happens?
You got it,
Supply and demand.
Uh-huh.
My guess is Arizona's probably asking for 11-41, the first rounder next year, and the second rounder next year.
I wouldn't do it.
No, that's
too much.
If I look at the Aaron Rodgers trade, and I know Aaron Rodgers is a little bit older, and he has more years.
And is
he closer to
extremely more expensive?
Yeah, he's closer to retirement than he is not. But the Jets gave up. They swapped picks. They gave up their second this year as well.
They gave up. They had 2 seconds. They gave up a second.
Yeah, and they gave up a conditional second that could be a first next year if he plays 65%, which we believe he will. But they're banking on they're going to be good enough anyway. They're going to be picking at the lower end of the first round. So to me, I take that and say, okay, could that be applicable to the Titans moving up to the 3? Well, there's some problems in there. Rodgers is a little bit older. There was nobody else negotiating but just the Jets, and everybody in the world, if you were paying attention, you knew it. So it wasn't like, they had this other team and they were going back and forth and they were, getting everything up, getting the bid up. But I look at it from this standpoint. He's a franchise guy. He can win you a Super Bowl, but you didn't have to give up the world for him. I see the Tennessee Titans giving up, swapping their firsts for this year, giving up their second for this year, possibly a later round, a second next year, and probably a fourth or a fifth to add with that.
Man, that's a lot, man.
Oh, I don't
that's
think
what you got to.
So hold on. You're saying the first this year, the second.
And the second.
Yeah, they're swapping. They're swapping first.
Right. Yeah. So the second this year.
Yep, second this year.
pick, yes.
A later pick this year.
6th round. I'll go to 6th round.
Fifth round, because they don't have a 4th round pick.
Okay. So, and then what next year?
Next year it would be a second.
A second. I mean, that's better than the bare minimum, which would have been all of that but a 7th instead of a 5th, according to the chart. My guess is if Arizona doesn't get a better offer than that, Arizona would take it. I think what Arizona's doing, and this is why
you want 2 first.
It's so public right now about what they're doing, is I think basically Arizona is telling everybody who may have interest in Stroud or another quarterback, Arizona's telling everybody, Tennessee is going to take the player. So if you think Seattle at 5, you can sit there and wait. You're not going to be able to do that. You need to move up right now. You need to call us. And it would cost a lot less to move up from 5 to 3 than it would from 11 to 3. But if there's nobody else who's calling, then Arizona has to take significantly less than they can probably get.
Exactly.
Like I think Arizona probably at the beginning wanted the same thing that Miami got from San Francisco 2 years ago, which was 3 first-round picks, and I don't think that's
no. You're not going to get that.
But what you guys were talking about, I mean, do you really think the Titans can really afford that?
Yeah, they can.
I mean,
if you get the quarterback, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the thing about it is there's so many holes that need to be filled on this team. I mean, you can get a great quarterback and all those things, but you got the offensive line.
You don't have to do it in 1 year.
Yeah,
this is not a 1 year process.
I agree, but they're going to have to get somebody to protect. If C.J. Stroud's their guy, they're going to have to find somebody to protect their guy.
They have an offensive line.
Yeah, okay.
Well, they don't have a left guard.
Right,
They don't have a left guard.
Right guard, Radence.
He's not.
Well, Brunskill's the right guard,
right.
but Radens is hurt.
But
exactly.
So he's not an option.
Yep, even with the left tackle with Dillard, I mean, he is.
Dillard is a starter.
He's
a starter.
But he might stink.
But he might not.
But
and they're banking on. Listen, we're looking. No. We're looking at this from the standpoint of well, Philly didn't want him, so they end up trading him.
No, I agree.
What does Philly have? The best offensive line in the National Football League.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying though is, like, there is a reason why he didn't play, and so there's a chance that he may not be a starting tackle in the NFL.
Because the dude that was at his position
he was
better.
good. He
but
was.
that doesn't mean that he's not good, but the guy in front of him was better.
But he did start. Like he did have certain starts.
He started
if he was
7
a
games.
proven starting tackle, somebody would have offered a pick and would have given him a contract last year. Like somebody would have offered Philadelphia.
Maybe they didn't want to get rid of him last year. Philly probably didn't want to get rid of him last year.
Somebody offered you a second-round pick?
They probably, you're right. They probably didn't offer because they didn't think Philly would give it up.
So if in
we're
his
not going to offer it anyway.
If in his 6 starts, for instance, when Lane Johnson got hurt, if he had proven himself to be a legitimate starting tackle, you don't think they would have been interested in him? Imagine if San Francisco were to say, we're taking offers on Brock Purdy right now. They would get flooded by teams. They would be offering a bunch of picks for Brock Purdy because Brock Purdy showed that he can play. So Andre Dillard, to me, this is how I look at it. Andre Dillard is unproven like a rookie. You draft a rookie tonight, he might be good, he might be bad. You draft Andre Dillard, he might be good, He might be bad. You signed him, and you gave him a contract that if he's good, you keep him around. If he's bad,
he's their left tackle. He's their left tackle. But I don't think they're going to draft the left tackle. They may draft a guard.
Yeah.
But he's their left tackle moving forward. Now, it's on him to prove that he's not. But as they see it, they didn't. I know it wasn't a lot of money they gave him, but they gave him some money to be that left tackle. He's their left tackle when the season starts, unless he proves otherwise.
I just hope it doesn't be a ratings thing. Just, you're given the position, but you don't live up to the expectation. And with Dillard,
ratings.
I'm just saying. I know he's bad. But with Dillard, me and TD was kind of talking a little bit about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I just don't think he's a Vrabel guy. When I say a Vrabel guy, he's not that tough, gritty, hit you in the mouth like a John Runyon guy. He's the kind of guy that's just kind of a finesse guy. So if he goes in there and gets beat and he doesn't live up to the expectation, then where do you go now?
Hold on. Where did the offensive line suffer?
Right guard.
No. What was it? Run blocking or pass blocking?
Pass pro.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Finesse your ass all the way to pass blocking. That's what you need to do. That's all we want to pass block because I'm not saying he's the greatest run blocker,
right?
But he's graded out as a good run blocker.
Okay.
He's a finesse guy.
He's a terrible run blocker.
Everybody knew that when he came out. But he's graded out as an okay run blocker. They can work with them in a run blocking situation.
He's a terrible run blocker. He's a good pass blocker, but he is a terrible run blocker.
I'm telling you.
Just like Brewer. But this is what I would say to your point about the holes.
Yes.
Well, after this year, Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill's contracts are up. So is Danico Autry's. I can just go buy receivers, and they won't be great players. You're not going to be able to buy Devontae Adams in his prime, but you are going to be able to buy, even without your picks, you're going to be able to buy, the Allen Lazard of next year that's on the market. You'll be able to pay a Juju Smith-Schuster $11 million to come onto your team, and that's where I think they'll replace those holes that you're like, well, they have all these holes. How are they going to fill them? They'll go into free agency next year, and with the rookie quarterback contract, they'll be able to pay out a bunch of money to other guys.
Hey, are y'all forgetting that after June 1st and then camp
cuts? Yeah.
So they can always, bring guys in.
But that you can't.
I'm not saying
nobody's going to get cut that's good enough.
No, I'm not saying to be a starter. I'm saying to be backups to help, that offensive line because they lack the depth.
I just think you're looking at more like, Corey Levins if you do stuff like that.
But see, we're in the
just
same.
swap and spit at that point.
But here's the deal. We were in the same position 2 years ago, right? Looking for a right guard. I mean, it's kind of like the same thing that we're talking about every year.
That was 4 years ago.
Dang, it's been that long. They haven't had a
Simmons, A.J. Brown, Nate Davis, Amani Hooker, David Long all in one draft. It'd be nice if they could draft like that every year.
Yeah, man, that was, wow.
Coming up next, we'll take a look at the board. That's right. I've got it in front of me.
What you got?
It's my board, and I know you guys are going to hate it. We'll do that coming up next right here live from Twin Peaks in Cool Springs. It's the Draft Show, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Every day we are live and local.
Most people picked them to make the playoffs before the season even started.
And your source for Nashville sports.
He can still wait for 5 more games before he makes that decision.
We are Nashville's best sports talk. 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Family Leisure invites you to vacation at home with your family with a new spa, pool, patio furniture, or wood play gym this summer.
I really want a spa.
Family Leisure has 40 spas on display from 3 of the biggest brand names: Artesian, Best Spas, and American Select. Prices starting as low as $29.99.
What about above ground pools?
Family Leisure has hundreds of pools in stock and on sale. Guaranteed installation before Memorial Day, starting as low as $29.99. Installed.
Wow, that's great.
If you're looking at a spa, I want some new patio furniture. Family Leisure has patio furniture from all the big brand names like Hanneman, Woodard, Jensen, and Apricity. There's more than 100 sets on display to choose from with free delivery.
That sounds good to me too. And maybe a new Sabre infrared grill to go with it?
We really should look at the wood play gym for the kids. Family Leisure has the Diamond Point swing set on sale at only $24.99 installed. It's Family Leisure's Vacation at Home sale going on now at both huge locations, Franklin and Antioch.
Parman Energy is your one-stop petroleum solution across all of Tennessee, offering turnkey petroleum solutions for professionals in major industries, serving trucking fleets, construction companies, industrial plants, and more. Whether a large corporation or owner-operator, Parman Energy has your diesel fuel, lubricant, DEF, and equipment needs. No matter how you're getting there, start with Parman. Visit ParmanEnergy.com for more info. Your Tennessee petroleum solution providing totally outrageous customer service.
Golfers, tee it up at Edwin Watts Golf Shops for the hottest new arrivals from Titleist. Check out the new Pro V1 golf balls, designed for longer distance, more consistency, and unrivaled control. Swing by Edwin Watts Golf Shops and elevate your game with the new TSR Woods, engineered faster, longer, and straighter. Come in and get custom fit for free today. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
Does this sound familiar? Did your agent provide excellent entertainment with their TikTok videos and constant social media posts about themselves while completely ignoring that you hired them to sell your home? Did they tell you how wonderful they were? How many followers they had? They probably never sold your home, but hey, they did get 15 likes on their selfies. Hashtag my clients love me. Don't let that happen to you. Google TJ Anderson Homes and see why the only likes we care about are our clients love our service. Ask us about our prepay with TJ option and how it can save you thousands. TJ Anderson Homes of Benchmark Realty. Office number 615-432-2919.
This is Draft Night in Nashville on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Taking a look at the draft board here on the draft show. The draft board is presented by Parman Energy. Visit ParmanEnergy.com, your one-stop petroleum solution. So this is my draft board.
All right.
And your draft board
This
only.
is my board. Again, this is the Titans board for me.
Okay.
Got 9 elite level players on the board.
Uh-huh.
Number 1 is Anthony Richardson, the quarterback out of Florida.
You love him.
Number 2 is Tyree Wilson, the pass rusher out of Texas Tech. Number 3 is Bryce Young, the quarterback out of Alabama. Number 4 is Jalen Carter, the defensive tackle out of Georgia. Number 5 is Bijan Robinson, the running back out of Texas. Number 6, Christian Gonzalez, the corner out of Oregon. Number 7, Will Anderson Jr., the pass rusher out of Alabama. Number 8, Will Levis, the quarterback out of Kentucky. And number 9, C.J. Stroud, the quarterback out of Ohio State. That's Tier 1, the elite players. Any problem with that?
I can't believe you got Stroud 10, 9.
I mean, I think to me it doesn't matter. I mean,
I'm not a big believer in it.
You have all the guys, that I would consider impact guys in the top 10 now. I mean, I may place a guy one way in another spot, but the top 10 is the top 10 to me.
Tier 2, which, again, still good players, but not in the elite class.
Right.
Devin Witherspoon, the corner out of Illinois.
Oh, he's nice.
Nolan Smith, the pass rusher out of Georgia. Broderick Jones, the left tackle out of Georgia. Peter Skoronski, the left tackle out of Northwestern. And Jackson Smith-Njigba, the wide receiver out of Ohio State. But we have a little injury shield next to Jackson Smith-Njigba, who missed all of last year with a hamstring.
Yeah, but that's just 1 year, though.
And if he misses 1 year for you, you're screwed.
But then he's had one. The way I look at it, because we're looking at the quarterbacks this way, he's only had 1 year of production, Jackson Smith-Njigba. It was hell of a production, but he only had 1 year of production. I have a slight problem with him. I would put Addison, for me, I would put Addison ahead of Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Even though he's too small.
He's 5'11", 180-something pounds.
He's like 160 pounds.
Receivers, it don't matter. Receivers, honestly. It really doesn't. But the reason I put him ahead of Jackson Smith-Njigba, almost 90% of Jackson Smith-Njigba's snaps were inside. Slot guy, which tells me he doesn't play much outside. They didn't look at him as an outside guy. Well, hell, they had Marvin Harrison Jr. and Olave and Wilson and those guys. But even last year, before he got hurt, he was their slot guy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Addison, you can put him inside, you can put him outside, you can do what you want. He has the speed to be an outside guy. He's a 4-4-3 guy, so he can get deep, and then you can put him in the middle of the field. He's quick enough to get away from coverage. I'm just worried about Jackson Smith-Njigba's high-end speed and him not playing as much outside as he will have to play in the NFL, I believe.
You know, he reminds me of Torrey Holt. I mean, the reason why I say he reminds me of Torrey Holt.
Torrey Holt was an outside guy, though.
Yeah, but just the way he runs his routes and the way he kicks the ball in the ball skills. I'm not saying that, that. But the one thing I love about him, out of all the receivers that we have, like Quentin Johnson from TCU, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison from USC, I think he's the more polished receiver. And I agree with you, Derek, that he does play a lot inside, but at the end of the day, you got to play multiple positions. But I just think out of all the receivers that I just named, he's more polished that can come in and play right away.
All right, here's Tier 3. So below that, Tier 2, Dalton Kincaid, Paris Johnson Jr., Kalijah Cansey, and Lucas Van Ness, the pass rusher out of Iowa. And then I have Tier 4, which is fringe first-rounders. Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking about like 32, but I'm talking about first-round talents. There's about 18 to 20 first-rounders in any given draft. You're picking at 24. You're picking a second-rounder.
Yeah.
But Emmanuel Forbes, the corner out of Mississippi State, Hendon Hooker, the quarterback out of Tennessee.
Oh, man. Where did you have Gonzalez again?
I had Gonzalez.
In the first tier,
I had him 6, yeah.
Yeah, the first tier,
good.
okay. I like Gonzalez with Witherspoon.
I thought about putting Witherspoon in the first tier.
Yeah, they probably. It all depends on what you're looking for, because Witherspoon is more aggressive than Gonzalez. Gonzalez is more of a finesse guy, good hips, good feet. But I don't see anything wrong with, either one of your tiers, because I think, to me, ultimately, all of them are first rounders.
Yeah.
Now, when you're picking in a high tier, as you named, Jared, those guys are like Pro Bowl, all-pro players, more so all-pro players than anything. So if I'm picking them that high, that's what I'm expecting them to be.
Time now to take a look at the betting odds right now.
Ooh,
Bryce Young, who an hour ago was minus 5,000 to be the first overall pick, is now minus 20,000, which means that you'd have to bet $20,000 on Bryce Young in order to win $100.
I need to get my money out there.
C.J. Stroud is now the betting favorite at minus 2,400 to go number 2 overall. So this is a huge shift.
It is.
I mean, I think it's time now we take a look at our first B&B flooring update at the update desk with Chase McCabe. So, Chase, as we're monitoring the betting markets right here, C.J. Stroud was minus money for the 3rd overall pick. He's now minus 2,400. Does that mean the Texans are looking to go Stroud at number 2 overall?
I think that's interesting. We had John McClain on earlier today on Chase and Michelle, and he did not think the Texans were going to go C.J. Stroud. So it's kind of interesting that the betting market is moving in that direction. But he felt they were either going to take one of the defensive players or they were going to move out of that pick altogether. So I find that movement to be fascinating.
I mean, minus 2,400 is,
a lot.
I mean, that means that you're going to be the 2nd overall pick. So what has changed here from Houston doesn't like them, Titans are moving up to 3. We talked about smoke screens earlier. Do we think that the Titans, by pumping it out there that they were going to go Stroud at 3, have convinced the Texans to change their mind and go Stroud at 2?
Man, that is straight up mind control right there. If they did that. If that is indeed going to be the case, then that's straight up, mind control you have over, one of your division rivals. So if you pump that out there so much so that Houston went from, nah, we're not taking a quarterback. We're going to take the best defensive player, too. All of a sudden, okay, we're taking Stroud now.
Yeah.
I mean, gosh, Titans, kudos to y'all. If that's the way y'all wanted this to go, if indeed it does happen.
No, man, Houston's taking a quarterback. I mean, if you look at the quarterbacks on their roster, they got David Mills. I mean, he doesn't scare you. They got to figure out a way who they're going to pick, whoever fits the identity of their team. They have to get a quarterback. So even with the Tennessee Titans, everybody's talking about they're going to get C.J. Stroud. I really don't believe that's a smokescreen. I think the coaches did their studying. They did what they need to do to make sure that this is their guy. So I believe that C.J. Stroud is going to
But y'all are forgetting that this whole, basically, some of this coaching staff came from San Francisco, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So their offensive coordinator, who was their passing game coordinator in San Francisco, Slowick, he's with Houston now. And they're probably thinking in their mind with Davis Mills, because I asked this question before. I forgot who he had. I think it might have been Hutton or Tim Hasselback. In their mind, they're probably thinking, in this system, the way we coach quarterbacks, we can get him to play at another level, a level that is capable of us capable for us to win. We need to build up our defense. We build up our defense, we're going to give him help. He's not going to mess up the game for us. You look at the quarterbacks, whether it's Jimmy G, who led him to a Super Bowl, but ultimately he messed it up for him. They're going to make sure Davis Mills, if indeed they don't take a quarterback, that Davis Mills is ready. And Davis Mills will be I guarantee this, and I've did this before with Alex Smith. When they brought in Patrick Mahomes, I said, I guarantee you Alex Smith has the best season of his life.
Yeah.
Alex Smith had the best season of his life, which parlayed him to a bigger contract with the Commanders.
Yeah.
If indeed they don't draft a quarterback, Davis Mills will have the best year of his career, because in that system, and it may not even be yardage, the passing percentages, touchdowns to interceptions, the way he controls the offense, the leader he will become within that offense. He will have a much better season than he's had the prior two.
So you said at the second pick, you think they'll go defense wise?
I think they would go defense. I think
because
in their
they have a
mind,
defense-minded coach.
I think in their mind they believe that we can get Davis Mills to at least not lose us the game.
Yeah.
And the defense is going to take us where we need to go.
I mean, if he's minus 2,400, he's going number 2. So they're going C.J. Stroud.
I don't think they're going C.J.
I don't think, no.
Minus 2,400.
No.
That's just the Vegas odds, man. They ain't even what odds are those?
We got our update desk presented by B&B Flooring, BNBFlooringTN.com. If C.J. Stroud is minus 2,400 to go number 2, he's going number 2.
That's not a definite.
That is not a definite.
It's
Absolutely
not a definite. What you got to say, Chase?
Come on, Chaser.
Where'd you go, Chase?
Oh.
There you are. All right.
There we go. I would say yes. If
he's
minus
2,400,
that's pretty damn good odds.
I mean, he hasn't had these odds in a week. He was minus money to go 3 an hour ago.
But what determines that, though?
He was plus 460 for 2 this morning.
People betting on it?
So just because people betting on it and it goes up,
you're not flooding the market like that unless you know something.
C.J. Stroud is not going second.
Who knows something? The bettors?
No.
Well,
the bettors no more than the coaches.
Back me up on this.
I know what y'all are saying. Right. I know what y'all are saying. I get what y'all are saying.
You know how it's always like you see the money and the number shifts and then all of a sudden it's like LeBron James is out.
Yeah, something happened. I get what y'all are saying.
Vegas knows.
But according to Benjamin Solak for The Athletic, he tweets out, I'm fascinated to see what the Texans say after they take Stroud. From what I understand, he was not the second-ranked quarterback on the front office's board. That was Will Levis. It very much seems to me like ownership has stepped in and took over the controls. So ownership.
Well, they know something we don't know.
Vrabel. That's Cal McNair there. Ain't good enough for Vrabel. He's good enough for us. We don't want that to happen.
I mean, listen, I understand all the betting stuff is absolutely, I agree with y'all to an extent, but you got to remember, these coaches have studied these guys since their sophomore year. So even though the betting odds and everybody's kind of saying all these things and all these rumors that are going on, they know exactly who they wanted a long time ago.
I mean, I'm just telling you right now that when the money floods in this quickly on something like that, that's not an accident.
Listen, I'm not saying you're right. I'm
not
saying you're wrong.
I know they sat you guys down and they were like, hey, do not bet on football. Football betting is bad.
Listen,
I know that, but when this money comes in like this,
I want to see
it means he's going number 2.
I want to see your face.
I mean, if he goes number 2, obviously, does the Titans then
they
move up?
Here you go. According to Pro Football Talk, Stroud is currently minus 380 to go number 2 at DraftKings and minus 430 to go at FanDuel. That was how many minutes ago? 728. That was 20 minutes ago, and now he's minus 2,400. So he was minus 430. Now he's minus 2,400 to go number 2 at FanDuel. And other books have taken all betting for the number 2 pick off the board, which means that there must be someone out there with inside information who has put a lot of money on Stroud.
So
wow.
That means Stroud's going to.
So what do the Titans do?
I don't know. That's the question.
That's the question that we need to know. Are they going to stay at 11 and get an offensive line guy, or get up to number 3 and maybe get Richardson or somebody that you like? That's the inquiring minds want to know.
I just can't believe that 2,400. I mean, that happened quickly for C.J. Stroud to go to 2,400. Will Anderson is now the favorite at minus 160 at 3. Will Levis, the overwhelming favorite, minus 700 at 4. Jalen Carter is the favorite at 5. Devin Witherspoon, the favorite at 6. Bijan Robinson, the favorite at 8. I guess that's Christian Gonzalez. Hold on, I skipped 7. 7, Tyree Wilson is the favorite to go at 7. Bijan Robinson, the favorite to go at 8. Paris Johnson, the favorite to go at 9. And Bijan Robinson and Peter Skoronski are tied with the best odds to go 10. That means that Anthony Richardson may be available for the Titans with the 11th pick.
Would you take a chance on it?
I would trade up to 3 for Anthony Richardson. Yes, I would.
I would
take it for Anthony Richardson.
Heartbeat.
All right, our final countdown to the draft is next. Right here live at Twin Peaks in Cool Springs. It's the pregame show. It's the draft show on 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Real estate investors, listen up. D&M Development announces the pre-sale of Nashville's only non-owner occupied short-term rental resort community. The New Cumberland is perfectly located between Germantown and East Nashville, with amazing views of the city and the Cumberland River. The New Cumberland is a resort-style community featuring community pools, spacious kitchens, 4 bedrooms, and 4 baths. D&M Development is releasing 16 units in their Phase 1. Available now. Go to thenewcumberland.com for information. That's thenewcumberland.com.
Along with being Middle Tennessee's link belt and Takeuchi dealer, Parman Tractor is your one-stop shop for professionals in the tree care and tree removal business. More bark brush chippers and Rayco stump grinders are industry-leading machines made for more to keep pace with you. And Parman's parts and service team will keep your machines running. Durability, efficiency, and trust. That's what you'll get with more bark and Rayco. And with Parman. Swing by Parman or visit ParmanTractor.com to learn more about more bark and Rayco. Parman Tractor's employee-owned team promises totally outrageous customer service.
This is Jim Mitchell at Mr. Transmission in Madison. Many of you care about a cure for cystic fibrosis. I care a lot and support the Saturday, May 6th golf tournament at Hendersonville's beautiful Country Hill Golf Course. It's the CureForOurFriends.org 9th annual golf tournament for cystic fibrosis. Tee off at 7:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. on May the 6th. Lots of prizes and sports stars, lunch and dinner provided for each tee time. Sign up at CureForOurFriends.org. That's CureForOurFriends.org.
Nashville Sounds Baseball lives on 94.9 The Fan. Catch every pitch.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Every hit.
That's a base hit.
Every run.
Looking up, it's gone.
On your home for Sounds Baseball. 94.9 The Fan and The Fan app.
Draft Night in Nashville is brought to you by Parman Tractor and Equipment, thenewcumberland.com, Smoky Mountain Tops, Parman Energy, B&B Flooring, and by the Nashville Sheriff on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
The draft show is live from Twin Peaks out here in Cool Springs. So we have got 13 minutes to go.
Man, hurry up.
Until the NFL draft kicks off here at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. We all thought, in fact, I have it written down here in my notes, that we all thought they were going to go C.J. Stroud. Derek said 75, I said 95%, and now it looks like the Texans, according to the betting markets, are going to go C.J. Stroud at number 2. What does that mean for the third pick? Do you think the Titans are out, and do you think that now the Titans are out as far as quarterback is concerned?
I think they are out. I think you just stay at 11 and get an offensive line, because the thing about it is if C.J. Stroud is their guy and he's not there, I think you just stay at 11 and just stay with your picks and make sure you get your offensive lineman, wide receiver, or whoever you have your eye on.
Again, if I'm going to say the same thing again, whether it's C.J. Stroud or Will Levis or Anthony Richardson, if you feel that guy is worth moving up, and everybody, it's a consensus that everybody else feels that way in that room and in that building, then you do what you need to do as an organization to move up and get it.
C.J. Stroud is now minus 6,000 to go number 2.
Well, something must have came out.
Man, yeah.
Something must have came out to somebody.
I don't know.
Will Levis is minus 1,500 now to go 4. Which means Indy must love this, because Stroud's going to go at 2 to the Texans, and supposedly Indy loved Levis. That he was their guy all along. I mean, I don't know if I can believe that the front office didn't like Stroud and the ownership, got in the way in Houston. But then again, ownership gets in the way a lot at Houston. I mean, I think there's a good chance Anthony Richardson's going to be available with that pick for the Titans. In fact, let's use the betting odds.
At 11?
Yes. Let's use the betting odds and say that Tyree Wilson and Bryce Young and Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson and Christian Gonzalez, Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, Devin Witherspoon, and Peter Skoronski are off the board when the Titans go to pick. That would leave you with Nolan Smith, Broderick Jones, Paris Johnson, and Anthony Richardson.
You would almost think
it's either Paris Johnson or Richardson, right?
Yeah, the logical choice would be either the tackle that can play guard, I guess, or he can play right tackle, or the quarterback. I would lean more so for the quarterback. If he's going to fall to you at 11, and you don't have to give up anything for him, take him.
Now, are we worried about Seattle, who's got Geno Smith at quarterback, but they don't really have a long-term answer at the quarterback position that would jump you for Anthony Richardson? What about Detroit at 6?
No, Detroit's
who's got
not.
Jared Goff?
I don't think
not
they're
a
taking the
long-term
quarterback.
answer.
What about the Raiders?
Vegas at 7?
I think those teams, Seattle, Detroit, and Vegas, they may need a quarterback, but in their mind, maybe another 3 years they would need one.
Well, Vegas needs. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo's not a long-term answer.
Yeah, but it all depends on him with his former coach again. How does that work out for him? If it works out well, then he's their quarterback.
Can I tell you how it's going to work out?
How you think?
They're going to stink.
They may stink. They may stink because their defense is horrible.
Yeah,
which is why they may have to go defense.
Yes, exactly.
Because their defense is so bad.
So, and then Seattle, they're trying to build up their defense again.
You got to.
They understand that the last
Is
2
Seattle have a
times,
bad defense?
they're building it up back. Their defense was much better this year, but they understand that, listen, we went to the Super Bowl. Why? Because our defense was historically good. Our running back was a beast, and we had a quarterback. Although he was young, but he didn't mess up the game for us. A la, what is the kid's name now? I'm forgetting his name. Seattle's quarterback.
Geno Smith.
Geno Smith.
Yeah.
A la Geno Smith. He's not going to
lose the game
for you. So they're looking to build that defense. They went and got Wagner as a free agent. They want to build that defense back up to what it once was because they know that is one of their easier paths to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you with Seattle. Seattle needs to really focus on their defense because, it was Sonic Boom and, the physical defense. They just didn't really have that this year. So I think a great pick for the Seattle Seahawks is Jalen Carter. I think that's a phenomenal fit. I think he fits the identity and scheme of what they want to do. So I think Seattle won't get a quarterback. I think they're focused on bolstering up that defense.
What about somebody jumping you from behind to move up? Maybe make a trade with Philadelphia, maybe make a trade with Chicago in order to jump you. Here's who's behind you, Houston, but they're going to go Stroud, so they wouldn't need a quarterback. Green Bay doesn't need a quarterback.
Nope.
New England, now there have been some talks that Bill Belichick doesn't love Mac Jones. And who knows, New England, the Jets at 15 don't need a quarterback. Washington, maybe at 16, but and that's a big jump to get from 16 to 9.
That is a huge jump. You're talking about a team that just got new ownership. Do they want to do? Do you want to do all that? Give up so much equity just to get potentially your quarterback? I mean, they could, but it's going to cost them a whole lot more to move up from that spot where they're at to get ahead of the Tennessee Titans. I think if Anthony Richardson is there, I think the Titans take him.
Do you think he will be there?
There's a possible chance.
I think they probably will have to move up. Now, where? I don't know.
Do you think if they move, would you move up to 8 with Atlanta?
Yep.
In order to try to get, here's what it would cost for you to move up with Atlanta. You would give them 11 and 72, which is your third-round pick, and they would give you 8 and 110, which is actually your fourth-round pick that you gave them for Julio Jones.
I would take it. If I believe if Richardson's there or Levitt's there, if I believe they are the guy, I'd do it.
What if it was 11 and 72 just for 8, and you don't get the fourth-rounder in return?
I still do it. We don't have a fourth-round pick anyway.
But now you don't have a third-round pick either.
Yeah, but we got our quarterback.
And you get a second-round pick.
And it didn't cost us 2 first-rounders and all this other stuff.
That's a good question.
Now, the bigger question here about the idea of doing this is, do you believe in Richardson? I do.
If they are moving up or if they trade, they do believe in whatever guy they're trading for, whether it's Richardson or Levis. I can't see them moving up to get an offensive lineman or a corner.
But I didn't
or
ask.
receiver.
I didn't ask if they believed in him. I asked, do you believe in him?
Do I believe in Richardson?
Yes.
I do, but he's not my starter day one.
No,
he's not my starter day one. No.
I'm just struggling with the amount of games that he played. He only played 13 games. And that's the only thing I'm kind of concerned about. I mean, I know I keep throwing that out there, but just imagine if he comes in with the Tennessee Titans, and I said this before, that if Tannehill throws half of an interception or does anything wrong or whatever he does that's not, applicable of what the Tennessee Titans want or the fans see, they're going to scream Richardson to be in there, and I don't think Richardson will be ready because he hasn't played that many games.
But they would have to approach it from this standpoint, and I'm sure this is probably how they approached it with Steve when they drafted Steve.
Right.
Listen, everybody in this building knows Richardson's not playing this year. Everybody knows it, so do not ask me. I don't want to hear it.
Floyd said he
He's
went
not,
to the podium.
that's gonna
They
be the
picked
question.
McNair, and he went to the podium and said 2 years.
Exactly, and that's
And
what you have
they-
to do.
like tonight, let's say the Titans take Anthony Richardson. Anthony's smiling. He hugs the commissioner. He takes his pictures. He does some media. He gets on the plane. He comes to Nashville. Vrabel and Rand go to the podium at 9:30 at night or whatever it is. Vrabel, Ryan Tannehill is our starting quarterback.
You have to. This guy has
That's
to
what
say,
Andy Reid did.
I don't care what happens unless this quarterback gets hurt.
That's what I was going to say.
He's our
Right.
guy. He's going to learn, meaning Richardson. I don't want to hear nothing else. Don't ask me no questions about him. In the middle of the season, I don't care if he throws 4 interceptions. He's not going to be our starter. He's not playing this year.
It would just be hard for me to take a chance on him. I mean, and I agree with what you guys are saying, and I definitely respect that, but just the concern to where it's kind of like I'm not saying it's the same situation as last year, but to where Tannehill gets hurt, but then Malik Willis just comes in and he's not ready. That's kind of
That's why you get you another quarterback.
But who's out there?
You just got to get you a quarterback. I don't know.
Is Vinny Testaverde out there?
A veteran quarterback will be cut June 1st.
That's a good. Yeah, no, I agree with
There
that.
you
I
go.
agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
There you go. All right.
Is it about time?
When we
man?
come back on the other side, it's the draft.
Is it about time, guys?
It will start. We will do that next. We are live at Twin Peaks in Cool Springs. We'll be here all night long for round 1 of the draft. Chris is really excited that something's going to make me really mad.
I'm
tonight.
telling you, I got my
Apparently
camera
now
ready,
the
baby.
betting odds have told us
I got it ready.
that C.J. Stroud's probably going number 2.
No.
I feel much better about it right here, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
The offseason is underway for the Predators. But don't worry. We'll keep you covered with all of the happenings in Smashville.
Wouldn't it be a great party if we could win a cup?
What does new GM Barry Trotz have in store?
We're going to make good decisions. We're going to develop our players.
We are your home for Smashville. 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
When you hear it, you know the Steve Miller Band.
I'm a smoker.
This Sunday, First Bank Amphitheater, Franklin, Tennessee. With special guest, Mavis Staples. On sale now at livenation.com. For more info and tour dates, visit stevemillerband.com, part of the Farm Bureau Insurance Concert Series.
This week's Nashville's best deal is Bite a Bit Thai and Sushi in the heart of East Nashville. Get half off a $30 gift card while supplies last at thegamenashville.com/deals. Featuring all the best Thai food, sushi, and cocktails, plus an amazing bar and environment. You can eat a bit and bite a bit with this week's half-off deal. Check out biteabitnashville.com. That's Bite a Bit in East Nashville. Half off at thegamenashville.com/deals.
The Nashville Sheriff is hiring correctional officers. Earn $52,500 after paid training and probation. Positions are available immediately. You must be 21 and over with a high school diploma or GED. Come join our family. That's $52,500 with great benefits. Apply now at sheriff.nashville.gov/apply or call 615-862-8170. Earn $52,500. Stop searching. Apply now. The Nashville Sheriff.
Do you love sports, and are you passionate about helping local businesses and your community grow? Hey, it's Chase McCabe, and let me tell you, the best attributes of working with us on our sales team at 102.5 The Game include the ability to build relationships with local businesses, craft effective advertising campaigns, and the potential for high earnings. If you have excellent communication skills, think creatively, and have the drive to succeed, just shoot us an email with your resume at together@cromwellmedia.com. That's together@cromwellmedia.com.
Green Trees Company Dispensary and 102.5 The Game want to send you to see the legendary Steve Miller Band live April 30th at First Bank Amphitheater. Keep listening to Nashville's best sports talk all week long for your cue to call to win tickets to see Steve Miller Band, courtesy of Green Trees Company Dispensary.
Live from the Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical Studios. WPRT FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne.
Robby and Rex Road. Chase and Michelle.
Caroline, Willie, D-Base.
Stone Company.
Nashville's best sports talk.
Crank it up.
102.5 and 106.3.
Cranks and he scores. On both sides of the one big possession. Touchdown, Middle Tennessee.
The Game.
A Cromwell Media Station.
Live from Twin Peaks and Cool Springs, this is Draft Night in Nashville with Jared Stillman and former NFL wide receivers Derek Mason and Chris Sanders. Draft Night in Nashville is presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment, the new Cumberland.com, Smoky Mountain Tops, Parman Energy, B&B Flooring, and by the Nashville Sheriff. Draft Night in Nashville starts now on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Live from Twin Peaks and Cool Springs, it is Draft Night in Nashville. Out here with all of our great sponsors. We'll be checking in all throughout the night, but it's former Titans receivers Derek Mason and Chris Sanders are with me, and we are just moments away from Carolina officially being put on the clock where we expect them to draft Bryce Young. But the big development, and we'll go right into the war room, presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment, providing totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. We start with what we had thought all day, what the betting odds were telling us, what the insiders and the reports were saying, was the Titans trading to 3 for C.J. Stroud, and now the betting markets are telling us C.J. Stroud will go number 2 to the Texans. Who knows what this means for Arizona's pick? Who knows, Derek Mason, what this means for the Titans?
Oh, man, what did it mean for the Titans? You don't know. It means that either they're going to stay put at 11 or, they're going to try to find a way, if indeed, a guy is there. And I can't see them moving unless it's a quarterback. I can't, unless they're moving down, back, and then possibly I can see that. But if they're moving up, it can't be for any other reason but for a quarterback. So if C.J. Stroud goes second, if they move up, I think it's for either Will Levis or Anthony Richardson.
I agree with you too, Derek. I think if they don't get their quarterback, C.J. Stroud, everybody's been talking about it, the betting odds have said it also. But if they don't get C.J. Stroud or if they don't get their quarterback that they want, they stay. And I think, this is just me personally, I think they should go with an offensive line guy. I mean, there's a lot of great offensive line guys like Peter Skonarski, Paris Johnson from Ohio State. You got Darnell Wright. I don't know if he's going to be there at that point.
He's lazy.
He is lazy, but he's not a bad player. But the thing about it is they got to stay at 11, get the guy that they want if their guy's not there at the 3rd pick and draft up.
So here's my Titans targets right now with the 11th pick. I got 5, and if they're not there, now if one of the really good players falls to you, then you
take them.
Right, if Tyree Wilson's there, but again, the targets for tonight at 11. And the draft board is fueled by Parman Energy. Visit ParmanEnergy.com, your one-stop petroleum solution. Number 1, Anthony Richardson, the quarterback out of Florida. Number 2, Will Levis, the quarterback out of Kentucky. Number 3, Jalen Carter. If he falls to you, I think you got to take him.
Yeah.
Number 4, Nolan Smith, the pass rusher out of Georgia. And number 5, Broderick Jones, the left tackle from Georgia.
I like Broderick Jones.
I see a lot of Lawan when I watch him play.
He is nasty. He's like a ferocious run blocker. So I agree with you in that pick. But they got to get a guy at 11 to be an impact player. So whoever they pick, he's got to come in and play right away.
I'm not too sure about Nolan Smith. He's a guy that fast. He's a little bit undersized.
Injured last year with the torn pectoral.
Yes, I can't see the Titans going that route if he's there. I think they pass on him. He's just not. He's not built to be a every down player. He's a specialist in the NFL. I think that's exactly what he is. He is a specialist, a guy that you bring in on 3rd down, or a guy that you bring in and you need some speed around the edge, second and long, something like that. But he's not a guy that's a 3-down guy. He's going to take on the tackle, stand him up, and then make the play in the run game. I don't think he's going to do that.
You know, do you think they need to go with an offensive line guy? I mean, everybody keeps talking about that offensive line position is rich in this draft, and just like I talked about a couple of guys that I like, there's a guy that I didn't name that I overlooked is Osiris Torrance from Florida.
Oh, no.
I know
he's not a first-round player.
I'm just saying, but he's that Mike, that Vrabel kind of guy.
Yeah, but when you're picking 11, that's a premium pick. You can't take a second rounder. If you're picking 24, you can take a second rounder because there's really no first rounders available anymore with the 24th pick. But you can't take it with 11. You can't take a second rounder. And I think Osiris Torrance is a second rounder. And so I can't take that. The guard with the 11th pick.
Would you take
got the profile?
Broderick Jones?
He's a left tackle.
But we need a left tackle.
And he's right, and he's a better player. Like, Broderick Jones is worth, in my opinion, the 11th pick, which is why he's on the list. And to me, if these guys aren't there and none of the great guys are there, trade out. But one of the great guys, because I've got 9 elite guys on the list, one of these guys will be there for the Titans between Richardson, Levis, Carter, Smith, and Jones.
I can see them taking all but Smith. Again, he's too undersized. He's not going to stand the tackle up. He's not going to collapse the pocket. He's a guy that is a specialist. You put him in there when it's 3rd and 15, and he pin his ears back, and he gets low, and he gets to the quarterback. But other than that, you're going to have troubles with him. You just because you got to figure out where do I put him. Yeah. He's an undersized edge rusher.
And Jared, with that list that you just named, what guy could come in here and play right away? I mean, who can be that in-play player?
Why do you care about that
Because
so much?
It makes a difference, man. The reason why I care about it so much is because we keep getting these whack. These whack first rounders.
What about Simmons?
That's okay. I'm glad you said that.
He didn't play right away.
Okay, 2019 Simmons, 2020 Isaiah Wilson, 2021 Farley, 2020 Traylon Burks. The reason why I make those names is we got to get somebody to come in and play right away.
Right. Well, you fired the guy who picked those guys because he picked those guys.
That's the point that I'm making.
But the bigger issue is not about being ready to play right away. Jeffrey Simmons is the best player of the team right now.
I agree.
And he didn't play right away.
Yeah, but okay, what's the direction of what this team is going? Are we rebuilding, or are we trying to win now? That's the question that needs to be answered.
But were they not trying to win now when they drafted Jeffrey Simmons?
No. I'm talking about now. This team
I know
now.
what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is back then when they drafted Jeffrey Simmons.
No. I'm talking about right now, Jerry.
Commissioner Goodell is headed to the podium to open the NFL draft. Nick, do we have the commissioner?
They booing him right now.
He ain't even do nothing wrong.
Here we go, Commissioner Goodell in Kansas City.
The Super Bowl winning city with fans of all 32 teams and the Chiefs' kingdom. As you can see, I have some friends on stage with me that you might recognize. They are Kansas City natives and love this community and their Chiefs. Give it up for Eric Stonestreet and Heidi Gardner of Big Slick, Kansas City.
Okay, Kansas City, I'm so happy to be here. And it is my honor to bring to the stage right now Chiefs legends Dante Hall and Will Shields. Give it up!
All right, Kansas City, I want to hear you! Home of the Super Bowl champions! This is how we do it! I get the distinct pleasure of welcoming two people you might recognize. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce!
Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce making their way out onto the stage. Mahomes carrying the Vince Lombardi trophy for the Super Bowl champions. Introduced a moment ago by Eric Stonestreet.
Hold up. Kansas City, I think we can do a little bit better than that. Chiefs Kingdom, can I hear you out there? All right. Hey, Chiefs Kingdom, we in this thing or what? Woo! Hey, we fought for our right to party, baby. How about it? This thing shiny or what? Goodell, you gonna give me this mic all night? Hey, you ready to trade up for the #1 pick this year or what? Beats, get him, Beats!
He will have to wrestle the mic away from Travis Kelce.
It's time to get the show started. The 2023 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
And so we are underway.
Carolina Panthers are on the clock. We are live at Twin Peaks and Cool Springs. Former Titans receivers Derek Mason, Chris Sanders, Jared Stillman with you. And we remind you the Nashville Sheriff, the Davidson County Sheriff Office is hiring correctional officers. Call 615-862-8170. The expectation is Bryce Young will be the pick here from Alabama for Carolina, but then D. Mason starts to get a little interesting, especially given the rumors we heard about the Titans earlier today.
Yes, it will, but I'm not recording you now, but I got it set up so when the Titans, when that third pick, yes, it happens, I want to see your reaction.
So I am making a promise to everybody here. In past years, TD was with us. He's at the Titans facility. He will be joining us throughout the show. We'll be talking to TD, but he always kind of had like all the hardware in front of him.
Yeah.
And he had the picks that were being tipped, and he and Chris would sit there and kind of snicker like, "Oh, can you believe?" Oh, and I am with no tip picking, no tip tipping today.
Good deal.
And I want to see it in live time. I will never forget we were doing the show years ago, Derek, when the Titans took Corey Davis, and you just busted out an "Are you kidding me?" when the Titans took him with the 4th overall pick. So we're looking forward to that. Again, everybody in the Panthers war room, they know who they're taking. They're taking Bryce Young. Let me ask this question before we kind of get back into some of the Titans' thoughts about how the way the board may fall. Would you take Bryce Young #1 overall, given the size?
No. Me, I would. I've seen enough in the 2 years that he's played. Each time that he stepped on the field, I don't care who it was against, he was the best player on the field, and it was noticeable. He's done nothing to, alter my thinking. I get the being undersized. I understand that part and the concerns of a lot of people, but this kid is just magic. Everything, if you line him up, everything, all the boxes, the important boxes, and I'm not saying that the height and weight is not important, but those other important boxes, the head, the shoulders, the mobility. When I say the head, I mean the thinking process and his ability to sort of manipulate everything and understands everything. If I'm just looking at that, he's my #1 pick. Yeah. You can't convince me otherwise. But I get the being 5'10" and whatever and 190 pounds, 204 pounds, whatever it is. I get that can be a concern, but I'm not concerned.
Yeah, I mean, they said that about Drew Brees, and Drew Brees is probably one of the best quarterbacks to ever play at this time. I mean, the one thing
Drew Brees was 200 pounds, though.
Yeah, 200 pounds. I mean,
but he was under 6 foot.
He was undersized.
You ain't going to tell me he's above 6 foot.
But I'm more worried about the weight than I am the height.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to gain weight.
Big old fat boys up there on that line, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but just with Bryce Young, the one thing I love about him is his pocket awareness. I mean, that's something that you can't teach. And I just love what he does. He's a playmaker. And even though he may not be big in stature, but he plays big. And you want a guy like that on your team. He's a leader. He thrives under pressure. And he's one of those guys that you have to have that's leading the team.
I do wonder where the Titans sit. How do you think they're managing this board right now? We'll go inside the war room, which is presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment, providing totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. I do wonder, Derek, how the Titans are probably thinking about this now. We know they wanted to go up to 3 for Stroud. It looks like Stroud's going to go to Houston. Do you think they're waiting now at 11, or do you think that they still have a plan to strike? And is quarterback still on the table? even if the quarterback that they wanted is not on the table?
I think quarterback is still on the table. Say if they wanted Stroud, if Levis is still there, I think they have these contingency plans put in place. Like, okay, if he's sitting, whoever that said player is, if he's sitting still on the board after Houston picks, then this is what we will try to do. If he's not, then okay, we'll sit back and wait. I think they have a contingency plan for just about everything that can possibly happen during the draft.
Yeah.
And that means if the quarterbacks, if C.J. Stroud goes second, and I think their contingency plan is to potentially move up high enough to get Will Levis.
Yeah, I think if their quarterbacks are not there, I think they're going to sit at 11. And when you're sitting at 11, you got to get, and I know I keep stressing, I keep saying I sound like a broken record, but they got to figure out this offensive line situation. Last year they gave them 54 sacks, and it was just a dumpster fire just looking at the offensive line. So, if they don't get the quarterbacks that they get at 2 and 3, I think that they definitely have to figure out this offensive line situation.
We haven't talked much about a trade out at 11, which I think could be a possibility. Chris keeps bringing up the holes. We've been talking about trading up all day. Now it looks like that option of trading up may not exist. So now a trade back, for instance, if you were to trade back with New England at 14, you would get 14 plus 76. So you'd pick up a third-round pick, and you'd move from 11 to 14. Do you foresee trading back as something that the team may now be pivoting to if C.J. Stroud is out of there?
I think if that impact player isn't there, whether it be a quarterback or, say, a tackle or a defensive player on that defensive line, if they're not there, then they move out. That means if Stroud's not there, Levis is not there, Jalen Carter's not there, Pierce Johnson's not there, you're talking about 4 guys, then I think they move back. Thinking that Skoronski's already gone, he goes a little bit earlier. So you took your top 2 offensive linemen off the board already. So now I move back because the impact defensive players are gone as well.
Yeah, I think they could possibly do that and get multiple picks, because the thing about it is, if you look at the Tennessee Titans last year, I think it was a depth problem. They got to make sure to get some guys at each position, so you get up those multiple picks straight down and still get your guy. I think the Tennessee Titans can definitely do that.
Does the Carolina – oh, you missed it. They showed the Carolina Panthers war room. They all look as if they already know what the pick is, and they're just waiting it out a little bit longer to make everybody sweat, and then they will make their pick.
Let me get my camera ready.
So here's what I'm fascinated by is, how many true first-round graded players are in this draft? Now, I heard Bill Polian say that there's about 18 first-round picks in any given draft. Real first-round players. I heard, Rick Spielman, the former Vikings general manager, say there's about 16. And, that's on average.
Yeah.
How many true first-round game-changing players do we think are in this draft? And I only ask that because that will tell me where you can trade to. If there are 15 first-round players, then I don't want you to go below 15. Then that changes where you can trade to if you're the Titans.
It does. And I'm looking at this list of how they rank, these guys that are ranked on their big board.
Carolina's pick is in, by the way, when the commissioner goes to the podium.
Okay.
We will have that live. Go ahead.
I think in this year's draft, I think there's around that many. Anywhere from 15 to 18 guys that are true first rounders that can impact your season right away.
Would you consider, for instance, Pierce Johnson a true first rounder?
Yes.
Would you consider Dalton Kincaid, the tight end out of Utah, a true first rounder?
Yes.
Yeah.
What about Jackson Smith and Jigba?
Yes.
I don't know if he's, because I like Addison. I like Addison better.
Yeah, he's good.
I like Zay Flowers. I think,
Tank Dell
out of Houston. I like him. Yes, he's a first rounder. He's a first rounder, but I think Addison as well. So
we again are awaiting Commissioner Goodell to announce what we all think is probably pretty obvious, that Bryce Young is going number 1. Oh, I say we. I'm talking about me and Derek. Here's Commissioner Goodell.
The Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
Mel Kiper Jr., player profile.
great processor, advanced knowledge of the passing game, team leader, pinpoint accuracy, elite instincts and pocket awareness, tough kid. The issue with Bryce Young is size. Can he hold up physically at the pro level at only 5'10 and a quarter and a manufactured 204 pounds? And more importantly, what will that weight be during the long NFL season? Can he hold it 204? Will he back at about 185, which is what he played at Alabama? My only concern with Bryce Young is the lack of size. He's the smallest quarterback in the history of the common draft to go in the first round.
That was Mel Kiper Jr.'s player profile. Bryce Young off the board to Carolina. Houston's on the clock at number 2. And the expectation after 2 weeks, it feels like, of us hearing that they didn't like C.J. Stroud, and a whole day of the expectation being that the Titans were going to trade up to number 3 for C.J. Stroud, it does in fact feel like the Houston Texans are going to draft C.J. Stroud. What do we make of that? And do you buy that the Titans liked C.J. Stroud that much and that they were that close to getting him, or do you think it was a smokescreen in order to convince Houston to take Stroud, if that's in fact what they do?
I think they did like him. I think they do like him. I think if he is on the board, I think they would do what they need to do to move up and get him. As far as Houston, and it's I can't. If he doesn't go second overall, meaning Stroud, would I be surprised? No.
Even though the betting odds are now minus 6,000 for him?
Here's the deal. Houston, they're almost forced to take him for this reason. Because if they don't take him, somebody in your division takes him, and he ends up being all that what people are saying he is, Houston's going to look real bad.
Sure.
They are going to look real, and they don't want to be in that situation.
Do you believe that the Texans ownership stepped in and said, we're taking C.J. Stroud over their football people?
I think after a while, I think upper management convinced the football guys that if indeed they do draft C.J. Stroud, that he's the guy moving forward. Meaning the owner convinced.
So the owner went to the football people.
Yeah,
right. So
exactly.
The owner's making the pick.
Basically.
This pick is so interesting right now because this pick right here is going to affect the Tennessee Titans right here. I'm telling you.
Here's my question, though. Do we think that the Titans and the talk about the Titans getting C.J. Stroud played a role in Texans ownership stepping in and saying, we want you to take C.J. Stroud?
Could be. I mean,
okay, so let's operate under that for a second here. Let's say that the Titans, the love affair with C.J. Stroud, let's say it was real, and the Titans were willing to trade to 3, and they thought he was a difference maker in the franchise, and because it all leaked out and got out there, Houston has decided they're going to take him. Okay? If you're Amy Adams Strunk, shouldn't you be furious right now with your football people or whoever talked
if indeed,
and let it get out there that that's what you were going to do?
Under that scenario, yes, I would be. As an owner, I would be pissed.
I mean, I might fire somebody.
Yeah, I would be upset. Like, how did y'all let that get out? Like, what's going on here? Because now you've basically forced Houston to draft a guy that they probably were not going to draft.
Well, they draft the guy that we like.
Exactly.
And if I'm the owner and you've convinced me, hey, we got to give up 2 first-rounders and we got to give up a 3rd and we got to move up and we got to – and then all of a sudden I'm convinced, okay, this is the quarterback of our future, and then our division rival takes him because you, the owner, or because you, the football people, were running your mouth to Diana Rossini. I mean, I'd want to fire somebody over that.
But see, that kind of maybe solidifies it that maybe that was a smokescreen. You know what I'm saying?
So here's what I can't get over. C.J. Stroud didn't come here. And I asked Rand Carthon specifically about did he feel like he got to know him because he didn't come here for a visit. And he said, well, Vrabel and Tim Kelly, they got to know him at the pro day. And then he talked about how great their process is. Well, that's not you saying that you got to know him. So my guess is, how could Rand Carthon draft somebody if he didn't bring him in for a visit and get to know him at that position? Which makes me think it might have been a smokescreen.
That's what I was saying.
It's tough to believe that if you have not talked with an individual that you consider a high draftee, if you didn't talk to him or got to know him as a GM, that then you would turn around and draft him. It's like if you like this guy that much, then as a GM you would sit down and have a conversation with him. But the fact that he didn't does sort of lend you to, well, were they really sold on C.J. Stroud? Like, was the GM really sold on C.J. Stroud? Did he really want to draft him, or do we want to draft him?
So Diana Rossini, and we played the cut today, but Diana Rossini said on Friday at ESPN she was going to be in Indianapolis this week for the draft. And then all of a sudden she ended up here talking about how the Titans wanted to go quarterback. Well, she can't go to the bosses at ESPN and say, hey, I'd rather go to Nashville instead of Indianapolis because they have better food there and there's more to do. I mean, she had to go up to them and say, hey, there's a reason why I need to be in Nashville. And so my guess is the Titans are the ones that tipped her off saying, hey, we may make a big move. You may want to be here. And that makes me think that it was a smokescreen. Yeah. Here's Goodell with the Texans pick.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State.
Mel Kiper Jr., player profile.
Really good physical skills. He has a size, 6'3", 215. He has the arm strength. He has the accuracy to all three levels. 69% completion percentage over the last 2 years combined with 85 touchdowns and 12 picks. He's Aaron Rodgers at the college level. He does not throw interceptions. Now, you think about what he did against Georgia, using his legs more. He had 0 rushing touchdowns over the last 2 years as a starting quarterback. He had 6 scrambles for 66 yards against Georgia. He only had 63 scramble yards combined the previous 12 games. If he can bottle what he did against Georgia, take that forward into the NFL, you're looking at a big-time starting quarterback at the pro level.
Yes. Your thoughts?
Man, I think it's a very good pick. And going back to what you were saying, I think that the Tennessee Titans did throw a smoke screen out there because I really believe that wasn't their guy. But I really love the pick. And Mel Kiper kind of said it well. I mean, this guy's a winner. He was 21-4 at the Ohio State University. 69% of his passes, and the guy is just a winner. I mean, the first year he became a complete start. He kind of struggled a little bit, but he developed into a big-time quarterback, and I think that's a great pick for the Texans.
What if this was just all a smokescreen by the Houston Texans?
Might be.
How could it have been a smokescreen by the Texans that the Titans were going to make a trade?
Just because they wanted to see what the Titans would potentially try to do. Would they try to move up?
You're talking about the smokescreen that the Texans told everybody they weren't interested
exactly,
in.
Absolutely. And because it's like, even though I understand the owner part, I understand what you were saying about the owner part.
Sure.
But it's hard for me to believe that if everybody in that room, all the football people was like, we don't like this guy. No, this would be a mistake. That the owner came in and says, nope, I don't care what anybody y'all say, you're drafting this guy. That's hard to believe, even though it possibly could happen, but that's hard to believe.
I mean, if this were the Raiders and Al Davis were still alive?
Oh, Al ran the whole thing. But I'm saying, if it's not Jerry Jones, because we know Jerry runs.
I know, but
Al
the people
Davis
that run the Texans are
it.
stupid. That's why they suck so bad.
But I understand them, but they haven't always been a bad team.
No, but ever since McNair's dad died, who owned the team, and Junior's been in charge, they've done dumb crap after. I mean, they fired the general manager and put Bill O'Brien in charge, and he traded away DeAndre Hopkins for a bag of balls. I mean, then they brought in the chaplain from New England, and he starts running the team out of nowhere. And then they promised Deshaun Watson they'll keep him in the loop with the future of the franchise. And then they end up hiring Caserio without talking to Deshaun, and he don't want to play there anymore. Meanwhile, they're booking him massages at the same time. It's like everything bad. They fired 3 coaches in 3 straight years. It's a stupid team.
I get that, and
they
I
are
understand
run terribly.
I understand all that, but it's hard for me to believe.
Like, if I owned a team, I would not have the shame to fire 3 people in 3 years.
But what I'm saying, if 50 football people are telling you he's not the guy.
You said telling you, as in telling me.
No,
that's different.
Saying,
telling them. They're stupid. I've been trying to tell you this.
I am not going to believe they're that arrogant and that
So you think they're that smart that they decided to play chess on the Titans?
Probably so.
To get the Titans to
I
show
don't
their
know.
cards.
The draft is tricky. We all know it. things happen. None of y'all saw A.J. Brown being traded last year, even though I kept telling y'all, listen,
I asked the general manager the week before it happened if he was going to
what did I kept telling y'all? He said, I don't foresee. What does foresee mean?
It's a whole different ballgame.
Exactly.
We check in with the B&B Flooring update desk.
Did I not say that, Chase?
You did.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You absolutely said that.
That's a good check-in with the B&B Flooring update desk, bnbflooring10.com. Arizona's on the clock. We heard the Titans earlier today. We're interested in moving up to 3. Now, again, we don't know if this is, if this was for Stroud. It feels like it was for Stroud. Again, the B&B Flooring update desk will keep us apprised of all of this. But if the Titans really liked Levis, if the Titans really liked Richardson, they could have been trying to trade up for that. Do we think there's still potential the Titans could be pulling the trigger on a trade up to 3?
If
the camera ready.
The guy they love is there, which means Richardson and Levis, because I think they only move up to get a quarterback. It's Richardson or Levis. I think if they love the guy, they're going to do what they need to do to move up, because you can't trust that Indianapolis is not going to take your guy.
Yeah, Adam Schefter on TV yelling and screaming. What a freaking fool.
What is he
He
yelling
went
about?
on TV like a week ago and was like, I promise that no quarterback will go number 2. I bet you a steak dinner no quarterback goes number 2.
Well,
and now he's yelling on TV?
Dinner.
It's like, shut the hell up, Adam Schefter. Nobody want to hear what you have to say after this. Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
I just want to see this third pick.
It's
It's a minute and 28 seconds left. So something's going on.
I mean, I think it's going to be Will Anderson Jr.
I think so, too.
Which means Indianapolis, who do you think they take? Do you
I think
they
Will
take
Levis.
Will Levis?
I think they
or
take Will
Richardson?
Levis. I just know I got my camera
If
ready.
Arizona doesn't move off this pick.
We got an update at the B&B Flooring update desk.
Ian Rappaport is saying that Arizona is trading with Houston.
What?
For number 3 overall.
Oh, wow. Hey,
Wow.
Either. So they're going to get both guys here, which is not surprising. But
that's good, man.
But here's what's crazy. Arizona goaded Houston into taking the quarterback. All that talk about the Titans, what that was if you don't take the quarterback at 2, Tennessee's trading to 3, and the Titans got played. Arizona.
Okay, say that again, Jen.
Okay.
Say that again.
So Arizona looked at 3.
Wow.
They knew that Houston wanted Stroud. But that Houston was going to try to soft play it or something like that. And so what they did was they said, because they knew that they loved Will Anderson.
Yes, sir.
They loved him.
Look at him going crazy.
And they said,
Look
okay,
at that, man.
Here's what you're going to do. If you take Will Anderson, Tennessee's going to get the quarterback. Or you can do this, and then you can trade back with us and launch a bidding war if you're Arizona between the Titans and the Texans. And they ended up using – the Texans had more assets because they had the Cleveland picks from Watson.
Yeah.
So they ended up leveraging the Titans against the Texans, and they ended up making the deal with the Texans, and so the Titans got played.
They got both.
So you're saying
guys.
Arizona –
Yes.
Arizona is the team that
Arizona was putting it out there that the Titans were ones that were trying to move up
and
for
they got
Stroud.
Indianapolis
So
to move
Houston
up.
had to decide. At that point, Houston had to decide, okay, either we get the guy we really love, but we don't get a quarterback, or we get the quarterback, then we go back for the guy we really love, and not Tennessee. Tennessee will be out at that point. Or Indy trades to 3 to get their guy ahead of Tennessee.
That is huge.
I think about it from this place.
We got an update at the B&B Flooring desk.
I got the comp for you. Number 3 and 105 to Houston for number 12, 33, a 2024 1, and a 2024 third.
Oh, that's
okay, all right. So wait a minute.
I think that's what I said.
Yep.
Close to that.
Here we go. Picks in.
Dude, that's huge. Will Anderson.
Where's the commissioner?
From a character standpoint, a work ethic standpoint, he is A+++. Gives you everything he has. He's super dedicated, team leader, exceptional hand usage, impacts the run game and the pass game with his ability to get after the quarterback. Now, he's not as explosive with that first step, doesn't have the bend of a Von Miller or a Myles Garrett, but this is the kind of guy you want on your football team.
Okay, Will Anderson Jr. goes at 3 to the Texans. What was that comp update again, Chase, as far as the Texans are concerned?
Okay, so the Cardinals get 12, 33 for this year, a first and 24, a third and 24. Houston obviously gets 3 and 105 in this year.
Okay, and 105 is in the 4th round. So Houston gets an extra 4th, but they give away a second, a first, and a third.
They got both. I like it. I like it.
I mean, I don't think Will Anderson's worth that, but
they got both
that's
their
just
guys.
me.
They got both their guys. They got their guy on offense,
and
who they
defense.
believe is going to lead their team to the Super Bowl, and they got their guy on defense, which is going to help while that quarterback is figuring everything out.
Indianapolis is on the clock now with the 4th overall pick in the draft. Let's go inside the War Room, brought to you by Parman Tractor and Equipment, providing totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. Derek Mason, are you disappointed with, again, what feels like to me that the Titans kind of got played in all of this?
I mean, disappointed. I'm not disappointed. I think for them, they probably thought that it was a little bit too much to move up. And they still possibly believe they can get their guy who they originally wanted, because before this whole C.J. Stroud thing, I even heard you say it, Will Levis. Will Levis. I reached out to somebody else, Will Levis. So maybe, just maybe, the Titans going to still end up getting the guy that they really wanted, Will Levis.
Indianapolis is on the clock right now. And let me say this, the whole time they've been telling everybody they love Will Levis. I actually think that they've liked Richardson. Only because if I was running the team, and I said this before they signed Gardner Minshew, but I would sign Gardner Minshew, who ran the Jalen Hurts offense in Philadelphia last year as the backup, and I'd have him start this year, and I would run, if I'm Shane Steichen, the Eagles offensive coordinator last year, who's now their coach, I would run the Jalen Hurts offense for Anthony Richardson.
You can, but do you want him? You don't want him to play this soon.
No.
Gardner,
but he's going to learn it. Gardner's going to run it.
Okay.
Gardner's going to run it, but then we're teaching it to Anthony.
Okay. All right. I see you.
And that's what I would do. I think I thought they liked Richardson the whole time because they kept telling everybody how much they loved Levis, and it's like, why would you tell everybody how much you love Levis?
I think it's Levis. Indianapolis getting Levis. I think they are.
Who would you rather have, Levis or Richardson?
I would go with Richardson because he's more athletic, and I know that doesn't help as a quarterback, but he has everybody keeps talking about potential and his skill set and power and all this stuff. I just think that Will Levis he's just been inconsistent. He had 24 touchdowns last year and like 13 or 14 interceptions. I would go with Richardson because his ceiling is so much higher.
It's like splitting hairs with me. I look at Will Levis. His comp to me is Ben Roethlisberger or Phillip Rivers. I say more Ben Roethlisberger. What was Ben's big knock? Ben threw a ton of interceptions each year, but Ben ended up being a Hall of Fame quarterback. I think if Indy chooses Will Levis, I think they will get the most out of him. I think he will be a different quarterback than what we saw his senior year at Indianapolis.
Oh, no, I think
at Kentucky.
We got an update?
This is from Diana Rossini. The Houston Texans just made a wild move. The Titans were fighting to get to 3, but once Houston picked C.J. Stroud at 2, the Titans pulled their offer with Arizona.
Wow. Whoa.
So they got played.
Yep, so all those they are taking this guy.
Hey, how you say it, D?
They're taking those guys. They're taking that guy. He's going to be there. They're going to make that trade.
They got played.
They should.
I don't know if they got played. I just don't think they were willing to
if
give
you're
up
Amy
that
Adams
much.
Strunk, you should be furious.
But what if you still you're still able to get
Richardson?
But that's not the guy they liked.
But how we know
What
that?
if they did
They
like
pulled the offer. So they liked Stroud. And they were going to offer it. And when Houston took Stroud, they pulled the offer for 3.
I see what you're saying.
So Stroud was their guy, and they got the sign-off from ownership in order to do that.
I see what you're saying.
And so because it leaked out there that they liked Stroud, Houston decided to take him at 2.
Because Houston knew already they were going to move up again to get Anderson.
Well, they knew you weren't.
Yeah.
Wow.
They knew that you were out if they went with Stroud.
But, Jared, if they knew that they were eyeing that guy, then why would they broadcast it like that?
That's why the owner should be mad.
I mean, if you know,
like if I was the owner, I'd be
why would you
freaking
put it out
pissed
there
right
like
now
that?
if I was Amy Adams.
Why would you let it get out the building?
I agree. And you know, Mike.
Oh no! Don't take him.
Who?
They put Anthony Richardson on the TV.
But that don't mean they're gonna take him.
Don't take Anthony Richardson. I've been saying this the whole time that the Indianapolis Colts were lying to everybody about liking Will Levis.
And then you said that was your worst.
Hey,
my worst nightmare.
Yeah,
I don't want to take picks. We're not taking
Number 1 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida.
Mel Kiper Jr., player profile.
Only 1 year as a starter. 13 career starts is all you got from Anthony Richardson. But, boy, how about that Utah game, September 3rd? He was on fire. 71% of his passes were completed. Rushed for 106 yards and 3 touchdowns. Looked like the number 1 pick overall guaranteed. Next week against Kentucky, he's at 40% with a couple picks and only 4 rushing yards on 6 carries. Through the year, he had some ups and downs. Accuracy comes and goes. But you can't teach, you can't coach the kind of physical and athletic talent, that rocket arm, that incredible running skills that he brings to the table. He's the ultimate developmental quarterback. He needs time.
Oh my God! Can you get Mel Kiper out of my ear? Thank you. Oh my God!
Tell us how you feel.
This is how I feel. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Okay.
Yes.
Titans-Bengals playoffs 2 years ago. Tannehill throws the interception to start the game. I turn around and I kick the chair. And I am more mad now than I was then. When Evan McPherson made that field goal for Cincinnati, and that ball went through the uprights, and I just walked out. I was at the game with my friends. I didn't even say goodbye. I just walked right out. And all I could say the rest of the night was, I hate the Titans. And it's because of stuff like this that I hate the Tennessee Titans. Congratulations to the Indianapolis Colts. Manning, Luck, Richardson.
Well, they ain't got to deal with Richardson this year. He's going to have to sit and wait for a year. So, people, if y'all can only see this, Jared Stillman has his head.
Oh, don't worry. They can see it on the stream.
They can see it. His head is on the table. He's in disbelief. It's like he walked downstairs on Christmas Day, looked up underneath the Christmas tree, and he wanted that pair of Puma shoes, and he didn't get Pumas. He got Converse, Chuck Taylors, and now he's mad.
I got Picos. I got Picos.
Hey, he got some penny loafers. That's what he got.
I mean.
Hey, this is a classic.
Wow.
So what are the Titans going to do now? Tell us, Jared.
Who cares? Trevor Lawrence.
You need a minute.
He needs a hug. That's what he needs.
Who cares? Give up. Season's over.
Boy, you are a clown.
But they
man.
still are in a position possibly to draft Will Levis, who many thought they were going to draft anyway.
What if Seattle gets him?
I don't think Seattle wants to touch it. I think they're going for a defensive player, or they might even trade out of that pick.
Want to go to commercial break?
I'm glad they're aligned. I'm glad that the collaboration's working out well for the Titans. They got completely played by the Texans and Indianapolis. And hey, have I not been saying this for like 3 months that the Indianapolis Colts are going to take Anthony Richardson? And everybody was saying Will Levis, and I knew it because when Shane Steichen took over, and I said they got to bring in Gardner Minshew and show him the Jalen Hurts offense and sit him on the bench. And I texted a former NFL coach that, and he says that's a great plan. And I've been thinking that for 2 months, and now they have Anthony Richardson.
You was in love with him too, wasn't he?
He's a freaking dog.
He is a dog.
He is a dog.
Well, Jerry, you'll still get to see him twice a year.
Are you gonna get his jersey? You gonna get his jersey?
Yeah, you can go buy his jersey, man. You can go buy his jersey if you want. I mean, he's right up the street. You can go watch him anytime you want.
Drive up there.
You know?
Wear his jersey.
I mean, listen. This is the NFL.
I hate the Titans.
But in all seriousness,
like this is the kind of I used to joke that I'll never let my kids root for the Titans. I'm not kidding. This is why.
You gonna ban them from rooting for the Titans?
Yes, I'm gonna be like, look, Dad and Grandpa have been through too much. We do not do that. You root for the Steelers, okay? You root for the Packers. Don't root for the Titans.
Let Uncle Derek talk him into Baltimore.
Yeah, I can talk him into Baltimore.
That's a good pick, man.
But real, how does the Titans proceed now?
I don't know.
With Will Levis still on the board, with the Seattle Seahawks on the clock. not as easy as it was before. So I think they go Jalen Carter with this pick.
I think they go to defensive. I think they go to defensive back. And the one cat I really, really love is Christian Gonzalez from Oregon. I mean, we alluded to him earlier in the show. Just a guy that can cover, a guy not as physical as Witherspoon, but a guy that can make some plays in the secondary. So I think that they go with a secondary player in Christian Gonzalez from Oregon.
So we're both thinking defense.
Defense, yes.
Well, that doesn't. I mean, Tyree Wilson's still on the board too.
Yeah.
If you're the Titans, all right. Let's see. This is pick 6.
It's getting close.
So now you're looking 1, 2, 3, 4 more picks after this one. So that means that one of Jalen Carter. Let's see. So there's 5 picks before you pick. 5 picks, which means that a Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
A Tyree Wilson. A Bijan Robinson. Christian Gonzalez. Will Levis. Or Paris Johnson will be available at 11.
The 2 guys that I would put the percentage on is Levis and Johnson.
Yep.
If they're there.
Yep. I would like Anderson and Johnson.
I like Gonzalez, but I don't think they want to take a corner that high. I think their number 1 corner probably was Witherspoon.
Was Witherspoon?
Yeah, Witherspoon.
I think Gonzalez is pretty good.
I love Gonzalez.
He's not as physical as
I think he's
Witherspoon,
like Caleb Farley if Caleb Farley was good.
A possibility.
Like he's tall like Caleb Farley, like he's actually fast,
no, he's smooth,
unlike
man.
Caleb Farley.
Smart, absolutely.
Let me tell you about DMD Development featuring the New Cumberland with views of downtown and the Cumberland River. Visit thenewcumberland.com. So again, the Titans, no quarterback. The Titans were going to trade up to number 3. Why do they tell Diana Rossini stuff like this?
Let me say something real quick. I think there's still 2 good quarterbacks that the Titans can get. Number 1, you love him too, is Hendon Hooker. I think if Hendon Hooker's there, you got to take him. I mean, you definitely got to take him.
Jared, we got some news.
Okay, we go to the B&B Flooring update desk, bnbflooringtn.com.
The Lions have traded the 6th pick to the Cardinals.
What?
That's not surprising. They're going to get Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, they're looking at defensive. Or they could get
They get Wilson.
You think Wilson and not Carter?
Yeah, because they need an end. J.J. Watt retired.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, they need So, I mean, I think it's going to be Tyree Wilson, and I think this is a good pick. My guess is they're probably using some of the bounty that they got, but they're probably not giving up the first-round pick that they got in return. So they're going to keep that first-rounder from Houston, but give up everything else to go up and get this pick.
Then they got their guy.
Well, the team that could throw a monkey wrench in all of this for the Tennessee Titans is the Vegas Raiders.
Yep.
If the Vegas Raiders choose to take Will Levis, I mean, I know they have a contingency plan. I think they then go to a tackle, a guard that can play tackle, or possibly, and I hate to say it, and they shouldn't, a receiver.
Yep.
But I think if you've got to that point, just move back in the draft now. Move back in the first round.
Chase, you said Diana Rossini said the Titans took their offer off the table.
Yes, that was her tweet earlier.
I'm not seeing that on her Twitter. She must have deleted it.
Interesting. Yeah, that was about 10 minutes ago.
Diana Rossini just texted with a source in Houston, quote, "Fooled the world. Obviously, they are thrilled."
Well, Rossini got some bad information. And that information may have cost the Titans their guy.
Yep.
I don't know.
But who do you blame in this situation?
I mean, I blame Vrabel. I mean, he's the one who's talking to Rossini, we assume.
Do we know he's talking to Rossini?
Yeah, she did delete it. Because I retweeted it, now it says it's deleted.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
What did she say again? Like the series?
Hang on, I still have it. She said the Houston Texans just made a wild move. The Titans were fighting to get to 3, but once Houston picked C.J. Stroud at 2, the Titans pulled their offer with Arizona.
Wow.
Why would the Titans tell Diana Rossini literally freaking everything? Like, if I was the owner, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, I do not want to see this woman in here again. I do not want to see her on TV spilling our gossip all the time.
Yeah, but again, how do we know that it's her, that it's him telling her?
Well, she was breaking scoops before Rand Carthon got here.
I know it's not Rand.
And she's still doing it now, so I guess the only constant is
But
Robinson's gone.
You can't blame him.
I knew that Vrabel was, I had an assumption. I don't want to say I knew because I don't want to get sued.
Yeah.
I had an assumption that Vrabel was her guy when she got in an argument on TV and she was like, the roster's terrible, Tannehill stinks, Vrabel is the only reason that team. I'm like, Here you go, Arizona.
The sixth pick to the Arizona Cardinals. With the sixth pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State.
Mel Kiper Jr., player.
Nobody knows what's going on.
That is some tea. Wow, he stinks. I cannot believe they did that. Oh, he sucks.
No.
I am so not interested in Paris Johnson.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
He's
What
from
a
Ohio State, baby.
stupid,
No.
what a stupid pick
So
by
what do the
Arizona.
Titans do now?
This doesn't affect me. I don't give a
No,
rat's
I'm
ass
just
about
saying.
Paris
I mean,
Johnson.
what does the Titans think? Thank you so much. What do you think the Titans are thinking right now?
One more spot to a quarterback.
Because you figure Skoronski's going to be gone.
What's that? Oh, okay. Let's take 10 seconds for station identification.
WPRT Pegram, WBUZ HD2 Laverne. We are 102.5 and 106.3 The Game.
A Cromwell media station.
Paris Johnson going with the the sixth pick. The Raiders are now on the clock. Here you go. If you're thinking Will Levis, this would be the spot that I would be concerned about right here. If you're the Titans,
yes, it is.
would be the Raiders right here with the seventh pick.
Yeah, this is what you got to worry about. Will the Raiders go for need right now, or will they go for potential need in the future? I say need right now because their defense is horrid, and they need defensive player. You still got Jalen Carter on the board.
And if you don't get better this year, if you're McDaniels, you're fired.
Yeah, you're fired. You got to get better as a defense. So they're probably banking on the Vegas Raiders taking a defensive guy, which would more than likely, unless a trade is made, push Will Levis down to the Titans at 11.
So here's what you got to worry about, though. Atlanta at 8, Philadelphia at 10. Could they trade out? And do we think the Titans are interested in Will Levis?
I don't know.
They like him. I'm sure they like him.
Not their
but
guy.
do they like him enough to make a trade to move up to get him?
This is a bigger thing that just popped into my
What's that?
head. That everything the Titans do is leaked out. Think about it. The Derrick Henry trade, that leaked out. The Bayard stuff, that leaked out. This leaked out. I mean, goodness gracious. The ship is going to sink if they can't shut their mouths.
Got a bunch of snitches around there.
Clearly.
Snitching on everybody. Telling everything.
If I was the owner, I would be sitting here saying, guys, shut the hell up.
But I'm confused. I mean,
listen.
It should never get leaked out. Never.
If you are trying your best to maneuver, to position yourself to get a C.J. Stroud, this is the guy that you love. Why would you let anything get out of that building saying that you want him? I don't understand that. Just like Houston, they didn't let anything get out of the building. They probably always loved C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
But they didn't let it get out the building. How did that get out the building? How did all of this stuff started to happen very quickly, like within the last couple of days?
They have a leaking problem, and it's the coach, in my opinion.
I don't know who it is. I have no idea.
I don't know.
Could be the lunch lady. I don't know.
Do you really believe that, though?
It could be the lawn person.
That it's Vrabel. As much of a hard ass as Vrabel is?
Yes.
That's kind of
That's his assumption.
I like Vrabel.
That's his assumption.
Yeah, I mean, this is just my opinion. This is certainly not, last thing I need is freaking Vrabel suing me. But, I mean, that's what I believe.
I mean, and
it doesn't
if you want to
like
Tucker Carlson me,
him.
you can take my phone, read the text messages. It'll say that I think that that's going on.
Hey, Jerry, let me throw this out to you.
What is it? Deductive reasoning?
Well, I think like in the sense of the Derrick Henry shopping
figuring
thing.
it out.
So like in the Derrick Henry shopping thing, I think that was more so like Rand was talking to teams about Derrick Henry, and then the teams trying to get information out of the reporters about, hey, what do you know? Was like, well, I got info on the Titans that's, I give you Titans info because it doesn't affect me.
Hey, Jared, let me throw this out to you. When you look at during the season with Mike Vrabel, he's consistently secretive about stuff about guys being hurt and guys practicing. So why would he tell somebody some real tight information about who he's going to draft? Maybe it was a smoke screen. Because why would he be secretive about things going on during the season, but then let it all out the bag when he's going to draft somebody in the draft?
I go back to, I told you everything you know, but not everything I know.
Right. It's just kind of weird that he will be tight-lipped about that, but then all of a sudden kind of spill the beans on, getting C.J. Stroud, wanting to get C.J. Stroud. Something's kind of weird about that whole situation.
He's probably just feeding information that he want out there, if indeed he is the one doing it.
Talking about Vrabel?
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know. I hope it's not him.
Because that just don't make sense.
I mean, when Diana Rossini ended every report today with and this has been a very collaborative process between Mike Vrabel and Rand Carthon, and these two are working hand in hand, and it's almost like she copy and pasted that just because everybody knows that's what the owner wants to see. The owner wants to see a collaboration at the draft. Unlike what happened last year, the owner wants to see the collaboration, and so Rossini made sure on every appearance to say that they were collaborating. And I don't know.
I don't know what. It's just confusing.
The Raiders pick is in. Well, who do we think is going here? Defense?
I say Tyrese Wilson.
I think a defensive lineman.
Gonzalez?
I don't think, man.
I say
they
Tyrese
need
Wilson.
I say it's Gonzalez because they need somebody to cover those receivers that are in the AFC.
Boy,
I
I
think
tell
it's
you,
Gonzalez.
we have gotten to the crazy hour real quickly today. Normally it takes us a couple hours on the draft show before we get, and where everything goes out the window.
Right.
When we had.
It's always something unexpected, man, and it all starts with you.
No.
100%.
No.
100%.
Don't put that on me.
I love you, man. You're my guy.
Please don't go Will Levis here. Please do not go.
If they do. Hey, D-Mace, you got your camera ready?
And will I even feel good about Will Levis? I mean, I like Levis, but
we need a quarterback.
Will I feel good about it like I would have? I mean, I would have.
I think it's Tyrese.
Peed my pants.
Is the pick in?
If they had taken Anthony
I think
Richardson.
the pick is almost in.
I think it's Tyrese.
Look at everyone.
Tyrese Wilson.
What did we say about not tipping picks today?
No. I'm not. I'm just guessing. D-Mace got his camera.
I feel like I'm on TV. D-Mace is flashing the giant light in my face. It's like Jared Stillman, Action 4 News. Let's go. The pick's been in for 40 minutes. My guess is NFL Network must be at a break.
So everyone, this is Jared Stillman. He's waiting on the Vegas Raiders pick because if they pick Will Levis, he might faint.
Yes, he will.
He might faint.
Yes, he is.
There's the suit. The suit, you got the pick?
No, we're not tipping picks.
I know the pick.
Oh,
here you go.
Okay, here it is.
Did I guess?
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, defensive end, Texas Tech.
Mel Kiper Jr. Player profile.
No, I'm not.
Tipping picks, Chris.
I guessed it. No.
He used to be Tippy Toes. Now he's Tippy Picks. Over here, Chris Sanders.
I guessed it, man.
Hey, that's a good get for the Raiders. He's a good player. He's a really good player.
Yes,
I mean, he's a
tipping picks.
He is a really good player.
From Texas, yeah, he's a boss man, large wingspan, physical. Athletic flexibility. I mean, just a great overall pick for the Raiders, man. That's the kind of mentality that the Raiders have, man.
All right, here we go. Now we got to start talking about something serious here.
What we got?
Let's get into the War Room presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment, providing totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. You are 3 picks away here. Atlanta, Chicago, Philadelphia. That means that you are guaranteed one of Jalen Carter, Will Levis, Christian Gonzalez, or Bijan Robinson. Jalen Carter's red flags. How do we feel?
Are are we just talking? Is there more than what just the car thing?
There's the drag racing. There's the out of shape.
Okay.
And there's the doesn't necessarily play hard on every play. I feel like he's Albert Hainsworth if Albert Hainsworth went drag racing, and unfortunately somebody else passed away that was drag racing against him.
But Albert was a damn good player.
He sure was.
So
Albert
is Jalen
was
Carter.
a beast. So I'm taking him. I'm taking him. If he's there, I'm taking him. Because some of those same things that they're saying about Jalen Carter, they said about Albert Hainsworth. And Albert Hainsworth at one point was the most dominant defensive player in the National Football League. So if that's indeed the case, and that's what I'm going to get, give me Jalen Carter all day.
Even
if I'm the Raiders.
with Simmons locked up.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. Because it's he and Simmons.
Oh, that's dangerous
on the line
man.
of scrimmage. But if Will Levis is
I think
there,
if you've got, if you've got him,
and
I think there's a pretty good chance Chicago's going to take Carter. So right now we're just talking about. But I think if you've got Simmons and Carter with Landry,
oh my God,
at that point, you're gonna.
At that point, Ryan Tannehill can lead you to a Super Bowl.
At that point, the first call I'm making if I'm Vrabel is Jim Washburn. And I'm like, Wash, the old defensive line coach when you guys played.
Absolutely.
I don't think Wash's techniques may work in today's society. You guys would know better than that one.
I mean, listen, if they had somebody that had half of the coaching ability that Wall had.
I cannot get over the
that'd be great.
freaking clown show
that
has been the Tennessee Titans and how they handled this today.
So
Letting it leak out when they wanted.
So all of a sudden you went from I love them to I'm not going to even let my kid root for them.
No. That's we've been doing that for a long time.
Grandkids.
No. That's been. I remember one time. This was 5 years ago.
So this is an ongoing thing.
This is when I lived in an apartment. So this was 6 years ago.
Wow.
And I walked into my apartment complex, and I remember thinking to myself, because I had just had a heartbreak experience, right? And I was like, man, this feeling of heartbreak is the same as what it's like being a Titans and Predators fan.
But what if that wasn't their guy though? It was a big old smoke screen.
Yeah, Jared.
What if?
All right,
he's over here pouting.
Let's go. Let's go to the B&B flooring update desk. Everybody, put your hand in the air. Do you think the Titans wanted C.J. Stroud at number 3? And do you think the Titans were willing to trade up, or do you think it was a smokescreen? Hands go up for wanted Stroud.
I think they wanted Stroud.
3-1.
I think they wanted Stroud.
I think they wanted
Hands
Stroud.
up for smokescreen.
Or one of one over there.
This is what
Tippy picks.
Okay.
She deleted the tweet. That tells me all I need to know.
Oh my God! If I was the owner, I would be mad.
But I don't understand that.
I'm not even the owner, and I'm mad.
Why would he not leak stuff that goes on during the season, but then leak something that is very, very important that can impact your team?
Yeah, but that's because we don't keep up with the things going on during the season. I mean, it's Kyle Phillips may play this. Who cares?
No, I'm just saying.
This is the draft.
I know
this is a franchise quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. Why would he leak that out?
No,
who we got?
No tipping picks.
We're not tipping.
I promise you.
Is the pick in?
Oh my
Pick is
gosh.
in.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
who's picking? No, who's at that spot? Who's at that spot?
Atlanta.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
They're gonna take Levis.
Oh, just get your camera ready, Derek.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they took Levis. They brought him in for a visit.
Oh my goodness.
I really want to tell you.
I mean,
Oh
it's
my
Levis.
No, don't tell us. Don't tell us. Don't
It is
tell us.
not Levis.
Don't tell us.
I know it
Look
is.
the other way.
I
You
know
look
it
the
is.
other way.
We got Tippy over here tipping the picks.
No.
What is an oh my God that would shock people? That's not like a, oh yeah, they take Bijan
Skoronski.
Robinson or right?
Skoronski.
That's not shocking. That's a first round player.
Bijan.
I've been saying
I
that
think
for
it's
weeks.
Gonzalez. I think it's Gonzalez.
I've been saying for weeks it's Bijan Robinson. The way that Chase looked made me think that it was some bozo that we haven't talked about at all.
I'm gonna take a
and
wild
it's
guess.
oh my God, it's Hendon Hooker.
Yes. No, I'm just kidding. Gotcha.
It's not.
It's not Hendon Hooker?
Hey,
No.
it's
It's
Bijan
Levis.
Robinson.
It's Levis.
You want me to just tell you?
No, we don't want you to tell us. No.
I mean, I said we weren't going to tip picks, and now here we are. I got two people next to me tipping picks.
That's why they call me Tippy Pick, dog. Tell her, just tell her.
Bijan Robinson.
Oh, I've been saying that for weeks.
There you go. You're right.
So, Will Levis is definitely in play
One
for
of
the
the
Tennessee
quarterbacks.
Titans.
Yeah.
And they would have had to do nothing but sit and wait. Thank you, Rossini, for putting that out there. And now they get Will Levis,
Here you go.
possibly.
Atlanta Falcons. Let's find out who is going to be flying down in Atlanta. Roger Goodell at the podium. Apparently, after they finish Sweet Caroline, we can't break in for the commissioner in the middle of the chorus, I imagine, here.
What a coup for them, the band, to get Jason Fitz to play guitar after the Raiders just selected Tyree
For
Wilson.
the Atlanta Falcons pick, I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament to the power of mentorship. The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative, Inspire Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back, Texas.
There it is.
I mean, I really like Bijan Robinson. I like this fit with Atlanta for one reason. If I'm Arthur Smith, I'm giving him the ball the way I gave Derrick Henry the ball when I was offensive coordinator here.
Well, I think that's what he's trying to recreate.
And that's what he should do.
Exactly, because it worked for him. Play action, hit those guys running down the middle of the field on those short end routes, those crossing routes, those intermediate routes. You use your running back at Bijan Robinson, but he's also a guy that's not just a running back. He's a receiver as well. So he is a dual threat guy. He's a 3-down guy. You don't have to take him off the field.
That's enough Falcons talk. Let's take a quick little break, and then the Titans are 2 picks away. We'll do that next. It's the Draft Show, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Spring into action. Take the short drive to Social Furniture on the West Side. You'll be amazed with Social Furniture's huge selection of top quality, name brand furniture. Social Furniture has your dream furniture on sale now during our spring home makeover sale. Why shop at Social Furniture? Great furniture, great service, great prices. Full service, hassle-free delivery, and interest-free financing with no money down. Make Social Furniture a great place to furnish your home. If you want a deal, don't wait, shop now.
I shop at Social Furniture because of the money I saved and the way I'm treated.
What if you could be credit card debt-free in 10 days and save as much as $1,000 a month? Loan Pronto's all-new Express Equity Line of Credit program is just what you need. Willie Donick here. You don't have to do a full home refi. You can tap a small portion of the equity you have and enjoy a super low monthly payment. With Loan Pronto's Express Equity Credit Line, you can close in 7 to 10 days, and a $50,000 loan would only cost you around $400 a month. Use that money to pay off high-interest credit cards or do a home improvement. You can access up to 90% of your home's equity, and 9 out of 10 homeowners won't even need an appraisal. Even if you did a total refi recently or just bought your home, you can tap the equity with this fast, easy program. Stop the madness and say no to 24% interest fees. Call Loan Pronto today. 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780 or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Attention buckaroos, it's time for the Franklin Rodeo. So saddle up and hold on to your lasso. It's 3 days of bull riding, calf roping, western wear, funny clowns, and some of the most talented horses you've ever seen. Join the Stampede from May 18th to May 20th. The Franklin Rodeo is held at the Williamson County Ag Expo Park and is brought to you by Ram Rodeo, Franklin Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Williamson Health, Event 1FX, and Wesley Mortgage. Tickets on sale now at franklinrodeo.com. It's a buckin' good time.
If you've been thinking about remodeling your home's kitchen or bath, contact the countertop experts at Smoky Mountain Tops. Willie Donick here, and we installed Smoky Mountain Top surfacing in our kitchen years ago, It's remained durable and super easy to clean up. Smoky Mountain Tops is proud to offer the new prestigious Vidara quartz for your kitchen or bath countertops. Vidara surfaces are ideal for use in almost any interior application. Check out the stunning new Vidara quartz shown at Smoky Mountain Tops Studio. Contact the pros at Smoky Mountain Tops. Quality, service, and dedication. Visit SmokyMountainTops.com.
This is Draft Night in Nashville on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock and the pick is in. They have traded with the Chicago Bears to the 9th pick. Chicago moves back one spot to 10.
Wow.
Do we have the terms of the deal at the B&B Flooring update desk, bnbflooringtn.com?
I am efforting that right now. But no.
The B&B not update desk. I'm kidding.
Here we go. Eagles have traded pick 10 and a 4th-round pick next year to move up to 9.
Oh, that's
Wow.
That was the, hey, are you going to take our guy? No.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll do it anyways. All right.
What that means to
Floyd
me,
told me that he called Tampa Bay before the Javon Curse pick, and he called Rich McKay and said, hey, I'd like to trade one spot to get Javon Curse. And he said, no, we're going to take the guy here we really like. And Floyd goes, who? He's like, it's a defensive lineman. He goes, oh. He goes, Booger McFarland. Okay, bye.
hey, both of them turned out to be really good players.
All right, here we go. So Chicago is now at 10. You're one pick away. You are guaranteed. If Jalen Carter is the pick, we don't know, but I think it's going to be Jalen Carter. You're guaranteed one of Carter, Gonzalez, or Levis, which now makes me think if Chicago doesn't, and I think Chicago's going to go with an offensive lineman, so that if it's not that, and it's between Gonzalez and Levis, Derek Mason.
I'm going with Gonzalez.
Where are you leaning?
I'm taking Levis. Even though I like Gonzalez, I'm taking Levis because it serves a purpose. They need a quarterback eventually. Maybe not this year, but they need one. And if Will Levis is sitting there and it seems like you love him from all we've heard from the GM, you take him. He's there. He failed to you. You didn't have to do anything but stay put. So you draft your quarterback.
I would go with Gonzalez. I mean, I kind of changed my mind a little bit. I mean, because the thing about it is, you look at in the AFC South, you got to cover some great wide receivers. You got Farley, you got McCrary, you got Fulton. Those guys have been inconsistent. So I'm going with Gonzalez. The guys can shut down some of these great wide receivers.
Is it only between those two, or could you see a Skoronski or a Broderick Jones end up in the discussion? Now, and I will say this, I think there's a chance Chicago's going to take one of those two guys.
Don't forget about receiver.
Yeah, I can't see the Titans taking a receiver this high.
You don't think so? Yeah.
Especially an injured guy.
Yeah, none of these receivers, I think, have a top 15 grade.
Even Jackson, you don't think?
Even Jack. I think Addison is the best out of the group.
Here's Goodell.
The Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia.
Mel Kiper Jr.
That Jalen Carter is the pick. You now know it's either Christian Gonzalez or Will Levis, unless Chicago trades back again.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to. I think Chicago's going offensive line here. I think they're probably either going Broderick Jones or Peter Skoronski. So if that's the case, if the Bears go offensive line, Gonzalez or Levis.
That's not bad.
I'm going Levis. I'm still going Levis. I think, they like him enough. They didn't have to move up to get him. They probably got him ranked as a top 15 player on their board. So why not take him? Especially if Skoronski's gone, then you're not taking a corner that high. I don't think the Titans are taking a corner that high. You go with the most logical pick for me is the quarterback.
Shoot, what if you got Hendon Hooker sitting there? I mean, would
I'm
you
not
take
drafting Hendon Hooker 11th overall.
I'm just saying.
I don't think Hooker's as good as Levis.
Okay, let me ask you. No. That's an interesting pick, though.
What?
Getting Hendon Hooker.
At 11?
TD's with us here now. TD's updates brought to you by Smoky Mountain Tops, your countertop experts. Visit SmokyMountainTops.com. TD, what was the level of shock as to what went down at the Titans facility when Houston traded back up to 3 and Indianapolis went Richardson at 4?
Yeah, we were all really, really surprised because, as has been reported multiple times, C.J. Stroud was the guy that, they felt was the top quarterback. Now, we'll see what happens at 11 and what they'll say in response if they take Levis. But, yeah, we all were really surprised by that.
TD, help me out here. For it to get out as much as it did, that the Titans wanted to trade up, that the Titans were trading for Stroud, that Diana Rossini was in their building today, that all of those things happened, and it became so public, and then Houston scooped them by going Stroud at 2. What do you think is that a bad look for the Titans?
I don't think it's necessarily a bad look because we don't know that to have for sure been, what was said. And then you look at some of the other rumors, how, Rand Carthon has shot them down. I don't think it's a matter of having a leak problem or anything like that. We know the correlation, that Diana Rossini has to the organization, Mike Vrabel, but I don't think it's a big issue, no.
Okay, we're discussing right now Chicago's pick is in, but we're discussing if Chicago goes offensive line here, which is our expectation, for the Titans, offensive line, Gonzalez or Levis. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, well, I tell you what, the Chicago pick is going to make people it's going to really surprise you when you see who it is that's selected. But, I think that'll leave a guy like Christian Gonzalez there. Levis will probably be on the board. Ooh, it's tough, man. Skoronski will be on the board, too, and that's not a sexy pick. But if they do something like Peter Skoronski and then come back tomorrow and get a Jalen Hyatt or somebody like that, move back and get a Mingo, I think he did a really good job in the first couple of rounds. So that being said, I'll say Skoronski will be the pick and slide him in at left guard, and you get ready to rock.
Chicago's pick is in. So you say you're going Skoronski?
Yeah, I would go Skoronski of the remaining players, but look, there's an excellent likelihood that Will Levis is the guy too, because you know how they spoke about him. What Rand Carthon it is, how he spoke about him at the draft meeting the other day on Monday. So we'll see what happens.
TD, appreciate your time as always. And again, TD's update is brought to you by Smoky Mountain Tops, your countertop experts. Visit SmokyMountainTops.com. TD will keep in touch throughout the night.
Appreciate you, TD.
All right.
TD over at Titans HQ. He says Skoronski over Gonzalez or Levis.
Nah, I agree with that.
But he said there is a high possibility they take Levis as well. Yeah. So you just don't know. But I think it's between
I'm not taking a guard.
I think it's between those two guys. I don't know about taking a guard no. Because I can do things to protect my guard, if within the blocking scheme. Yeah. But you figure if I'm drafting him this high, he comes in, he's a day one starter.
Absolutely.
Chicago's pick is in, and obviously TD knows who they're taking.
Yeah.
As he was alluding to, which means that it's not Peter Skoronski. Oh, goodness. We haven't mentioned Broderick Jones. Skoronski is not a true tackle.
He's more of a guard.
Right. Whereas Broderick Jones, I'll say this. When I watched the tape on Broderick Jones,
he's mean.
I saw a lot of Taylor Lewan in him.
He's mean now.
I think he might be a little bit more explosive than Lewan. I think Lewan probably is sturdier, probably has like a better anchor. But, when they get out there and run the football at Georgia, he'd get out there and maul those linebackers. And, that was one of Lewan's strengths was he and Roger Saffold, when they were running the ball effectively, they'd get out there into the second level and start blocking guys.
They were quick enough and agile enough to get to the second level blocking. So if you get a guy like Broderick, he would be able to do that for you as well.
Here's Goodell.
3 NFL draft. The Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee.
We are
Darnell Wright from Tennessee,
listen.
the big boy at right tackle,
Yeah.
goes to the Chicago Bears.
Oh.
So they missed out on what they thought. They thought they were going to get Mike McGlinchey. They missed out on him in free agency. They end up drafting Darnell Wright, who I think is kind of lazy, but what do I know? Did play well against Georgia and Alabama. Titans are on the clock right now. Let's take a look at the draft board presented by Parman Energy, your one-stop petroleum solution. Here you go. Here's who's available according to my board, and again, it's my board. 6, Christian Gonzalez. 8, Will Levis. 12, Nolan Smith. 13, Peter Skoronski. And 14, Jackson Smith-Njigba. And I would add into that Broderick Jones, who is 12th, is also available.
I'm going Peter Skoronski. I agree with TD. I mean, you got to boast up that offensive line. Even if you try to get a skill guy, get a running back, whatever you want to do, you can't win in this league if you don't win in the trenches. So I think they got to go with the offensive line guy.
Pick's already in, which means they rushed it in there.
Yeah.
How much do you have to love Levis to take Levis, or how much do you have to like Levis as opposed to love him since you're not trading up for him?
I think if you're at 11 and you got to love him. It's not a like thing. You got to love him.
So if you like him, you're not going to take him.
If I like him, I'm not taking him. If I love him, I'm taking him. It's not when you're drafting this high, it's not a like thing. You got to love this guy.
Absolutely.
Because it's potentially a franchise changer.
Right, because
you
if you
can't
stick
like
this
a
year, you're
franchise
picking 3,
changer.
you've already got
Exactly.
a quarterback. You're not going to pick a quarterback in the first round.
Exactly. So it's not like, we like him, let's take. No, you got to love this guy in order to take him. Then again, the Titans, the pick is in already. I was about to say, well, the Titans can move out of it, but the pick is in.
Yeah.
Don't be tipping any picks over there.
I'll put don't even look this way.
I got you.
Don't even look this way.
I almost feel like putting up
nothing.
blinders so I can't see these two.
Yeah.
All right, let's go inside the war room, which is presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment, providing totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. And the Nashville Sheriff, just our friends, Davidson County Sheriff's Officers. Our Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Call 615-862-8170. Time to shine. Who is it, Derek? Your prediction.
I think it's.
I have put this paper over my phone so that I don't get tipped at all by anybody.
I think.
Of course, the TV
I
goes to
would
commercial.
lean more toward Will Levis, but something's telling me they're going to take the guard.
I agree 100%.
Something's telling me that. I think they should take Will Levis, but they're going to take the guard.
According to Dane Brugler's board in The Athletic, the best available player is number 5 overall, Christian Gonzalez. Now, I don't value corners very much because I don't think in today's game, I don't think a corner can do anything. I mean, in today's game, if you don't get to the quarterback, then they can't put your hands on you. They can't do anything anymore. I mean, you'd have had 800 yards a game.
Sauce Gardner impacted his team, so it can't be done.
Yeah, but they got pretty good pass rush, too. Quentin Williams and those big boys up there.
But Sauce Gardner's a damn good corner as well.
Do you think Gonzalez is that kind of player?
Yes.
He has the ability to be that kind of player, yes.
Then I would take that over a guard. And I don't care if we're talking about Bruce Matthews.
No.
You could be – I mean, I wouldn't be mad at that pick if the Titans decided to get Gonzalez. I wouldn't be mad because that is a player in need considering the injuries that they've had on that side of the ball at that position.
Yeah. I mean, I still think they got to get this offensive line taken care of. I know I keep sounding like a dead horse, but I mean, in free agency they got Dillard and they got Brunskill, but they still need to get some depth and figure out a way to make sure this offensive line is solid. So
you keep talking about these offensive linemen. They pick them, they're going to be good players.
No,
for
it's
sure.
not. But the thing about, listen, if you don't win in the trenches, you're not going to win. I mean, you can get all the skilled guys.
Joe Burrow doesn't have any offensive line, and he wins plenty of games.
He's a different cat, though. He's a different cat. So I just think that it's Peter Skoronski because he's too good of a player from Northwestern.
I will say this. I do like Levis. You know, I will still be crushed deep down inside because I like Richardson way more than I like Levis. But if they go with Levis, I want Levis. I'll say it. I want him. Now, I won't be as happy as I would be if they had taken Anthony Richardson, but I will be happier than I would be if they had traded up to take C.J. Stroud.
Well, you want a Richardson like Like a kid on Christmas.
I think Richard. Like if you had told me right now, Caleb Williams or Richardson, I would have said Richardson. I think Caleb Williams Richardson is a freak.
He is.
Dog. And I think he's going to be, the one good thing about Indianapolis is that they are prone to screw up a lot of things because their owner's a kook. So, like, the hope is that's what happens. But, boy, I tell you. Of course, they go to commercial when the Titans are picking. And I'm not looking at my phone because I don't want anybody to tip the pick.
He knows it now.
I'm not even looking at him.
Tell us.
No, don't even look.
You people want the reaction when it happens, so you will get the reaction when it happens from me. Oh, goodness. Roger Goodell is headed to the podium as the pick is in. Oh, boy.
Here's Jared Stillman. The reaction once
Have we made our
Goodell
predictions here?
I said Skonarski.
Okay.
has come to the podium. And
have you made your pick?
I think it's Will Levis, but it could be Gonzalez.
I'll go Gonzalez. Actually, I'll go Broderick Jones.
Okay.
They
Look
look
at Rand.
excited. Come on, Rand.
Nobody's excited.
Nobody. Hey,
Well,
no
if you
high five.
got embarrassed on national TV, you would not be excited either.
No, they're no.
I'm trying to read their lips. I couldn't do it.
I was trying to see if Diana Rossini was sitting in there with them, trying to break down. She's taking a look at the board here,
yeah.
put it out on Twitter.
Let's see what. Come on, to get the pick in. Come on.
You remember the scene in Die Hard where McClane blows up the building and all the TV cameras are there? That's what that felt like.
Can I just tell you that people that wear hard hats to football stadiums drive me crazy?
What?
They just
Why?
showed a guy in a Titans hard hat.
I mean,
Because it's a football game. What are you wearing?
Somebody might throw a beer can.
hat?
Somebody might throw a beer can. You never know.
Those things
Or
are
a beer
plastic.
cup.
Like
beer
a
cup.
batting practice helmet.
Come on, pick.
Oh, here's
Here we
Goodell.
With the 11th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle, Northwestern.
You spent time a minute ago talking about that.
He's a what now?
A guard.
Come on. Talk to me. He's a what now?
I don't know why they didn't go kicker. I mean,
They're cheering. They like the pick. Northwestern, Big Ten, baby.
a guard. And he's listed as a guard. He's listed as a guard up there.
Did you like
He's
the pick?
going to be a guard.
They drafted a guard. The
I
worst
told you they weren't going to draft a
season.
tackle.
7 losses in a row. The general manager got canned so that they could draft a guard.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, tell us how you feel, champ. Tell us how you feel.
What's that song? Shout, let it all out. Come on, man, give it.
But no, seriously.
A guard.
It's a good pick, man.
No, it is not.
Why?
Because it's a guard.
It's a need pick.
Exactly.
It's a
That-
need
and
pick.
at 11, that's terrible.
Where would
It's
you
a
get him
need-
at?
But
though?
it's a need
Need
pick.
is bad at 11
Why?
Look at him.
because you take the best player,
Look
He
at him.
probably was the best player on their board.
not at guard.
But he probably was the best player on their board. That's what I'm
He
saying.
better be playing left tackle this year.
He's not going to be playing
Oh,
left
dude,
tackle.
he's
He's going to be playing
dominating.
guard.
He better be playing tackle. If I'm using the 11th pick, you better play tackle. You better play tackle.
Oh,
Well, you got your guard.
yep. You got
Jerry, look at him running down the field.
Ooh,
Look
he
at him.
good.
Yes, yes, yes.
Look at those
Yes.
little baby arms on him.
He said baby
He
arm.
got little nubs for arms.
Aren't you excited? Ain't you excited, Jared? Are you excited? Tell us how you really feel.
It's
Hey,
not
do
a
you know-
sexy
do- hey,
pick,
do you
but
guys
it's
know-
a pick nonetheless.
Do you guys know who the highest paid guard in the NFL is?
Oh,
No.
That's a problem. It's Chris Lindstrom. It's Chris Lindstrom of the Atlanta Falcons.
Uh-huh.
How many games did they win last year?
Not many.
You know who the second highest paid guard in the NFL is? Quentin Nelson of the Colts. How many
Not
games did
many.
they win last year?
Not many.
I'm glad we got a guard, folks.
Got a
All
guard.
right, got a guard.
got a guard.
What's next? Punt returner? I mean,
Come on, man.
it's a freaking disgrace.
But on a serious note, isn't that a need, though, Jared?
You don't pick a need with the 11th overall pick.
Why not?
Why?
Because that's where star players get drafted.
Best player on the board.
Probably was the best player on their board.
Absolutely,
No, only stupid people. This is what a stupid team does, right? Like the Jets when they were stupid. What stupid teams do is they take a player at a non-premium position high in the draft because, well, he's a really good player. So that's how you end up taking a box safety and Jamal Adams at number 6 and keep Geno Smith as your quarterback and pass on Patrick Mahomes or Deshaun Watson because, well, Jamal Adams was the best player on our board. And how many games do you win with a freaking guard?
That's a good pick.
Wow.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
Jameer Gibbs just went at 21 to the Lions.
He's
21,
good, man,
12 to the
from Alabama.
Lions. I like Gibbs.
I do too, man.
A freaking guard. A guard with the 11th overall pick.
I thought it was a good pick, man.
You know what? If I own this team, it'd be very hard for me not to fire the coach and the general manager after what happened today.
But it's a need, though.
What? How many times have we been over this? It doesn't matter. Needs don't matter.
Yes, it does.
Not in the first round.
Okay,
I just went over this with you about Jamal Adams, right?
So you would get Will Levis in that position.
Me?
In the number 11.
I mean, again, I haven't ranked all the players, but if he was anywhere near ranked as high as Skoronski, yes, because he plays a premium position.
I understand. But the thing about it is, look at their offensive line, man.
You can go get a guard.
Where?
Anywhere. You could have signed Connor McGovern 2 days ago. You could go get a guard.
Let me
a
ask you.
tackle is different.
Let me ask you.
A tackle, I will tell you. So if they play Skoronski at left tackle, it's a different discussion.
Okay. Well,
but you and I both know they're not going to do that.
No, they're not.
They're not going to do that.
Well, let me
So the problem with that, though, is so now you got a bust at left tackle. You got a top 11 pick at left guard. You've got a 200 freaking pound center. You got a backup at right guard, and you got a 3rd round pick last year who stunk at right tackle.
Okay.
Well, the offensive line coach better do his job.
Absolutely.
The assistant offensive line coach last year after the line coach got fired this year.
He better do his job.
Who is running this team? Who is running the
Mike
Titans?
Vrabel.
This is what the stupid teams do.
See how excited Green Bay is?
This is what I'm telling you about the stupid teams. The stupid teams take non-premium positions with very valuable picks, just like Leonard Fournette high in the first round, just like Jamal Adams high in the first round. Jamal Adams is a great box safety. The problem is that a box safety is a freaking linebacker who tackles people. You can get that in the 4th round. You don't need a box safety with the 6th pick, and you don't need a guard with the 11th pick.
Jared.
Jared,
oh, no, it's a need. I know it's a need.
No. I understand.
I know. So is punter. Let's get one in here.
I understand your frustrations.
Jared, come on, man.
But this is a team that they probably looked at that position and looked at where their offensive line has been the last 2 years.
Thank you.
And they're trying to upgrade that position. You say it's hard. You can find a guard anywhere. What if that was the case? They wouldn't be drafting a guard right now.
Quentin Spain played in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
That, yeah.
He's the worst guard in the history of the NFL.
No, he's not the worst guard.
He's terrible.
No.
He is the one guy that's been on playoff teams, and the playoff teams are like, please leave.
But he's not the worst guard ever. He probably was the worst offensive lineman on their team.
You're right. The guards the Titans ran out there last year were the worst guards. I mean, it's just.
But this team regardless, however you look at it, this team, they felt that one, this was a position of need, so they went out and got it. He probably was high on their board anyway.
Yes.
He was projected a 1st round. They probably had him as a top 15, top 20 guy.
I hope he plays tackle.
And he fails to them, and he's going to be their guard. That's what he's going to be.
A guard.
You know, Jared, all those names you just listed that was on the Tennessee Titans offensive line, just erase Peter Skoronski. Look at the guys that they have. They got Dillard, they got Brunskill, they got Brewer, we don't know what's going on with Radens, and we got Petit Ferrer that they're not really high on. So why not go get a guard to try to bolster up that offense when it's already bad? You can't just keep going. We can't keep going in each year talking about we need an offensive guard. We've been saying it for the last 3 or 4 years. They had to figure out to get a guy to replace some of these guys that were being terrible at that position.
Freaking stupid.
They went out and get whether that is whether you believe that's the right approach.
I stand by what I said earlier when this happened. Was kicker not available?
That's the way you look at it. But they're looking at it from the standpoint of it's a guy of need that was high on our board.
Kicker is a need. Have you watched?
But he ain't high on their board
for the last 4 years?
He's not high on the board.
Kicker is a need.
Come on, man.
They need a kicker.
Kickers are obsolete. I don't need no kicker.
Guards.
Guards are not obsolete.
Not.
You need a guard.
Come on. You can play guard.
You need
right
a
now.
guard.
$4 million for Aaron Brewer. Who the hell is running this team? I tell you, if I owned this team, I'd fire the general manager and the coach right now.
Why?
I'm so
You just
mad.
got him. Why are you going to fire him?
I wouldn't have hired these bozos, but let me say this, and I'll say this. Rand Carthon right now, boy, I tell you, he's on my list. But
why are you blaming Rand Carthon for this?
It's Vrabel's fault.
Didn't we just say Vrabel was running the ship?
But we don't know who's running it. But the guard, again, he's attached to this.
The owner is running it. She's telling them what to do.
She's going to tell them to take a guard.
Probably.
I'll tell you, when we had Bruce Matthews all them years, we didn't win anything. Let's go back to them years with Bruce Matthews.
Munchak.
We had Bruce Matthews for 14 years. He made every Pro Bowl, and we won 14 games over those 14 years.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Does she sound like that?
Yes.
No, but it was funny.
Oh, man.
Oh, Jerry, you're my guy. You're my favorite guy.
I got to tell you, man.
I hope in the second round they get another guard so I can just see
Jared's night has been ruined.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
Jared.
Oh, my goodness. But, and listen,
Packers are up.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness, defensive end, Iowa.
Mel Kiper.
Lucas Van Ness, a pass rusher. I don't really know much about him.
He's pretty good.
But that's a better position than guard, that I can tell you right now.
what do you think the
guard.
What do you think the not necessarily the reasons why they will tell us they drafted a guard?
If this were a video game, I would press pause, quit, and go do something else right now.
you wouldn't cut the game off?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh,
pause,
you just cut it off?
Quit, cut it off.
Why you got to pause
else.
it? Just cut it off.
Champ, it's a need, man. It's a need.
What do you think their reasoning will be once they get up to the podium later on the day? What do you think they say?
This is what I think they'll say. I think they'll say that, we're trying to build this team with good football players, and Peter is a good, tough, hardworking, physical player that, is consistent and dedicated, and he's going to fit right in with our culture, and we just are so glad we got him. But what's really going to happen, here's what's going to be crazy. When they get to the podium, I think they're going to be playing defense tonight. Because I think everyone's going to want to know what the hell happened with that third overall pick with Arizona, and why did everything get out, and why was it so public. And so, I mean, as much as it's what are they going to say about Skoronski, I mean, I don't think the questions are really going to be about Skoronski. I think it's going to be about what the hell happened at quarterback. And if the Patriots take Will Levis here, I am going to pee my pants as they are on the clock.
That is a possibility. Yeah.
They brought him in for a visit.
But then you got Washington that could probably take him. Tampa.
Yeah.
Carthon and Vrabel will talk in 5 minutes.
Can we run that live or now?
Should be able to.
My Twitter's exploding. I'm not even going to look at it.
Steelers have traded with the Patriots.
Wow.
Who do the Steelers want? Broderick Jones.
Joey Porter.
Broderick Jones.
You think so, brother?
Dude, Joey Porter. Talking about how the game's not played the way it used to be played. Joey Porter used to kill people out there.
That's what they want, though.
They're going to take his son down.
You cannot play. You cannot play football the way that those Steelers defenses, and you guys would know better than anybody, the way those Steelers defenses used to play. You cannot play. They would put you in jail the way that those Steelers play.
Every last one of them.
I hate playing against Pittsburgh, man. That was a physical game, man, straight up.
When Steve McNair put that ball about 10 feet in the air, you jumped up like Michael Jordan. The guy hit you right in the back with his helmet.
I got hit by Greg Lloyd, man. He almost took my spleen out. That's how hard he hit. Seriously. My rookie season, man, he was physical now.
Good thing, though, we had a guard on that team to be in
We did. We had Bruce Matthews.
Bruce Matthews and Benji Olsen. And that's what I'm talking about. Benji Olsen, right? If this
He was a
guy's
center.
Benji Olsen, is that a good pick?
Yes.
If Skoronski ends up with the career of Benji Olsen.
Benji Olsen had a really good career, but Benji Olsen also was drafted, what, in a third round?
I was going to think fourth round, but
Fourth round?
he might have been your class, honestly.
No, he wasn't in my class. Benji wasn't. He was drafted years after me. And having a Benji Olsen career is not bad because Benji had a great career, I believe.
Fifth round in 98.
Yeah, but if you're talking a top 10 pick.
He started 140 games
And he played multiple
over
positions.
basically 10 years. No, he only played right guard.
Yeah, just played guard.
I thought he played multiple positions.
Nah. So if Benji Olsen's career.
Taking away where he got picked, it's great. Then.
No, that factors in.
No.
You can't do that to me. I love Benji.
No
Benji's
Pro
like one
Bowls
of my
for Benji
favorite
Olsen.
guys.
No
Benji's
Pro
like
Bowls.
one of my favorite guys. You can't say that. Because Benji had a good, solid career.
And you know what this team needs?
He was solid.
Once they put Benji at guard, they didn't have to every year, we need another guard.
That's
no,
my
Benji
point.
was solid. He was the guy.
That's my point. But you take Benji went at pick number 139.
And that's where it gets kind of tricky.
Because he's a guard. They
They're
better
big guards.
play Skoronski at tackle.
They're not going to. I don't think they're going to play him at tackle.
I
He's
know they're not.
projected a guard. If you want to maximize his ability on the offensive line, you put him at guard.
Do you think they'll commit to him at guard today or no?
I think you have to. I think you have to commit.
You wouldn't say,
No.
we'll see, we'll get out there and see?
I will let Dillard play his way out of the tackle position.
Wait a minute.
He goes in as our starting guard. There's not we're going to let him compete at tackle. No. You go in as our starting guard, Dillard's our starting tackle, and allow Dillard to play himself, if that is the case, play himself out of that position.
Diana Rossini followed me on Twitter.
She unfollowed you?
No, she followed me.
She heard your smack talk.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Miggity smack talk.
Hey, you know what? She got the tea. They tell her everything, and she puts it on TV. And the Houston Texans and the Arizona Cardinals. Here's
have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle, Georgia.
That's what a good organization does. They pick a tackle.
So now all of a sudden the Titans are not a good organization.
That's what I'm saying, man.
They were just a good organization before the draft.
Have you been watching tonight?
I have, but it's not going to make me think now
Did
they're
you
bad.
watch what happened with the third overall pick?
Yeah.
Yes, but that still doesn't make them a bad organization.
Absolutely.
If they continue to do stuff like this moving forward, then okay, we can go down that road.
Then they're
but
Josh
not
McDaniels.
But not because of one draft.
No,
they're
man.
a bad organization.
Give Rand a chance.
I did.
Give Rand a chance. That's the shirt I'm going to get for you.
I did. He took a guard at 11.
Champ, that's a need.
So Vrabel's no longer one of the best coaches in the league.
Dude, I don't know. If Vrabel can win with this ragtag bunch of nobodies, I'll tell you, then he's better than Vince Lombardi. Now, he did lose 7 games in a row with this group, so, we need to keep our eye on that. But that was the play I was watching, the Florida game, the Georgia game, where he got out there and just killed guys, Broderick Jones.
He's a monster.
Vrabel's a good coach.
Yes.
I don't think Vrabel's like a good personnel guy or good with handling, scoops and media and things like that. If Diana Rossini's going to broadcast everything the Titans are planning to do, only for the Titans to then get scooped on it. If I was the owner, I'd be so mad. I'd be more mad about that than I would be the guard, because I'd be sitting there in the draft room when we talked about why we took a guard. But I would be so mad if I thought. Do you think Amy thought at 3 o'clock today that they were going to trade up and take C.J. Stroud?
She probably did think they were.
Yeah.
I mean, if I found that
everybody in that room probably thought they were.
Because if I'm the owner and I've signed off on what all it would have taken to get up there to get that pick, and I turn to you and I say, what the hell happened? What are you going to say back to me? there's an ESPN camera in my facility right now. So there's no way to say that it wasn't like the cat was out of the bag.
I don't know what you say. We didn't get it. We didn't.
So who do you blame that on?
It didn't happen.
Do you blame it on Carthon or Mike Vrabel?
Vrabel.
I thought Carthon makes the decisions.
First of all, we don't know who makes the decision.
That's what I mean.
Secondly,
it's collaborative.
Yeah. Secondly, it feels like it's Vrabel who's the one doing the talking.
But I just
it
think
looks like a duck, and it does quack like a duck.
I just think it's weird that he would let that personal information out. That's what I'm trying to fathom.
That's why I would be mad.
I don't understand.
Because he shouldn't do that.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why if it's you're in a crunch time to where you got to pick your player and you're trying to get Stroud, but you let it out the bag. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Was it a smoke screen, or were they really not targeting C.J. Stroud at all?
A smoke screen for the guard?
No. I didn't say that, man. I didn't say no, man, not that.
We're going to smoke screen out for that guy right there.
No, not that. Just about the whole situation of letting it get leaked. I don't know. I mean, nobody knows. Everybody knows who went in that room, but in actuality, I really don't know. So tell us, Jared. Tell us how you feel.
I hate my team.
Yes, okay.
And
you still like them.
I'll say this. I have a love-hate relationship with the Titans. I love the Titans. I hate the Titans. The Titans love me. The Titans hate me.
You love them when they win. You hate them when they lose.
No, I hate them when they do dumb stuff. I understand when they lose. Like when they lost all these games in a row at the end of this year with all the injuries and everything else. I understood it. You know, I wasn't throwing chairs over it.
Wow.
But when they do dumb things, then I get mad. Like take a guard with the 11th pick of the draft.
So what if he turns out to be
Bruce Matthews?
No, what if his first year he's like Conklin?
He's an all-pro?
Yeah.
Not
then
good
what
enough.
do you say? What? If he becomes an all-pro in his first year, is not good enough?
No.
Why not? He's an all-pro.
Because he plays guard.
Which means if he's an all-pro, your offensive line is good.
Absolutely.
You play with Justin Tucker, right?
No, he was. I was already gone.
Really?
Yeah, when Tuck got there.
Man, you are.
Yeah, I'm old. Yeah.
Getting up there in age, man.
I'm old, yes.
I mean, that's the best kicker in the history of the NFL.
Oh, of course.
And one thing that I think people don't take into account enough is how many games that guy wins them by going out there and I think shortening up the field. You know, Lamar, you only got to get it to about the 40-yard line because if he comes out here, he'll make a field goal every time.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And so that plays such a big role in that. But I'm not going to take him 11th overall.
No.
That's my point.
But still, if he becomes a all-pro in his first season.
Hey, do we have the Vrabel and Rand Carthon live, Nick? We will take them live. This should be.
They're not streaming it.
Yeah, they are. I got it on my phone. Right up there on Twitter. God.
Well, I mean, if he turns into an all-pro his first year, I would say, hey, listen, that pick was worth taking.
Here's what Floyd told me, and you know Floyd loved his lineman. Floyd told me if you take a guard in the top 10, and I think 11 is enough to consider that, you know. If you take a guard in the top 10, he better go to Hawaii every year and be headed right to the Hall of Fame.
But the NFL is different now.
It is a little different.
It's a different league
I know,
now.
guards are valued less. We got the, here's Vrabel and co. at the podium. Or not. Or not. I'm sure it's probably for the best. I don't even listen to what they have to say. It'll just make me mad.
If you were there right now, since you're mad.
And I'm glad that Rand feels the same way that we do, is that line of scrimmage is critical in this league. And you see what some of those guys have to block across from them, and Peter and hopefully the rest of these guys as they come in here and develop and gel are going to be able to do that for us.
Rand, you mentioned value at different positions, how later you could get guys who have similar value. If you taking Skoronski at 11, what is it that you feel separates him from the other tackles or guards in the draft?
Well, I think the thing about Peter and what Mike was saying is his versatility, and when he grabs people, for the most part, they stop, when he gets his hands on guys. So, whatever his length is his length, but he played at a high productive level. using that same length to stop people. And again, it's another way for us to add not only a good football player, but a good person. You know, he's a consummate pro even in college, you know, the way he carried himself. And, you know, he just made it a comfortable and easy pick for us to pull off the board. Yeah, because that was the pre-draft notion from, you know, everybody. Can he play tackle? And it wasn't because he wasn't successful playing tackle in college. It was because of the quote-unquote desired arm length. You know, so we know at the end of the day we got a good football player that is going to be productive wherever he plays.
What was that like when 11 came on the clock there and you have to echo the country?
Nothing. Communicating with my partner. You know, we talked throughout. You know, we were doing a countdown. Hey, we're 3 out. We're 2 out. You know, we're 1 out. Here's this scenario. Here's that scenario. It helped having his leadership and his veteran knowledge of how to make it easy. And like we talked about the other day, you know, us being, you know, locked in that room together, going through that board, you know, working through discrepancies that we may have had, whether it was our scouts, whether it was our coaches, or whether it was ourselves, you know, put everything into vision for us. So when that pick came, we knew immediately. We didn't have to have much conversation, just a quick, hey, we're good, and we were good. And so it made it easy. Everybody's been asking me how I feel, you know, am I excited and all those things. You know, I've been telling everybody the same thing. I think about, you know, you score your first touchdown and you dance and you celebrate, and most coaches will pull you to the side and say, act like you've been there before. So I approach today as if I've been there before.
I told Rand you never forget your first, though. So we laughed about that. And just to echo that, it was easy. There was a comfort to it, having worked through those scenarios up and down. And so, like he said, it kind of happened, and here we were. And you know, I was hoping it kind of came to us, and it was easy. So that was probably the best part of this entire process, is having, you know, spent those last couple hours yesterday, just him and I, putting everybody's thoughts together and everybody's vision together for these players.
How has Peter worked through the short arms and overcome that? What's a guy with shorter arms do?
Great footwork. He's square, plays square. He's strong. You can watch some of these clips, and you know, these are 280-pound guys, 270-pound guys rushing on the edge or blocking down on a 3 technique, and he gets his hands on you. They for the most part, they don't go very far, and I think he uses his mind. I mean, he's intelligent. There's a lot of things you can do to make up for, you know, not having 35-inch arms, which, you know, very few tackles have. And so it's angles, it's strength, it's body control, it's playing square, and being able to move his feet.
Rand, you talked the other day about the value of getting face-to-face time with these prospects. What did you learn about Peter when you got with him in the pre-draft, and just kind of how did that inform the pick?
So we met with Peter at the Combine, you know, felt really good about him. And then our O-line coach, Haas, you know, went to the pro day and spent time with him. Again, the player and the person, you know, checked all the boxes for us. So we felt like who he was and what he brings here was easy.
If he ends up playing inside at guard, how good is he at getting to the second level and unblocking like you guys, like your guards do?
Good. I mean, when any offensive lineman for us is uncovered, there's times where, you know, they're going to have to play in space, you know, whether that's at the second level or that's pulling, you know, and those, you know, what we would call movement blocks. And I mean, there's very, very proficient. It's not like he hangs his hat on one thing. This isn't just a player that's just a one-trick player. He's a complete offensive lineman coming out of college, and there'll be a lot of things that he's going to have to learn, and that we're going to have to help him learn and continue to develop him, and maybe some of the tricks of the trade. But I don't think that there's any concern with Peter's ability to move and block in space or on the edge.
Check your box, man, about being a blue player that you plug and play right away.
Yes, he is that, and hence why he goes at 11.
You mentioned being nosy and checking things out with the calls and so forth. With the proximity you guys had to the top of the draft this year and the quarterbacks that were up there, was there much of a temptation in your mind to kind of take?
I mean, again, it goes to what we were talking about earlier this week, trusting the board, and that's exactly what we did. He was a player that, like I said, we coveted and we didn't think would be there. And so when he was there and where we had him slotted, it was an easy pull because we trusted not only our communication, but we trusted our board.
Mike, when you look at what came into the division in front of you, particularly two young quarterbacks, are you thinking defensively about stopping those guys? Or are you thinking offensively about matching what those guys might be?
Yeah, you don't think we thought that way. I think we obviously want to improve our football team. And, we're not setting out to, obviously we have a goal every year. We want to win the division and host home playoff games and win championships. But that I don't think that ever crossed our mind, is that, hey, we have to go get somebody to stop whatever rookie quarterback. We're trying to build a team, a complete team. We have a lot of work to do. We're just getting started, but I think it's a great start. There's a lot of players in this draft I like, and there's a lot of players that Rand likes and that we both like. I think we're going to continue to try to find players at all levels: quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, defensive linemen. So we ended up where we were. We stuck, and we knew this was a player that when we said if we were going to stay there and pick, Peter Skoronski is going to be one of those players.
You guys have both talked about speed, offensive line speed, probably not the first place you think of. Is that remain obviously a big deal going into tomorrow now?
Yeah, but we've talked about we've talked to our players already, the ones that we have on the roster, about the ability to play fast and the ability to be and get timed fast. So we're going to find a way to get him to play faster, and then we're going to target some players that have speed, but at his position, that this is a fast player, plays fast, isn't unsure of what he's supposed to do when he goes and hits somebody and blocks the guy and keeps him away from the quarterback. Well, I think Rand caught him at the pizzeria. They were probably had some pictures, and he congratulated him. Obviously, I thanked him, for the way that he played. I told him that the reason that he was in this position was for those people around him, and that he should be gracious and he should always, remember to put the team first and come in here and be ready to get to work.
I've got him jumping on the Zoom call.
Oh, I guess that's it. All right, so they didn't ask at all about the Diana Rossini stuff? Am I the only person that she leaked the freaking draft plans and they didn't ask?
Unless they didn't see it.
ESPN is not sending Diana Rossini to cover the Titans when she said on Friday she was going to Indy to cover the Colts. They are not sending her to Nashville to cover a guard picked at 11. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys wouldn't even get somebody in the facility if they picked a guard at 11. She leaked the draft plans because they gave them to her, and they ended up with a guard. And nobody asked about that?
I am surprised that no one bring that up. What was coming outside of those walls right before, hours before the draft, that, the Titans, and these were things she was reporting, that the Titans were willing to move up. And then the tweet right after.
She deleted.
That she deleted. Yeah. I don't understand why no one asked them about that, just to see what their response would have been.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I mean, it's just wild to me that it just got leaked out. I mean, that's. I mean, I know I keep saying it over and over, but when you're trying to draft somebody and you're trying to keep it a secret, why would you tell somebody that's not even in the building or even in that organization that will leak that out? So that's what I'm kind of concerned about. And I think when you start interviewing him or Mike Vrabel, when you are in that same room, are you gonna ask him that question?
When am I going to have the opportunity to do that?
I'm just saying, when you get a chance to where he's at the podium and you're there at practice, would you ask him that question?
I mean, have you guys ever known me to be shy about asking questions?
No, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
The first thing I would have said is, so what happened with the C.J. Stroud thing with Arizona?
Yeah.
And what happened? How did the whole draft plan get leaked?
See that it's just
Like
a mystery, man.
I would ask about why. I would ask the coach, why was Diana Rossini on Friday supposed to go cover the Colts, but then came here? What am I doing?
That's a good question.
Oh, the Commanders are at the podium.
They could take Will Levis.
I don't even.
With the 16th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes, defensive back, Mississippi State.
He's a good player. I liked him.
is.
I thought he was like a true first-round grade kind of guy. You know, when people get drafted at like 23, they're really not first-rounders. You know, they're just, you know, they're good
extension
players,
of the
but they're
second
not.
round.
Yeah. And I thought Forbes was kind of right there at the cut line of a first-rounder or not a first-rounder. Let me run through these sponsors while we have an opportunity before I get more mad. The draft board is presented by, fueled by Parman Energy. Visit ParmanEnergy.com, your one-stop petroleum solution. TD, who joined us earlier today, brought to you by Smoky Mountain Tops, your countertop experts. Visit SmokyMountainTops.com. The War Room is brought to you by Parman Tractor and Equipment, providing totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. B&B Flooring provides the updates, bnbflooringtn.com. And also we've got DMD Development featuring their New Cumberland, the New Cumberland, with views of downtown and the Cumberland River, thenewcumberland.com. And the Nashville Sheriff. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Call 615-862-8170. We're live at Twin Peaks in Cool Springs, hanging out with you today. Jared Stillman, Derek Mason. Let's take 10 seconds for station identification right here on 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
WPRT Pegram, WBUZ HD2 Laverne. We are 102.5 and 106.3 The Game.
A Cromwell Media Station.
Clock. The pick is in. Boy, I tell you, I don't want, like, people in the media get mad at me when I say that they don't do a good job. So I don't want to say that they didn't do a good job and then get everybody all mad at me. But
They
how
just
could
failed
they
to
not
ask that question.
Yeah, how could you not ask about what happened tonight? In all seriousness.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe they will another day, but not tonight.
You mean when the press conference is at noon on a certain day and I get to go?
That's what I'm
Yes.
talking. That's what I was asking.
Hey, when
you.
I was driving back.
That's what I was asking you.
What's that? Nah, do we
come
want
on,
to hear what
yes,
Skoronski has to
yes.
say? He's a guard. Nobody cares what a guard
we
has
want
to
to
say.
hear what guards say.
Taylor
I
Lewan-
can read you the one quote. that
Derek,
was-
Derek one time ripped on Taylor Lewan for wanting too much attention.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a different cat.
That,
though. Christian
give me
Gonzalez.
the quote.
He
B&B
said-
flooring update.
He doesn't have too much of a preference as to whether he plays guard or tackle. Said he'll play where the Titans need him.
Yeah, whatever.
He's going to be a guard.
The Patriots end up with Christian Gonzalez, of course.
He's
they
going
do.
to be a guard.
I love you, Jared. You're
A
hilarious,
guard.
man. I love it. I think
Here's
it's
what's
a
going to
great
happen,
pick.
though. He's going to play tackle. He's going to be an all-pro. People are going to be like, what do you think of that pick now? And I'm like, I was mad about it being a guard. I said if it was tackle, I'd be okay.
He's not going to play tackle, at least not this year. He's going to start off as their guard. And the only reason he's going to play tackle is if Andre Dillard doesn't prove he's the starting left tackle.
Joe's mad at me. I guess they probably heard that I'm mad about the fact that nobody asked about how the draft plans got
Well,
leaked
ask,
today.
well, if Joe was there,
Come on,
ask
Joe.
him why he didn't ask.
He's mad at you?
He said, mute yourself, man.
Ask Joe why he didn't ask. Oh, ask him was he even thinking about the asking that, because he probably wasn't. It probably wasn't on his mind. It was on our mind because we were sitting here talking about it. You know?
All right, let's take a deep breath here, and I'm really talking about me more than I am everybody else.
Regroup. There we go.
Is what happened to the Titans today, the way that whole C.J. Stroud, Arizona Cardinals, Houston Texans, the way that unfolded with Diana Rossini here in town, was that bad for the Titans?
It's not the worst thing, but it's not a good look. That if indeed all this stuff was in place to potentially move up to get C.J. Stroud, and then all of a sudden, because of these leaks start coming out of the building, you had a team that was ahead of you thinking, okay, let's do some things where we can get both of the players we want. We got enough picks.
Yeah.
Let's get the quarterback and then get the defensive player that we want. And that's what Houston was able to do. They were able to get both of their guys back to back. And one could say because they knew exactly what the Titans possibly wanted to do.
I just still think it's very, very concerning that, when you're in a situation to where you're eyeing the guy that's best for this organization and it gets leaked out. I just don't understand to where when you're in a process of drafting your guy, the guy that's going to lead your franchise, and it gets leaked out, then everybody knows what you're doing, and the teams are going to make their decision based on what you said. And I just think that that's where the problem lies.
I mean,
They
here's what's going to happen.
They just ruined your night.
Well, it's not that. What's going to happen is everyone's going to deny that there was any leaking, and our whole plan was to take Peter Skoronski the whole time. And
well, obviously there was something
that
came out of that building, so much so that
ESPN sent her here instead of Indianapolis.
She actually put out there and then had to delete a tweet that she put. That's what makes it so weird that she put this tweet out there, and then because this was a tweet that a well-thought tweet that she sent out.
That the Titans had the offer to Arizona for 3.
It wasn't a one-liner. It wasn't a one-liner.
Or like the fact that she literally was doing hits from the building saying, they love a quarterback. They're going to make a move for a quarterback.
All to get a guard.
Why you make it sound
all to get embarrassed
Yeah.
by the division rival and then get a guard who might play tackle.
He's not playing tackle.
We have to pray. If I own the team, he better play tackle or else somebody's getting fired.
He's not playing tackle.
Nah.
At least he's not going to start off as tackle, I believe. I believe he start off as their guard. Andre Dillard will be their tackle unless he proves that he's not a tackle. But again, if they're getting all pros out of him, it was a good pick.
Joe has explained to me why he didn't ask about it.
You'd rather not say it on air?
I mean, I get why he didn't write about it. Why he didn't ask about it.
Uh-huh.
But I mean...
Nor the time, nor the place.
Well, it's just basically the idea that, like, when you're a capital J journalist, as opposed to me, just kind of, doing the show the way I do the show.
Yeah.
The accusatory nature of certain things may be a little different than, like,
Okay.
I just tell it like it is.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I tell everybody what I think. But by doing that, like, I understand that sacrifices, like, a lot of possible friendships or, things like that, right? Like, I'm never going to be friends with the coaches or the players or the executives, and I don't want to be. You know what I mean?
No, I get it.
I want to do the
understand.
show the way I do the show. But that, like, to accuse the team of leaking, like, the team's never going to say they leaked.
No.
Even though they definitely leaked.
Right.
Well, I can understand why.
Like, did anybody ask, like, if I own the team, now that I think about it, we're picking 11th. We're the Titans. We're not the Dallas Cowboys. So we're picking 11th. Why is ESPN sending a reporter to our headquarters?
That's something you got to ask ESPN.
No.
Diana Rossini.
No.
She had to get it
You
from
know,
somebody.
ESPN wasn't sitting there saying we have 8 reporters. We're going to have one in Charlotte because Carolina. We're going to have one in Dallas because they're Dallas. We're going to have one in Chicago because it's a big city and they're picking high. We're going to have one in Indianapolis because they're going to go quarterback.
One in Kansas City.
We're going to have
because
one in
it's there.
Houston because they go number 2. And we're going to have one in Nashville.
Why? Because something juicy is coming.
It was coming, dog.
It was told to us something juicy is going to happen.
When it's normally like a nice little story, like when Tom Brady practices against the Titans, then they have TV do stuff for ESPN. But when there's something big, that's when they send in the artillery into Nashville, and they sent in Diana Rossini, who's one of their top gun reporters. They sent her in, and I mean, again, if you own the team, I feel like you'd have to ask the question as to why.
That's a question I'm sure it will be asked later on.
Like, I think the Aaron Wilson thing about how the Titans were trying to get Stroud at 3, I think that came from the Texans. I think that's his source. He's in Houston, and he's connected. But I think he's connected to the Texans. I think the Texans are the one that put it out there that the Titans were looking at Stroud. But the idea that the Titans were moving up for a quarterback, this did not get hot until Diana started talking about it yesterday.
No, you're right. So, again, it's unfortunate that if indeed the Titans were really eyeing C.J. Stroud at that 3rd pick, and then all of a sudden some things changes because things get leaked outside of that building, then yes, it's like, okay.
Lions are up.
You don't even care, do you?
No, not really. He doesn't.
Oh, man.
Let's see if they maybe turn to the defensive side of the ball. Here is Roger Goodell.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa.
Wow, that is surprising.
I like him. That kid.
I have no idea who that
He's
is.
your prototypical Mike linebacker. The guy is good. Sideline to sidelines guy. He's a really good inside linebacker.
Yeah, he's got a good motor.
Physical.
Good for them.
Tough.
Maybe I'll become
think
a Lions
he's
fan.
a Campbell guy. He's a guy Campbell's going to love.
You hear what he said?
What'd he say?
He said he's going to come to Detroit Lions, man. Hey, man, I can't do it. I can't do
We'll
it.
take a quick time now. We'll be back. Tampa Bay's on the clock. It's the Draft Show live from Twin Peaks and Cool Springs, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
How's Wingstop sound? Crispy, juicy, classic wings. Made to order, cooked to perfection, and sauced and tossed in those 11 soul-satisfying flavors. Paired with hand-cut seasoned fries, house-made honey mustard, blue cheese, or signature Wingstop ranch. And of course, spicy Cajun fried corn. I think you've heard enough. Get your flavor delivered at wingstop.com.
B&B Flooring has a goal to bring your dream floor to you. Over 30 years running and locally owned and operated. B&B Flooring's full-service, commercial, and residential team will handle anything from tile, luxury vinyl, carpet, hardwood, rubber, and all commercial products.
Visit their showroom at 2204 Northwest Broad Street in Murfreesboro or check them out at bnbflooringtn.com to make your flooring selection today. Call 615-216-0551 and schedule a free quote at your home or office.
We got you covered.
There's never a good time for your furnace to go out, especially in the winter, but it's always a good time to call Lee Company. Our heating and air conditioning pros are available 24/7. No heat? Don't wait. Call Lee Company now at 615-567-1000. Our expert technicians will diagnose the issue and fix it right the first time. When you're cold, you need someone you can count on to bring the heat. Call Lee Company now at 615-567-1000 or visit leecompany.com.
Real estate investors, listen up. D&M Development announces the pre-sale of Nashville's only non-owner occupied short-term rental resort community. The New Cumberland is perfectly located between Germantown and East Nashville, with amazing views of the city and the Cumberland River. The New Cumberland is a resort-style community featuring community pools, spacious kitchens, 4 bedrooms, and 4 baths. D&M Development is releasing 16 units in their Phase 1. Available now. Go to thenewcumberland.com for information. That's thenewcumberland.com.
Draft Night in Nashville is brought to you by Harmon Tractor and Equipment, thenewcumberland.com, Smoky Mountain Tops, Harmon Energy, B&B Flooring, and by the Nashville Sheriff on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Draft night in Nashville. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock just picked Kalijah Cansey, the defensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. I actually think he's pretty good. Here on the program, Derek Mason, Chris Sanders.
What's up?
With us again, reacting to the Peter Skoronski.
I love it.
Draft pick. I hope that's the part that got through on the team's Zoom. Apparently, if that's what happens. I hope Chris talking about how much he loved it. I hope that's what got through to the people.
Champ, it's a phenomenal pick, buddy.
I mean, look, if he plays tackle, I'm okay with it.
He's a guard.
Yeah.
If you want to maximize the man's ability on the offensive line, put him at guard.
But if I want to maximize the offensive line's ability to block for the quarterback,
put him at guard.
Not tackle?
No, put him at guard.
Not tackle over PT.
Oh, PT.
No,
they
I'm
don't
not putting him at right tackle.
Absolutely
either.
not.
I'm not putting him at right tackle.
You guys do realize PT stinks, right?
No, he's not.
PT doesn't stink.
Oh, he's
much better. He'll be much better
He's
this
okay.
year. I'm telling you.
He was a rookie last year.
He'll be much better this year.
Here's where I'll give him a little bit of grace.
All right.
Like, I'll give him some grace from the standpoint that he was, in fact, a rookie. And these guys, they don't practice anymore on the offensive line. So I don't know how you get better other than just playing games because they don't wear pads anymore.
True.
You know what I mean? Like, when you guys had two-a-days and wore pads, I mean, they could thump each other.
Exactly.
And you could actually, get better. So if he's not significantly better at the start of this season, then we've got problems.
Well, I think he will be better. I think Nicholas will be just fine. They won't have to, get another right tackle. I think he's going to be their right tackle. Skoronski will go in at guard. Dillard would be a tackle.
Dylan's hurt.
Dillard.
Oh, Dillard.
Yeah. He will be their left tackle, and they will go from there.
I think. My bad.
Levin will be. Yeah. Who will be the right guard?
I don't know.
Brunskill be the right guard.
Here's the thing that I don't get about this football team, right? So they took a left tackle who, at this point in his career, is a bust, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've got a busted left tackle. You've got a premium left guard. You've got a 270-pound center who, I mean, he's too small to be a starter in the NFL.
But Levin could also play center, too.
Yeah.
Oh, they're paying him $4 million. They're paying Levin $1. They're paying Levin the league minimum. They're paying Brewer $4.5 million.
Oh, I get
Brewer's
that.
the center. They got Brunskill at right guard, who's a backup.
Right. But he's pretty good though, man.
Backups.
But he's pretty good.
But he didn't start.
I know, but he's pretty good.
I don't know how good he is, but they
physical.
got him.
And then they've got PT at right tackle, who we're hoping is better than he was last year.
Is it PT? Is it PT or PF?
You were the one that started PT. The first
wanna call
pregame
him
show,
PT, yeah.
Chris Sanders
That's what I'm
goes,
saying.
and then at right tackle, they got PT. I call him that for short. I go, PT.
Like,
He's
what
like,
does that
yeah, those
stand
are his
for?
initials. I said, no, it's PF.
Oh, hey.
Petite
I went to Ohio
Ferrer.
State, baby.
And he was like, oh, I went to Ohio State. And ever since then, we've just been calling him PT. And honestly, I enjoy it. I honestly enjoy calling him PT. It has stuck with me.
PT
For Nicholas
that's
Petit
it.
Ferrer,
Petit
a.k.a.
That's it.
PT.
Hey, let's talk
No,
about.
when he said that, we both looked like, huh? PT.
Yeah, y'all went with it too, then.
No, we looked at you like PT.
No,
Like, no, but hey, if that's what you want to call him, so be it.
Hey, Jared, can I ask you a question, please?
Oh, God. Go ahead.
How'd you like the first pick?
I mean, I think Bryce Young has the potential to be a pretty good player.
I'm talking about for the Titans.
You mean the guard?
Yes.
I mean, I think he's a guard.
Even if he turns out to be an all-pro guy, you still think it's not a good pick?
Like define all-pro, like a one-time all-pro or like first match?
Okay, so first.
Yes, if
so
he makes the Hall of Fame, I will say it's an okay pick.
No. If his first year, like Jack Conklin, becomes an all-pro.
But then it's never an all-pro again.
Well, Jack got hurt again. He got hurt, then he had to work through that.
If you get hurt and you don't play and you don't get a second contract, that is
they should have gave him a second contract. They should have gave him a second contract
100%.
because he was fully healthy that last year.
They didn't have the choice though because they had used the tag on Derrick Henry, so they couldn't use it on Conklin. But I do hear.
And look what he's doing with the Cleveland Browns. They re-signed him to another deal.
And let me ask you a question, D. Isn't Skoronski? Isn't he a Mike Vrabel guy anyway?
You got it. Way to go.
Come on, man.
Skoronski.
Isn't he
You've been saying Skonarski all day.
It's crazy.
I didn't want to correct him. I mean, I thought I was saying it wrong.
You know what we should call him? SK.
SK. Man,
I mean,
come on, man.
Listen,
by the way, is anybody surprised Will Levis hasn't been picked yet? We're at 20.
I am surprised.
And Levis is still on the board. Seattle's on the clock. I mean, we were
just said
talking
to
about
Chase.
they just showed him in the green room, and he's like bored out of his mind. Is that his mom or his girlfriend? I think that's his mom.
Man. Looks just like her.
Well, he is upset.
This is the part that you hate. It's like, I'm sure these guys, you rolling the dice when you go to this, when you go there, and it's like you're slipping. You're gonna end up leaving like Gino or Manziel, getting all mad.
Or Lamar. But no,
Lamar
he
ended up. Yeah, he stayed. He got picked in
yeah.
the first round.
Malik took his thing to a bowling alley last year. Oh, great. We're stuck with another year of Malik as the backup. They didn't even think about that.
You never know. They might draft some other quarterback.
But didn't they come out, they were tired of Malik?
Yeah.
They're soured on Malik. Man, all this damn information coming out of that building, it ain't even right.
No, it is right, and then the Texans just beat them to the punch on it.
This guy.
According to,
man.
I will say this about Rossini. On Thursday, Rossini said on TV that the Titans weren't interested in jumping up to 3, but were thinking quarterback. Then on Friday, she said that there wasn't a quarterback in the building that anybody loved. Then on Wednesday, she said there was a quarterback in the building that they loved and that they were going to do whatever it took to get the quarterback.
I think Will Levis is out.
And then today, they ended up rescinding their offer because they didn't get the quarterback that they were willing to do everything it took to get.
Well, I mean, again, whatever information she was told,
she wrote it down, boss.
She wrote it down and went with it, and it wasn't.
I'm not mad at her.
I'm not mad at her either. I'm not mad at her either. I mean, she was doing her job. But, again, I told you everything you know, but I didn't tell you everything I know. That's basically what it was.
Oh, okay. I thought you were telling me
not
that
you.
I've told you everything that I know, and
no.
he's not telling me what he knows. And I was like,
huh? What are you talking about? Yeah. No, I was talking about the Titans with Dan and Rossini. So
I can't believe all these teams brought Will Levis in for a visit. No one's going to draft him.
He'll end up getting drafted in the first round. It'll be late.
I mean, he didn't even get drafted by Tampa.
Yeah, Tampa needs.
They don't even have a quarterback.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. See what happens with Will Levis. Do you think if Will Levis is falling and it seems like he's going to fall to, like, I don't know, the last pick in the first round, do you think the Titans trade up to get him? Or trade up in the second round tomorrow to get him if he's still there?
Well, they have a pretty high pick, I think, in the second round tomorrow.
Was it 41?
41. It's 41,
yeah.
Yes.
So that's 10 picks in,
Yeah.
Here's the Seattle pick.
Seahawks tonight. Let's see if they do go to C.J. Stroud's teammate, an outstanding wide receiver in Jackson Smith and Jigba. Let's find out right now from Roger Goodell.
Got it? The Seattle Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth. These young men and women embody the NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Bethany Uribe. Go ahead, Bethany.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson.
Let's go,
Njigba,
man.
Wide receiver,
Let's go.
Ohio State.
Come on, Jax. Stop playing with.
That's a lot of receivers in Seattle.
Oh,
Tyler
man.
Lockett, DK Metcalf, and Smith and Jigba. And to the point that you guys were making earlier about Smith and Jigba being a slot, well, he'll just slot right in there
Absolutely.
inside.
He fits right
and
in
DK
with Seattle.
and Lockett will keep doing their thing. I think that's a great pick by
think,
Seattle.
I think it is. I
if
mean,
he can stay healthy.
Yeah, man, it's only 1 year. Why you always talk about Ohio State like that?
How many years has he played ball for?
He played for 3 years. It's 1 year.
So
he got hurt.
1/3 of his college
Okay,
career.
when he's really only played 1 year because his rookie
yeah.
year really, meaning freshman year really didn't play much.
Yeah.
Second year he balled out. Last year he got hurt.
But look at what he did last year when he played in the Rose Bowl. He had 15 catches for 347 and 3 touchdowns. This guy's a playmaker. And we talk about all the receivers in the draft that's supposed to be coming out. I think he's the more polished out of all of them. So, you know, even though he got hurt last year, he's still one of the best wide receivers in the draft.
Yeah, but that says more about the draft than it does about him.
He's so negative, man.
Well, I
No, I'm
mean,
just
it's
kidding.
the
I'm
first
kidding.
receiver off the
I'll
board.
mess
He's
with you,
with the
man.
21st pick.
I'll mess with you, boss.
I do wonder
What's up?
if we could see, trying to think who the Titans could trade back in for if they wanted to get back into the first round tonight. I mean, I don't think they would, but
Who could they trade with?
yeah, if they wanted to get Levis.
Who's down at that pick? See, this is
Wow, this is.
he had a lot of free releases. Jackson Smith and Jigba. Man,
He's gonna have it at the league in the league also.
man, I just. Ooh.
You don't like it. What makes you not like
It's
it?
not that I don't like them. It's I need to see more.
Yeah.
I got to see more.
Out of this draft, all these receivers
I got to see more.
on the list. Who do you think is the best wide receiver in this draft?
He thinks
Oh,
it's Jordan Addison.
I think Jordan Addison's the best.
Jordan
wide
Addison.
receiver in this draft.
You don't like
yeah.
you like Zay Flowers?
No, I like Zay Flowers. I like Nathaniel Dale, Tank Dale.
Tank Dale.
Yeah, I like him. To me, he's a touchdown maker. That's what he is.
But he's like how much? What 165?
Yeah, he's a small in stature guy.
But he's quick,
he
though.
is
He
fast and quick.
Yeah.
And he does nothing but score touchdowns.
Yeah.
A small update here from the update desk.
Presented by B&B Flooring, bnbflooringtn.com.
Arizona GM Monty Ossenfort in his press conference when asked if they'll trade DeAndre Hopkins during the draft, quote, "I don't foresee that happening," end quote. There was a follow-up, if there's any chance Hop can stay here, he says, quote, "Absolutely, DeAndre is a Cardinal."
Translation, nobody wants him.
Exactly. Nobody wants to give up the capital to get him.
Nobody wants to take on the contract.
Yeah, the
They'll
contract,
give you
yeah.
a pick if you take him. Nobody wants to pay DeAndre Hopkins for whatever that's worth. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe the Titans got worked over the way they got worked over by the Texans today. And the Texans are a dumb organization. Like,
They did
and
something smart today.
you got played by the Texans. Like when Rand Carthon goes to bed tonight, he's going to have to think to himself, I got played by the Texans.
No, no, he's not. However, and why it happened, and however it all transpired, you just don't. You don't know if what we thought was going to happen, what was reported, was actually going to happen.
You mean what was deleted?
Yeah, what was deleted, yeah. So I think the real question here.
I think Minnesota's going to get a choice of Will Levis or Hendon Hooker at 23.
I don't think they're going to take either one of them.
Really?
Nope. Yep. They just lost Adam Thielen, so they may be looking to get another wide receiver.
They're not going to long-term their way to finally get out from under Kirk Cousins?
Nope. They like Kirk Cousins. They're going to get him another
Even though the GM
receiver.
said that he wasn't a franchise quarterback and then had to walk it back?
Yep. They're going to get themselves another wide receiver because they lost Adam Thielen, and to go along with Jefferson. And they haven't. Dalvin Cook, is he still under contract?
Yes.
With them? Okay. So they're not going to running back because all the first-round running backs are off the board. So.
It's been a long day for the Titans as we see C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson hug the commissioner.
Man.
Anthony Richardson, that's the one that burns my keister.
He got on blue, but it ain't Titans blue.
Anthony Richardson, that one just.
It's a good pick for them.
What happened to the whole Colts love Levis, Colts love Levis, Colts love Levis that was reported by everybody? What, the Chargers are going to take him?
He's smiling.
Nah, that's a nervous smile.
Yeah. The Chargers are not going to take Justin.
You never know.
I mean, Will Levis.
Yeah.
Will Levis. No, they're not.
But the Richardson thing, I mean, he's so talented.
He is talented, man.
I just loved him.
You get to watch, just like Derek said, you get to watch him twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch him. Wear his jersey.
Yeah, you get to see him twice. Don't worry about it.
Get on his Instagram.
Yeah. At least you get to watch him play.
You can FaceTime him.
And you get to follow him because he's in the division. Yeah. So make sure you go to the game next year.
Here's what's going to happen, too. The Colts are going to ruin them because they're a bad organization.
Oh, no.
And every time that they
come on, man. No,
every time that they play the Titans and he doesn't win,
boy, that's
what do you think now, Jay? What do you think now? But then again, how can I trust on the Titans to run? Here are the Chargers.
They do need a wide receiver.
Dalton Kincaid.
Zay Flowers.
Wow.
That's a good pick. They like those big
But they've
receivers.
already got one. They've already got a big old
He's fast.
daddy half tight end, half receiver.
Well, no, because
Williams?
they're always injured. I mean, Williams was injured this year.
Keenan's old.
Keenan's older, and he was injured too. So they need some youth.
I think Johnson needs to lose some weight.
He just
at 6'2", he needs to be like 190, not 208.
What is it? 208? That's not much.
What'd you play at? I mean, you were a different kind of receiver.
Yeah, I was a different kind of receiver. He's more of a speed.
But what'd you play at?
About 195, 190.
What were you listed at?
About that much.
Really?
Yeah.
They didn't lie?
No, not about my weight.
They lie about your height?
No, I don't think so. I need to go back and look in the book. I know they lied about it at Michigan State.
About your height?
Yeah, I was like 6 foot.
The Ravens are on the clock. D-Mace, what are the Ravens going to do here? They signed Lamar Jackson to a contract.
Sign Lamar, OBJ.
How about this? They signed OBJ so that Lamar could be like, oh, well, at least they got me some help. Then Lamar signed his contract right before the draft so that nobody will talk about how Lamar lost in his power play for his contract. But good for him. What are the Ravens
he
gonna
didn't
do
really lose because he got $198 million guaranteed.
That's not $230 like
he got $198, and he did it without an agent. He did it without an agent. He's going to see all of that money. All of that $240 million, he's going to see every bit of it. It's a 5-year deal.
Guaranteed.
It's a 5-year deal. They're not going to cut a quarterback.
He wanted it guaranteed.
He got 198.
They didn't get it guaranteed.
198.
That's not $230 million.
Highest guaranteed money ever.
No, it's not.
Who got it?
Deshaun Watson, which is exactly what he wanted.
Yeah. Well, besides Deshaun Watson, we all know the Deshaun Watson thing. We can throw it out the water.
Not him. That's why this took so long.
Nah, it didn't take long. That's what you think. That's why it took long.
You know, over the last 2 years, Josh Allen has made like $70 million in cash.
It wasn't about that.
And Lamar's made 24.
Why do you think there's two reasons why he signed that contract?
One was for the money.
No.
And the other was because there was not a better contract to be had.
No. You gotta look at what was going on and what's happening. One, Baltimore was never going to trade him. Two, he was going to play on that $35 million tag. He was going to play on it. He wanted to make sure they went out and got him some help. That's what he wanted to make sure. They went out and got him some help. What helped him also, too, is when Jalen Hurts signed that contract. That helped him. I'm telling you what I've got. He was waiting for them to get help for him. Just telling you. Believe it or not. I'm telling you.
That is not what happened.
He was waiting. He was waiting on them to get help.
That's something I say.
That is not what happened.
He
was talking about C.J. Stroud going number one today. That's something he would say.
No. You got to understand. For the last 3 years, he has not had.
No, I agree with you.
In his mind,
no, you don't.
No, I'm just saying.
In his mind, he did not have the receivers that
who do you have?
He wanted.
Bateman stinks.
He didn't have the. He wanted a superstar receiver, regardless of what we think about OBJ.
Yeah, I mean,
he wanted. But when OBJ is healthy, which that's a crap roll. But with OBJ, when OBJ is healthy, I will put him against every receiver in the National Football League.
Okay, I'll take Tyreek Hill.
I would take OBJ.
Oh, stop!
If OBJ is 100% healthy, I am taking OBJ. I am taking OBJ.
You take OBJ, I'll take Tyreek Hill.
Because OBJ,
and I don't even like Tyreek Hill.
No. Y'all are looking at the speed. I'm looking at a guy that is going to catch everything in OBJ. Whatever you throw to OBJ, he's catching.
I'm looking at the touchdowns.
He will get you the touchdowns.
Not like Tyreek.
Tyreek is – how many touchdowns did he have last year?
I don't know.
I think he had like 13 or 14.
How many touchdowns did he have the year before? Because his touchdowns went down the last year when he was with Kansas City. Why?
He had 7 last year, 9 the year before, 15 the year before that.
Jeez.
What did I just say? I will take OBJ, a healthy.
But he had 1,700 yards.
How many touchdowns did OBJ have last year?
He played like a quarter. He didn't play last year. But the year before that, he played a quarter of the season. When OBJ is healthy, I am taking OBJ over Tyreek Hill. If OBJ is healthy, I am taking OBJ over a lot of receivers in the National Football League.
OBJ makes half the amount of money Tyreek Hill does.
You're going to take 537 yards and 5 touchdowns over 1,700 yards?
How many games did he play?
In 21?
This past season, yeah.
Well, this past season, OBJ didn't play any.
I'm saying if he's healthy, a healthy OBJ. I'm not talking about compare the numbers from 2 years ago. I'm saying when OBJ is healthy, this kid is special. Y'all must have
14 games. 21.
We're having recency bias, but when OBJ was healthy and going, he was considered an elite receiver in this league. Hence, he got $20 million from who did he get $20 million from? Was it Cleveland? They gave him 20, or was it New York? No, New York gave him $20 million.
Yeah, and then he got traded.
Because he became.
Oh, no, that's a toughie. Woo.
But they ain't giving him $20 million because he's not an elite receiver.
I mean, I think Odell caught a ball with one hand one time, and people just gave him a bunch of money because of it.
Well, you need to go back and watch some OBJ film, then, if that's the case.
I mean, he's a good route runner, but, man, Tyreek
better than Tyreek Hill.
He is
again,
watch this guy. Watch OBJ when he was healthy.
Y'all
are looking at him.
They are going to kick you out of the receiver brotherhood for saying
when he wasn't healthy. Ask people that know about receivers, coaches, when OBJ is healthy,
he's a
the
great
dude is an elite receiver.
I am going to text Les Steckel tomorrow morning. And I will ask him on your behalf if OBJ is a better receiver.
I think
if he's healthy, complete healthy.
I think OBJ is.
But we can all agree that whatever Coach Steckel says goes.
No, I think OBJ.
I don't know what he's going to say, so I don't know.
I think
He
OBJ
is going to agree with it if it agrees with what he says.
But I understand what
listen to
Derek's
the
saying.
mediator.
I think overall, OBJ's a better route runner. He's a 100% better route runner.
Who'd you have on your team?
But I think that Tyreek Hill is the more explosive player. I mean, they're two different receivers. But if I had to pick, I would have to go with Tyreek Hill. I mean, I understand what Derek said. Derek's 100% correct. But, man, Tyreek Hill just changes the game. I mean, when he catches the ball, every time he catches it, he holds you.
Ravens are on the clock.
Pick in the 2023 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver, Boston College.
That's a great pick, man. That's a great pick.
I guess so.
Did
much
anybody
for,
listen to me?
Didn't somebody say?
I listen to you
Did
sometimes.
anybody listen to me?
No.
Did anybody listen to me? What I tell you what they were going to do?
see?
Get a receiver.
Didn't somebody say
That's gonna be
that the
dangerous.
Titans that ran Carthon said to Zay Flowers, hey, be sure to look for some land in Nashville or something like that?
I don't
No,
know.
man. That's a good pick, boss.
All right, well, just to reset, we're live here out at Twin Peaks out here in Cool Springs. Jared Stillman, former Titans receivers Chris Sanders and Derek Mason. The Titans, with the 11th overall pick in tonight's draft, drafted Peter Skoronski, tackle/guard out of Northwestern. We did not like the pick here on the program.
No, we did.
I mean, I didn't
I like
hate
it.
the pick.
Do you like it?
I think it's a pick for need.
Absolutely.
At 11.
Yes.
It's a pick for need, whether
Go get what you need in the second round.
no,
He might not be there.
Exactly. That guard might not be there in the second round.
Then you just drafted a guy.
Guards are always available in the second round.
See, this dude's a dog right here.
Zay Flowers?
Zay Flowers.
I
is
watched
a
him
dog.
single-handedly beat us.
He's a
Yeah,
dog.
that's him versus Louisville. He single-handedly beat us, but at the same time, all we did was put a safety on him. So, I mean, we kind of got what we deserved.
Whoa, boys.
But all those highlights they're showing are against us. Look at it. He killed us. Look at it.
check
I
it.
mean, look, we're not even going to guard him. That's a safety. It's like,
He's just a baller, man.
he's little, though.
He's a baller.
But, man, he ain't get the ball in his hands, man.
He's speed. He has speed. That's what the Ravens are looking for.
Okay, so for the Titans, give me a grade on what all happened today, the attempt to get C.J. Stroud, what went down with the Texans, what went down with the Titans, drafting Peter.
I give the Tennessee
No.
Titans.
What's his last name?
Skonarski.
Oh, you were so close.
Skonarski.
There it is,
I mean,
Skoronski.
even though it's not a sexy pick and everybody wanted to get a quarterback or get a wide whatever, but the thing about it is we kept talking about the Tennessee Titans needed to be better at the line of scrimmage. The need was getting an offensive guard / whatever tackle. But I think it was a great pick because I think he's a Mike Vrabel guy. He's versatile. He can play any position that you need him to play. I think it's a great play, a great pick.
Give me a grade.
B+.
Derek?
Are you just talking a pick, or are you talking about the fiasco that happened?
The night.
Considering everything that happens, that happened, the leaks and all this other stuff, I give him a C. I give it a C+. I think the pick is a B, but everything else that went on, it brings it down a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you give them?
Uh-oh.
I get my little pencil right here. I got Chris,
B.
Derek.
Be nice.
No, tell the truth. Write it down. Whatever you're thinking, write it down. Jared.
What is that, an O?
He gave him a D minus.
D-.
So what do you give
D
the hold on?
minus.
What do you give the actual pick?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
A C minus.
I give the pick a B.
Here's why. Good player, not an important position with a premium
It's
pick.
very important.
It's important to
It's
the Titans.
very exactly.
It's important to the Titans.
Okay, what
That's
was
all
the
that matters.
It wasn't important last year.
What was Achilles' heel last
They
year?
cut Roger Saffold and they put Brewer in there.
Because I can't argue that. But
They didn't
maybe
re-sign Nate Davis. Why don't you just re-sign Nate Davis?
because he wasn't a Vrabel guy.
Yeah, because Vrabel hated him.
Exactly.
But still, like my point is like, would you have rather had the $10 million for Nate Davis and then, paid the $10 million to keep Nate Davis and then drafted, a more premium position, or you're going to do this and put Skoronski out there with a bunch of backups?
Yes, they chose this. Skowronski, excuse me. But I won't call these guys a bunch of. They're not a bunch of backups, even though
What
they
was
were
Andre
backups.
Dillard
I
last year?
know.
Hey,
Andre Dillard right now is your left tackle version of Scott Mitchell.
oh my God.
Hey, Scott Mitchell was good with the Lions. Okay?
No, he was not.
He had a good few games. Yes, I lived there. He had a good few
Scott
games.
Mitchell was good when he filled in for Dan Marino.
Hey, yo,
and people
tell him
thought
to
he
get off
could
of
be-
Scott Mitchell.
They thought he could be a starting quarterback, and they signed him, and he stunk.
He had a few games.
No, Steve DeBerg was
No,
a good
you know what it
backup who
was?
was okay when he started a little
He had a
bit.
few games in Miami,
Right, that's my point.
and they brought him in.
That's my point. So he was a backup in Miami, and Dan Marino got hurt, and he went in for Dan Marino.
And he had some games.
And he played okay, and then Detroit paid all that money for him, and he was terrible.
He played better than okay.
With Miami?
Yeah.
I think he was like 1-4.
But he put up – Miami was a bad team. But
So
he put up
Billy
numbers.
Volek put up great numbers here and lost a bunch of games. That doesn't mean Billy's a starter.
He was a starter until I guess he got on Fish's bad
He
side.
was never a starter.
I guess once he got on Fish's bad side, it was a
He
wrap.
was never the starter. He was the backup to Steve McNair. Then he got traded. Then he was the backup to Phillip Rivers. Then he retired.
But he was – I mean, he thought he was going to be the starter.
Thinking that you were going to be the starter and being the starter are two totally different
Hey,
things.
but then he got –
And that brings me back to Andre Dillard.
He got on the
So
bad side
Andre
of one
Dillard
on
was
somebody.
taken in the first round.
2019.
And everybody thought that Andre Dillard was going to be the starter.
Uh-huh.
And then he wasn't the starter.
He got
and
hurt,
so
too.
now he's coming in here to be the starter like Scott Mitchell
And he will
went
be
into
the
Detroit
starter.
to be the starter. And we're going to have to hope that he is good. But right now he's not a starter. He's a
starter.
He was a backup.
They got him penciled in as the starting left tackle as of now. So he is a starter.
He's a starter.
There we go.
Doesn't matter.
Boy, I tell you, this whole Mike Vrabel administration is really off to a glowing start. They fired the general manager. They lose 5 in a row after they fire the general manager. Vrabel tells ESPN everything about the team's business. That gets out there. It gets out there that they're shopping Derrick Henry. It gets out there that they asked Kevin Byard to take a pay cut.
It's all getting out.
It's all getting out
Just
there.
let it all out.
But it's the equipment guy, Haas, who had to pay.
Come on, man.
I mean,
how did Haas get thrown in this equation?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm just thinking, like, if we're going to sit here and analyze this effectively, right?
Yeah, you are crazy.
It ain't Haas's fault that stuff got leaked out there.
I can't wait till you ask him that question, Mike Vrabel. I want to see you. I want to see his face when you ask him that.
When I ask Vrabel?
Yes, Vrabel. Will you ask him one day what happened in this scenario run in the draft?
I mean, I don't think I'll have the opportunity to talk to Vrabel between now and
But you'll find a way to. You'll find.
So
a way
what am I
going to
do? Like the opening day of minicamp?
Yep.
Yeah, Coach, how did you feel about the way the rookies played? Oh, yeah, no, I felt like they played okay. Yeah, Coach, what happened on draft night when Diana Rossini leaked the whole plan and the Texans ended up drafting C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I mean, that's something you'll do.
Nolan Smith is still on the board?
I told you he's an undersized outside linebacker.
I love Nolan Smith.
But he's
I think he's a
specialty
better
guy.
version of Harold Landry.
He's a specialty guy.
Who'd you rather have, him or Landry?
Landry, because Landry is a 3-down linebacker.
He can play 3 downs.
No, he can't. He's too small.
Yes, he can.
He's too small. Watch and
He
see.
can play 3
Watch
downs.
and see. He can't play 3 downs in this league. He's too small. He's gonna have to bulk up a little bit more. He's got to gain some weight. Put some weights in his backside. That's what he's gonna have to do. Walk around with some weights in your pocket. You remember how they used to do that, Chris?
Yeah.
Put weights in your pocket for weigh-in.
Absolutely.
And then stand on the thing.
gosh.
Yeah.
I've never had that problem.
Chris know it.
100%, Doc. Well, you crazy. Are you still in a good mood, man?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I just think about this great draft pick Titans have made. Reminds me of when they drafted Chance Warmack
Or Isaiah Wilson?
or Henry Ford.
Hey, man, Big Henry Ford. Y'all big
Oh, he
Henry
was a
Ford.
dude, man.
Hey, don't hate on him.
Henry Ford was a dude, man.
I asked Floyd, I said, why did it not work out with Henry Ford? Because, like, the way that the first-round picks of the Oilers, it was like, Brad Hopkins, Steve McNair. Brad Hopkins. Vikings are up.
Wow.
That'd be a good pick.
Could be here. Am I really turning into that guy? Maybe. I don't know. Let's find out. Here is Roger Goodell.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
Yeah, they need him on the other side of Jefferson. I told
That's
you
a
they
dangerous
lost.
combination.
They lost Thielen. They needed another receiver.
Boy, that's a good pick.
So I asked Floyd because, all the first-round picks were really good, right? Like Brad Hopkins was 93, and then 94 was Henry Ford, 95 was McNair, 96 was Eddie George, 97 was Kenny Holmes, and he was 98 was Dyson. 99 was Curse. 2000 was Bullock. So all these Hainsworth was 02. All these guys. I was like, what happened to Henry Ford? He looked at me and goes, he ate himself. He ate too much. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, when he was in Arkansas, we drafted him as a D end, and we had to move him to DT because he got too fat.
That big.
You know them sandwiches.
Hey, the bologna sandwiches to catch up with you.
Yeah, you got sandwiches.
The bologna sandwiches to catch up with you, brother.
When Traylon Burks was going through that whole rookie minicamp out of shape thing, I was texting with Blaine Bishop about how, remember the last time Titans took a first-round guy at Arkansas? Big old Henry Ford.
Oh, Henry Ford. I like Big Henry Ford.
Oh, he was funny, man.
Gosh.
Oh, they get that.
Aren't those Derek's friends?
No, they argued about should they have gotten Skonarski or not. That's what they're arguing about.
Who?
They're arguing about Skoronsky.
There, yes. Way to
sure
go. Let's go to the update desk here, presented by B&B Flooring, bnbflooringtn.com.
The Giants have acquired the Jaguars pick here, and the terms are 24 for 25, 160, and 240 in this year's draft.
Well, I tell you, that is a nothing trade right there.
Riveting.
What is that, a fourth and a seventh? I mean, a fifth
Yes.
and a seventh?
Yes.
And the Jaguars feel they've gotten that good they can give up their first-round pick.
When somebody says something like a fourth-round pick's not a big deal, do you take, personal offense to that as a former fourth-round pick?
I mean, because they don't understand that you get some really damn good players in the third, fourth, fifth round.
Absolutely.
So
you don't get any
Out of
good players
Michigan
in the
State.
third round.
Easy.
You got a good player out of Michigan State.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Jeez.
What'd you say, third round?
I say you don't get any good players in the third round.
Easy.
Hey, Chris is drafting in the third round.
That's
Calm
what
down.
This guy.
You know what's funny? People people think that when I'm on the air, doing the show, people think that my takes are embellished or fabricated or oh yeah, Jared just has anti-team takes because that's his shtick. And I feel like you guys know me well enough to know that that's absolutely not true.
True that.
I think you believe whatever you say.
That's what I'm saying.
I think you believe it.
But the people that don't know me, they think it's like an act.
No, it's not.
They don't. And I was just sitting here thinking do I miss John Robinson?
Yeah, you do.
I'm starting to think I might.
Oh,
no, you don't.
Dude,
it's
it's one draft.
You don't.
It's one draft.
You
I know, but they look like
you're like that
total
guy.
buffoons
You're that guy that breaks up with a girl, then you meet a new girl, and something may happen with the new girl, not big, but something minor, and then you start thinking about the old girl, not really because you want to be back with the old girl, but because the new girl did something minor, small.
This was not
and
minor
now you're
tonight.
upset.
This was not
Oh,
minor.
my God.
This was not minor.
Unreal. Yeah.
You really don't want to go back to the old girl.
I like John Robinson. I thought he did a good job. I feel like he's.
I'm not saying he
I
didn't do
feel
a
like
good
his
job.
tenure
He
as
did a great
GM was
job.
underappreciated.
I agree.
I do think the A.J. Brown
Absolutely.
thing was not good.
But was that his fault, you think?
And, yes, and the Farley and the Wilson thing was bad. And
If you look at the totality of his tenure here, it was good.
It was.
What he did helped do with this organization.
he won 61% of
That's
his
what I'm
games.
saying. It was a good tenure. They went to an AFC championship game. They won 2 division titles with him.
Do you think what happened tonight could have an effect, not right now, but just long term, on how both ownership and the public feels about Mike Vrabel?
No. I think
Because the Titans did get embarrassed tonight.
I think what will hurt Mike Vrabel if this team doesn't win moving forward.
Yep.
That's what's going to hurt him. They're not going to look at this and think any different of Mike Vrabel. If he then can't take whatever talent he accumulates in the draft, the players he's gotten through free agency, and put this team back together. If he can't do that, then it will change the narrative of Mike Vrabel.
Giants are on the clock. We'll take a quick timeout. It's the Draft Show live from Twin Peaks in Cool Springs on 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Finding great people to hire can be like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Their powerful matching technology delivers so many qualified candidates, it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. For less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks is on the clock. Catch all of the NFL draft action at the Ultimate Sports Lodge. Round 1 kicks off at 7 o'clock. Your ankles, feet, and knees help you walk, run, jump, and climb. Because of the stress placed on these joints, arthritis may occur, and lower limb injuries are common injuries treated by Houston Clinic Orthopedics. Their specially trained orthopedics can treat your pain non-surgically with non-inflammatory medications to reduce swelling and orthotics that support the pads, arch, or ankle joint. Your doctor may recommend a brace, custom shoes, or physical therapy as part of your treatment. Visit tn.houston.com to book an appointment for a physician to discuss your lifestyle, your goals, and determine the best treatment to fit your needs.
The Nashville Sheriff is hiring correctional officers. Earn $52,500 after paid training and probation. Positions are available immediately. You must be 21 and over with a high school diploma or GED. Come join our family. That's $52,500 with great benefits. Apply now at sheriff.nashville.gov/apply or call 615-862-8170. Earn $52,500. Stop searching. Apply now. The Nashville Sheriff.
Live from Twin Peaks in Cool Springs, this is Draft Night in Nashville with Jared Stillman and former NFL wide receivers Derek Mason and Chris Sanders. Draft Night in Nashville is presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment, the new Cumberland.com, Smoky Mountain Tops, Parman Energy, B&B Flooring, and by the Nashville Sheriff. Draft Night in Nashville starts now on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
There you go.
So Deonte Banks to the Giants. Chris Sanders, Derek Mason, who is over there.
We're talking about guards.
He's got the entire fan base out there to support him. And, of course, Chase McCabe at our B&B Flooring Update Desk, bnbflooringtn.com. Chase, your thoughts on the Titans' day and Peter Skoronski?
Well, look, I was hoping they would do something a little more exciting, just like everybody else. By the way, the Bills have traded up and are now on the clock. But, and I know you don't like this, they did fill a need. They needed to do something on the offensive line. Now, I think they probably could have addressed that later. Ultimately, if it was me making the pick, I wish they would have just traded back and gotten more picks. But they ultimately went with Skoronski, and we'll see what happens.
What grade you give him?
What did Jared said, a D?
D-minus.
I gave him a D- for the day. I gave him a C- for the pick.
Okay.
They're the only team dumb enough to take a guard in the top 15.
I'd probably go C+.
Okay.
I mean, how many guards have been – let's go back to last year's draft. Just see how long it takes before we start seeing guards come off the board. God, I keep forgetting what year it is. I keep wanting to put in 2021.
Why?
I don't know. I just keep forgetting. Here you go. 2022. Let's see how many guards came off in the first round. Let's see. Tackle. Kenyon Green at 15, and he sucks. Zion Johnson at 17. I don't know if he's good. He might be. Cole Strange to the Patriots at 29, and he stinks. So 3 guards went in the first round, but none in the top 11. Let's go to the year before that. Boy, it sucks when the Texans make you look stupid. Let's see. Tackle. Elijah Vera Tucker. Is he a guard or a tackle? I think he might be a guard.
Yeah.
And I think he actually might be pretty good. He went at 14. That's it. One guard. Whatever, I don't like it.
Well, the Titans have taken a guard in the first round before.
Yeah, Chance Warmack.
Yeah. Surprised you haven't mentioned that just to get yourself up.
I did.
He did.
Yeah.
He mentioned Chance.
Don't think I didn't take that
Very
shot.
quickly, he mentioned Chance.
So who's left on the board? Buffalo's made a trade up. They're going to go get a good player because they're a well-run organization, and that player will beat the crap out of the Titans for the next 4 years. Who are we thinking it's going to be?
Man.
What position do we think it's going to be?
I say corner.
There's not a running back left. They have to bolster that defense.
Dude, how about Jahmyr Gibbs at 12?
I know. That was huge. That was.
I mean, I picked him in our Stillman and Company mock draft. I picked him 21st, and Joe was like, "Oh, that's a dumb pick."
Well, the Lions didn't think so. Buffalo.
Guard.
I say a corner.
No,
By the way,
they
the
just
compensation is Jags drop to 27 and also get pick 130.
Is that a fourth?
Their pick is in.
I think
Buffalo's
it's
pick
fifth.
is in.
Yeah, but they're a commercial, so they tell Roger Goodell, "Hey, man, chill out for a little bit."
I'm trying to think. They're not going corner. They got young corners.
The headline on ESPN.com, Panthers owner, Young gives us best chance at the Super Bowl. No, duh, that's why you drafted him.
Yeah, duh. What other reason did you draft him?
Actually, we thought CJ gave us a better chance at the Super Bowl.
But we drafted live. We drafted Bryce Young.
Bryce is better on the S2 test, so we
Come on,
took him.
Goodell.
I think Buffalo takes a.
Ooh, Joey Porter Jr. still on the board.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But they got a bunch of young corners, though.
They took a sixth-rounder last year and a first-rounder last year.
Yeah, and the sixth-rounder
they
ended up
both started.
starting. Yeah. So, I don't know. They can go corner because you need more than two good corners in this league.
I'll tell you who I'd pick if I were there.
I think they're going receiver.
I'd take Nolan Smith because Von Miller's hurt.
Yeah.
And so he can play that spot, and then you can rotate him in as a pass rusher.
Yeah.
Who do you think the Cowboys wanted? Because they jumped the Cowboys. So obviously they thought they were going to take their pick.
No telling who
Maybe
the Cowboys
a running back.
What do the Cowboys think?
Receiver.
They need a receiver.
And they need a running back.
Tight end.
Tight end. They
Yeah,
need
they could use
another
a
running
running
back. Yeah. Will Levis is still sitting there with his family, chilling. I hate to see that.
I do too, man.
That is just like the worst.
Is that his sister or his girlfriend?
I'm sure that's his girlfriend, and
Not be hugging mama like that.
I think
though.
that's his sister.
You're not gonna be hugging mama like that, though.
no, Mama was on his right
On
arm.
his right? Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
that
hug
could be
mama.
his sister, but that's got to be like, man, that's
That is
awful.
I hope he gets picked.
What pick are we at now?
26.
So we got a few more picks here.
Yeah.
Somebody will trade up to 30 in order to get back into the first round so they get the fifth-year option on Levis. But I would be surprised that nobody's interested in Hendon Hooker.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans moving back up. It wouldn't cost them much to move back up in the first round for the second.
Yeah, but because they don't have a fourth-round pick and they got all those holes, they need the physical bodies. They need the number of players. Do we have an update from the B&B Flooring Update Desk, or at least any thoughts?
Well, I know the pick.
No.
But I'm not going to do that.
No tip picking. No tip picking. No pick tipping.
Tip picking.
Here on the program. Miles Murphy from Clemson still out there. Well, I tell you, I'm bummed out. And deep down inside, I already know what people are going to say. They're going to say that I'm mad because I talked myself into quarterback, and then when they went guard, it was like a letdown. But I think I'm more let down by the fact that it was in fact a guard, and that nobody takes guards at 11 in the NFL draft. Hopefully he'll play tackle. Here are the Bills.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Utah.
Mr. Fitzsimmons.
Because don't they have Dawson Knox
Yes.
Yeah.
on a contract?
Yes.
Yeah, but this guy's a difference maker, man. Big
He's
time.
a different type of.
No. I like Kincaid. I mean, I think Kincaid
Cowboys
is,
would have taken him.
Oh yeah, because Dalton Schultz left. No, I like Kincaid. Now he's coming off of a back surgery, so that would make me a little nervous.
Oh yeah.
But they say apparently it's not like a big back surgery or anything like that. But I don't hate this pick by any means. I mean, I thought Kincaid was a first-round player.
Yeah, he's like a receiver in the
Oh,
tight
the
end
Bills
body.
picked her. Well, they did draft Kincaid. Who picks next?
Dallas.
Dallas.
Yep.
Who did
They
Dallas
could go
take?
receiver.
Yeah, I could see Dallas going receiver.
What receivers are still on the board? Mingo?
Nathaniel Dale, Tank Dale, Nathaniel Dale, Tank
Yep.
Dale.
The kid from North Carolina.
Yeah, but those aren't first-round
Yeah, that's
players.
second round.
What about a running back?
But you said this is a late
They're-
first round.
they're
is
all
like
taken, yeah.
an extension of a second round anyway. Once you get this late in the first round,
Could they take the Notre Dame tight end?
They could. Oh, he's a dude. Mayer.
I cannot believe Diana Rossini spent the whole day on TV telling people the Titans were trying to trade
Oh,
up to
man.
3, only to have the Titans get freaking embarrassed on national TV. The Titans convinced the Texans to take C.J. Stroud.
well, whatever happened, they didn't get their guy, I guess.
Did John McClain ever text you back, Chase?
He did.
What'd he say?
That he was wrong.
Do you think that they were going Stroud the whole time? Do we think that
That's what I'm
today's
saying.
antics had anything to do with the Texans doing the 180 that everybody had said that they were going to do?
Well, what if he was their guy all along?
Right.
Stroud?
Because when it first started, it was either Stroud or Bryce Young.
Right.
So Stroud could have been their guy all along. But they really did like Will Anderson. But they knew they had to get Stroud first and then position themselves to get Will Anderson, which they were able to do because of, giving up, because of the picks that they were able to accumulate because of the trade of Deshaun Watson.
It's gonna be all right.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if the Texans really wanted C.J. Stroud, but I'm sure nobody will know the answer. And I'm sure the Texans will say, "Oh, we wanted C.J. Stroud the whole time, and that was our plan, was always to get C.J. Stroud." And
Could be. Man, the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas, y'all taking all this darn time. Y'all know good and well who y'all
they're
want.
trying to trade out that pick probably.
It
All right.
could be.
Running back, or I think a tight end.
Pro
No.
Football Talk just tweeted, how does all that beep about C.J. Stroud get leaked, but no one ever says boo about Will Levis having a toe problem that is giving teams concern?
Oh, wow.
Vrabel. Like, I'm not worried about Will Levis's toe. Now, Floyd did used to care about toes a little bit, but
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it.
Well, when you're a quarterback, you need to worry about it.
Yeah, but he played through the toe last year.
And it probably could have affected him.
Nice route.
Let's see. Dallas is on the clock, and they are taking the whole time. I guess now would be a good time to discuss the fact that, did you guys see Jerry Springer died today?
Yeah, I saw that.
That one hit. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I used to watch a Jerry Springer show when I was like 13, 14 years old. I mean, like,
you loved it.
I mean, you know, it
was a train wreck.
It was like wrestling kind of,
Uh-huh.
but like And I hadn't kept up with Jerry Springer in a while, but I felt like, I never felt like Jerry looked that old.
He never
like 70, 78, right?
79, yeah.
Wow, he was old. That's pretty old, man.
Well, I mean, he didn't look his age. At least the last time I saw him on television.
You know what I thought was stupid? Was when Jerry Springer's bodyguard, Steve, when he got his own show.
Yeah.
Oh, that was terrible.
I was like, what are we doing?
That show's so bad.
And that's kind of how I feel about Vrabel running the Titans without John Robinson there.
Oh, God.
It's like when Steve got his own show.
That's awful.
No, you didn't say that. Oh, my goodness.
Awful.
Why are the Cowboys all celebrating? They knew in the heck who they were going to pick.
Do you think it's
in the
hard
first
for
place.
Jerry to stay up this late?
No, no.
It's hard for me to stay up this late.
That's
so
what
it's gotta
I'm
be
saying.
hard.
They woke him up an hour ago.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, I'm going to go back there and take a nap. Tell me if anything crazy happens, like any team takes a guard in the top
Watch,
11.
they'll take Will Levis.
You know what's funny? This is the way I feel about it. So apparently Jerry wanted to draft Johnny Manziel, and they begged him and begged him and begged him not to. And Steven, he had the card. And Steven, at the last second, convinced him not to draft Johnny Manziel, and they draft Zach Martin instead. And apparently Jerry always held it against Steven that he convinced him not to draft Johnny Manziel, even though Johnny Manziel was a bust and Zach Martin's been a good player. He still holds it against Steven because the theory is if you don't take the risks, you'll never come out on top. And he was like, you don't get to do things, son, like own the Dallas Cowboys if you're not willing to take those kind of risks. And that's how I feel about the Skoronski pick today. He's a guard at 11. He's a great guard, Jared. Okay. But he's a guard.
But
it's
the risk.
Playing it safe. I don't want to play it safe.
Need, Jared.
You wanted them to move up and get Richardson.
It would have been a lot nicer if they had
You
that.
should have wrote it in. Oh, we got what the Dallas Cowboys do. Come on, man.
The pick is there. He's a tight end. Oh.
I mean, it's taking them long
Wide
enough to get this pick
receiver.
in. But our thoughts and prayers are with Jerry Springer and his family.
Exactly.
All right, let's hurry it up. Go, Roger.
I don't understand why it takes Roger all day.
I don't know, man.
The 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
That's a bit of a surprise.
What a stupid pick.
Okay, I was clapping because it was originally tipped as Nolan. That got me excited. And then it's this, and now I'm mad again.
Mozzie Smith.
Oh, I never heard the cat.
Adam Schefter says Kentucky quarterback Will Levis, who was considered to be in consideration in the top 4 picks, took 8 top 30 visits in recent weeks to the Panthers, Texans, Colts, Raiders, Titans, Bucks, Falcons, and Patriots.
Wow.
And not one of those teams drafted him.
No.
You know what I think really
tough right
hurt?
here. This is
You
tough.
want to know what I think really hurt Will Levis?
This is tough, man.
And nobody will say this. Nobody will admit to this. I think the taking the bathroom selfies of look at my muscles, I think that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
No.
Listen, I wouldn't put it past
Right.
these. I mean, I wouldn't put it past an NFL team. They look at just about everything. And I don't know. But he has fallen.
I don't think you're wrong on that.
The pictures?
They didn't want all the drama
because
and everything.
you know why? You know who that would have bothered? Floyd.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Phil Simms was talking about it this week. I listened to Phil Simms do an interview on NFL radio, and then the next day he did an interview on Mad Dog Radio, and he was asked the same questions and basically gave the same answers. And he was talking about Levis, and he's like, I mean, I just want to say this. I'm not trying to, but the whole taking pictures of himself and drawing attention to himself, Jalen Hurts wouldn't do that.
No.
And I don't want, that to be blah, blah, blah. And he was talking about it, and I kind of feel like that's how people feel. Did somebody say break?
Did he say break?
Somebody say break?
I said they picked a guard.
Okay. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll be right back. Stillman and Company and Derek and Chris on the Draft Show, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Hi, this is Jamie from Souls for Souls. I hope you can join us on June 7th at Hermitage Golf Course for the second annual Music City Celebrity Golf Tournament. We've partnered with 1025 The Game to provide shoes to students experiencing homelessness right here in Nashville. Go to thegamenashville.com for more information and to register.
Over the years, more men have started to seek help for hormonal deficiencies and imbalances. And Dr. Jeffrey Lodge and wife Daphne, along with their experienced staff, give men the treatment required to improve your quality of life, improve your immune system, energy level, cognitive function, and more. There's no better time to achieve a healthy lifestyle. What are you waiting for? Give Cool Springs MD a call today for an appointment at 615-486-3458 or visit our website at coolspringsmd.com.
Real estate investors, listen up. D&M Development announces the pre-sale of Nashville's only non-owner occupied short-term rental resort community. The New Cumberland is perfectly located between Germantown and East Nashville with amazing views of the city and the Cumberland River. The New Cumberland is a resort-style community featuring community pools, spacious kitchens, 4 bedrooms, and 4 baths. D&M Development is releasing 16 units in their Phase 1. Available now. Go to thenewcumberland.com for information. That's thenewcumberland.com.
Hey, are you seeking relief? Maybe you just want to enhance your day or night. Did you know there are legal THC products available right here in Tennessee? Yeah, really. You can have legal THC products shipped directly to the comfort of your home. Yes, comfort and cannabis is only a website away. Visit greentreescompany.com. That's Green Trees with a Z, and change your life today.
Get a great deal on one of the most versatile tractors in the industry, the Kubota BX, which is part of Kubota's tractor lineup rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Stop by Krebs Kubota today and bring home select BX series equipment for 0 down, 0% APR for up to 72 months, plus save up to $800. Now through June 30th, see Krebs Kubota or go to KubotaUSA.com for more details. Krebs Kubota, Middle Tennessee's preferred equipment dealer. Columbia, Franklin, and Murfreesboro. Online at KrebsKubota.com.
Real estate investors, listen up. D&M Development announces the pre-sale of Nashville's only non-owner occupied short-term rental resort community. The New Cumberland is perfectly located between Germantown and East Nashville with amazing views of the city and the Cumberland River. The New Cumberland is a resort-style community featuring community pools, spacious kitchens, 4 bedrooms, and 4 baths. D&M Development is releasing 16 units in their Phase 1. Available now. Go to thenewcumberland.com for information. That's thenewcumberland.com.
Along with being Middle Tennessee's link belt and Takeuchi dealer, Parman Tractor is your one-stop shop for professionals in the tree care and tree removal business. More bark brush chippers and Rayco stump grinders are industry-leading machines made for more to keep pace with you. And Parman's parts and service team will keep your machines running. Durability, efficiency, and trust. That's what you'll get with more bark and Rayco. And with Parman. Swing by Parman or visit ParmanTractor.com to learn more about more bark and Rayco. Parman Tractor's employee-owned team promises totally outrageous customer service.
You're listening to Draft Night in Nashville on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
We are live at Twin Peaks here in Cool Springs. Jared Stillman, Derek Mason, Chris Sanders.
Hey.
Time now to give a shout out to our sponsors. The draft board is fueled by Parman Energy. Visit ParmanEnergy.com, your one-stop petroleum solution. TD, who joined us earlier in the program, brought to you by Smoky Mountain Tops, your countertop experts. Visit SmokyMountainTops.com. The War Room, brought to you by Parman Tractor and Equipment, providing totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. The B&B Flooring Update Desk with Chase McKay, presented by B&B Flooring, BNBFlooringTN.com. And a big shout out to DMD Development, featuring the New Cumberland River with views of downtown and the Cumberland River, the newcumberland.com. And the Nashville Sheriff, the Davidson County Sheriff's Office, is hiring correctional officers. Call 615-862-8170. That might be a good fit for you, Chris Sanders.
Why you so mean? Why you been so mean to me?
Jacksonville's on the clock. The pick is in. I think we now know who Will Levis's girlfriend is compared to his sister.
Exactly.
As he is sitting in the green room. Here's Jacksonville.
I'll take cornerback. Joey Porter.
Anton Harrison, a tackle out of Oklahoma to Jacksonville. Now, Cam Robinson, their left tackle, got suspended for PEDs today. I'm not sure that you make this kind of decision just like because of a guy getting suspended for PEDs. But Jacksonville gets a big old left tackle, which is better than getting a guard. So I can't blame them for that.
Well,
Your
they
thoughts
lost
on that?
They lost their tackle.
Jawan Taylor.
Yeah, Jawan Taylor. He ended up signing with, was it Kansas
City, yeah.
Yeah, so they had to replace him. But now they're going to have to replace Cam Robinson as well, because he's going to be missed for, the first 6 games of the season. So hopefully I know they're hoping they got a backup for him until he can get back. So
Somebody tweeted me and said that Kaharski says that Peter Skoronsky will play guard because he has short arms.
What? What? Oh, my goodness. Jim, it was a good pick.
it's a good pick.
It was. It was a need.
The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock.
What if they get Michael Mayer?
The Bengals need
tight end.
I love when I have a tweet that blows up because of something controversial I say and people get mad about.
What'd you say?
And then I didn't say anything. But then people are like, how does this guy still have a job? And it's like, I don't know, maybe all these people that are mad about what I said is why I have a job. I mean, like, I think it kind of goes hand in hand there, Twitter guy.
I have a job so I can read those emails.
Yeah. How many emails about me do you get, like, on a weekly basis? This update is presented by B&B Flooring at the B&B Flooring Update Desk, BNBFlooringTN.com.
2 or 3.
Do you actually get 2 or 3 a week?
No, a minute.
Read the last one you got about me.
I'm not going to do that.
You can't do that. Not on air. Come on now.
Is it that bad?
Like, what are they like?
I mean, just the tweets you get. Same thing. Like
people take time to send you an email to say, how does Jared still have a job?
Yes.
And that's all they say with no context to it.
I mean, sometimes there's context.
Like, do they ever, argue good points for my termination?
Not really. Not from
To
what I've
them,
gotten.
it may be good points.
Right.
But in reality, it's not.
I do not understand. I mean this with total sincerity. I do not understand how people get so worked up about some of the things that I think. It's like, dude, it's a sports take.
Right.
Like, it's not like I'm sitting here, talking about, what we should do with immigration or something like that. Like, it's not like I have any takes on it's a sports take.
Because
it's like, I don't think you should take a guard with the 11th pick. Sorry. But
Because,
people get so worked up about it.
But Jared, they get worked up about everybody that they don't agree with.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be just you. It could be.
Do people get worked up with you? They don't ever get worked up with you.
Hey.
When do they get worked up with you?
Because it's my delivery, Jared. That's what it is. They may not like what I say, but the way I deliver it, it's in a calm manner.
Here are the Bengals.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Miles Murphy, defensive end, Clemson.
Okay.
Defensive end.
Good player.
I mean,
a good player being added to a damn good team with a great quarterback. So there you go. And
then this
a
team will
great
never
wide
have that
receiver.
kind of quarterback.
Yeah, they will.
Nope. I have thought about this. I actually thought about this when I was at the Super Bowl. And because there was this giant banner of, Mahomes right in front of me. And I was like, you know what? I just think I've, realized is the Titans will never have that guy.
They'll
You know
get
what I
him.
mean?
They'll
When
get
when you guys played here and Steve McNair was here, we loved Steve McNair. We wouldn't have traded Steve McNair as fans for any other quarterback. And we knew that Peyton Manning had better stats and Rich Gannon had better stats and, this one, that one. We knew that people outside of Nashville, lumped Steve McNair in the same category as, Elvis Gerbach, right? But we knew that he was better than that. We didn't care. But I don't think the Titans will ever have, the elite quarterback.
Well, this team, if you look at it, this team has, ever since, they decided to, cut Steve or trade him to Baltimore, they've been searching for that guy, whether it's Young, Locker, who else did they have? Mariota.
Yeah.
They've always been searching for that guy. And they just so happened, and it was almost like, okay, we're taking him and we're going to find out what he's like. Ryan Tannehill was just like a guy that you take on and say, okay, if he wins the job, great. And he ends up being, I think, a little bit better than what they thought.
Yeah, I mean, they just put Tannehill in there to try to salvage a season that was going down the toilet, and somehow they ended up in the AFC Championship game.
So they've been searching for a franchise quarterback since Steve left and went to Baltimore. And
Well, you're not going to get one by picking guards 11th overall.
No. I mean, no, not really. If it was up to me, I'd have did what I needed to do to get up to the number 2 or 3 pick.
Somebody leaked it.
I was going to say, would you have called Diana Rossini? Is that what you would have
I wouldn't have called anybody.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't have told anybody.
That's what's so weird about it. I mean, why would you say that? Why would you bring it out?
I'd have told one other person.
Who?
And if it would have got out, I'd have known exactly who told.
So,
but what if they didn't? What if they
I
told
can't
somebody?
tell you guys who. I cannot say this on
Or
the
they
air.
probably gave some false
who it
information.
was. But one time I asked Floyd, I said, would you catch a leaker when you were GM?
Oh, that's easy.
And he said, all I would do is I'd tell you that I'm taking the running back. I tell you that I'm going to sign the tight end. And I tell you I'm going with the receiver. And then whichever one ends up in the paper, I know who the leaker is.
Oh, wow.
And so he told me that story. And then after he passed away, I found out who the leaker was. And you would think, knowing Floyd, right, like that if he found out who the leaker was, that he would fire that guy immediately. Like, put that guy in my office right now. So apparently someone was like, so you're going to fire him? He's like, nope. I'm going to keep him right where I want him.
Wow.
And he would feed the leaker. Like, whatever he wanted the leaker to leak, he'd feed it to the leaker.
Whether it's the truth or not, huh?
Hey, we're drafting a guard. We're drafting a guard.
There you go.
Come on. What pick are we on?
The
I would
Saints
love
on
to
the
see the
board.
board. How
So let me
many
ask-
picks down the board do you think the guard was? We know he wasn't number
Are
one.
you still on his
Still
guard?
on it, man.
We know he wasn't number one on the board. We know who number one was.
C.J. Stroud.
He had to be in their top 15.
He had to be.
You, Caroline, and Willie should have Diana on tomorrow, and then you can ask her what the board layout was. I don't think she'll be coming on my show,
She's not going to tell us what the board was.
but she knows.
I don't think she knows.
I mean, she probably doesn't know, but yeah, I mean, we're just joking at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, I think the pick, it was whether, we like it or not, it was a need pick, and they got a guard.
You know what's funny? Who's been the best player of this era in Titans football?
Derrick Henry.
Okay, you know that they had a running back when they drafted him in the second round.
Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't a
DeMarco
need
Murray.
pick. Who's the best defensive player on the Titans?
Simmons.
They had Jarrell Casey and Daquan
But
Jones when
Darrell
they
was getting
drafted
old.
that.
He was getting old.
I know, but it wasn't a need pick.
It wasn't a definite need pick.
Who's the
no.
second best defensive player over this era for the Titans?
Kevin Byard.
They had Denoris Searcy and George Wilson and Michael Griffin when they drafted.
Michael Griffin was toward the
I think
end of
they
his
cut
career.
Michael Griffin
yeah.
then. But it was Denoris Searcy and
they wasn't.
Jonathan Cyprien. That was the other one.
They were.
Hey, remember
okay
Cyprien
players.
knocked Travis Kelce out of that playoff game?
Yeah.
Like, Kelce was killing the Titans. Cyprien knocked him out. Kelce got up, fell right down to the ground. And I was like, concussion, take him out.
Yeah, Jonathan, they were okay players. So there still was a need for a safety, I guess. But they ended up drafting, Byard in the third round anyway. So
My point is that the best players on the team were not need picks.
Need picks. Yeah, I get that part.
And so the only defense that you have of a guard is that it was a need pick. See, that wouldn't be the argument that I would make if I was trying to make the argument for why they should do this. The argument should be that, one, we're going to play him at tackle. It would be the most, appreciative thing. My argument would be that I'd say something like, we had him ranked third on the board, and that's why we took him. You know what I mean?
That could be.
That could be the case.
Could be the case. I'm just saying, to me, it's a need pick. Now, he could have been the next guy on their board, so they took him. And he ended up being the best guy and the need pick.
Does it matter that, we're not hosting this like a radio show? We're hosting this like a podcast.
I don't think anything's wrong with that.
Where we're just talking, not the
What we got?
Are the Saints up, Nick?
Come on, Will Levis. Come on, Will.
Roger, hurried up. Maybe a few less brownies in the offseason. All right, then I'll do my impersonation. With the 49th pick, the New Orleans Saints. Oh, Brian Brzee, the pass rusher out of Clemson, the DT. His sister passed away of like a really rare cancer this year.
Goodness.
And they played, I forget the school they played, but the week that his sister passed away, they played some Scarbini University or whatever. And the coach for the school that they played ended up, every player wrote a letter to the Brzee family. And I don't remember the school, but Sonny Cumbie was the coach because Dabo Sweeney got up there after the game, and he was like, you know, I didn't know much about Sonny Cumbie before they came to town, but, you know, this right here, what he did, you know, this is more important than any football thing I've ever seen in my life coaching. In my 48 years of coaching, I've never seen something like that. And I was like, man, that's like a pretty, like, thoughtful gesture.
Oh, absolutely.
So they're all, when they showed him, they're all wearing Ella Strong shirts. That's his sister. Okay. Philadelphia's on the clock. Philadelphia jumped ahead of Chicago so that they could take, they took Jalen Carter earlier, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The Philadelphia Eagles, who went to the NFC Championship game, just drafted the best player in the draft.
Oh, rich get richer.
I mean, goodness gracious. So now they're on the clock. What do we think? All the running backs are gone, and everybody thought they were going to go running back. I will say this, like, I wouldn't have taken Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 because, you know, but I would take a running back before I would take a guard.
Yeah. I think they go corner. They lost one of their cornerbacks.
But let me say this. Jahmyr Gibbs, I do think he is a dog, and I do think that he's going to be great in the NFL.
He's
like out of the backfield, catching the ball.
He's got great feet, too, man.
I see like some Kamara in him.
Yeah.
But he's got some gas, too. He can run, too, man.
So let me ask you guys this.
Sure.
Yes. The Rams pick at 36, so 5th tomorrow in the second round. They're probably the next team that needs a quarterback.
Ooh.
Could you see them making a call in the next few minutes to Philly or Kansas City so they get the fifth-year option on one of these guys, whether it's Levis or Hooker?
Let me tell you something. I talked to Liam Cohn like 2 weeks ago, the offensive coordinator at Kentucky, who was the quarterback's coach of the Rams. Let me just tell you this. If the Rams aren't interested in Will Levis, then he may never get picked.
Something's wrong.
Man. He is falling. He is falling.
Can we also talk about the fact that the Titans were obsessed with a guy who didn't come into the building? Like, they didn't bring Stroud in, and like, did the owner know him?
Thank you.
At all?
I couldn't. I mean, he said Vrabel and Tim Kelly talked with him, had a long talk with him.
Vrabel and Tim Kelly don't own the team.
I know, but still. It's a collaborative effort.
They did do it. Hey, there is one. They're in it one.
I'm trying to figure out.
You're still upset, aren't you?
Well, I mean, a little bit of this is subsided. I mean, I don't like the fact that they drafted a guard in the first round. Lord, they better play him at tackle. But more importantly, I keep going back to this whole Stroud thing, right? So Adam Schefter for 2 weeks was telling everybody that Houston was not going to take quarterback. And for 2 weeks, and everybody was saying they were out. And John McClain was saying they were out. And everybody was saying that they were out and that they weren't interested. And everybody was saying, you know, oh, the Texans aren't going to take C.J. Stroud. And everybody bought it. But was that really the case? Or when the Texans found out that the Titans were interested in going after C.J. Stroud, that the ownership of the Texans said, oh, well, we can't have that.
I mean, this draft has been – I don't think it went the way many people thought it would go. So
certainly not the way Vrabel thought it would go.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, it's one of those deals.
What are you laughing about? B&B update desk?
It's just one of those deals, man. The draft is so unpredictable.
It is unpredictable.
What's that?
I'm laughing at you.
What'd I do?
Just your little pot
You
shot.
don't know Nate Davis from a jar of Vicks.
As a guard right there.
You don't know Skaronski from a jar of Vicks.
You're right. I did not spend time researching guards when you had the 11th pick.
He's the best player on their board.
No, he wasn't. We know who the best player on their board was.
No.
Diana told us who the best player on their board was.
What Stroud was gone.
What do we make about? What do we make of Diana Rossini deleting that tweet?
Yeah, that right there is telling. That is telling. That she tweeted that out and then rescinded it. It's like, give it back to me. Somebody must have said, no, don't do that.
But wouldn't Mike Vrabel tell her, don't share this information? If he's sitting up there telling her and they're having a conversation, I really believe that Mike Vrabel would say, don't tell this out. Don't let this get leaked out because this is the guy we want to take. I mean, it's just kind of hard to examine or hard to see what the heck was going on because he would stop that from even getting out. I just don't understand.
Like, if it were the antithesis of the truth, like if the Titans really didn't want that, then I would think, okay, like that's why they fed Rossini all these lies, was to throw everybody else off. But what telling Rossini the truth? And then her broadcasting it on national TV, and then your rival swooping in on you.
It didn't show up at the facility. I don't know.
Do you think it's a bad look?
Kind of.
Yeah, I think it would be. But obviously, they're going to have a more lengthy press conference, and I'm sure some of those things will be asked of Vrabel and Rand Carthon. They may be phrased in a different manner, but
like if you owned the team after what all happened today, what would your reaction be? Like, would you call them into the office and ream them out, or would you ignore it and just say, "Oh, that's just media talk"? Or how would you feel about that?
If what she was saying was what she got from her source or whoever inside, I would be mad as an owner. Like, this is supposed to be like cloak and dagger, like nobody knows what we're doing. And all of a sudden it gets out, and it could have affected the draft from our end.
I'll get Phillies on the clock.
And at number 30, here's the commissioner joined by some friends.
Joining me on stage now are some very special guests, content creators who you know from YouTube, Dude Perfect, and Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
The gentleman from Dude Perfect has not mastered the microphone technique as of yet, or even standing in front of it at the moment. They actually have earpieces in with microphones that don't seem to be working at the moment, so as they chat things up, they are about to give us the pick. And it has not come as of yet, but we'll hear from the commissioner or Donna Kelsey in just a moment to find out who exactly is the pick of the Philadelphia Eagles. They're flipping a coin on stage. I don't really know what's going on here at this point.
I didn't know Dude Perfect was still around. They're still like shooting basketball shots from 4 miles away and taking 16 takes to make one?
Apparently.
Okay.
That's happening.
They made some money off of it.
Yeah, there you
With
go.
the 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, linebacker, Georgia.
Mel Kiper.
Boy, I tell you, Philadelphia just keeps drafting good players. You know?
Man.
It's like they had that one
But
slip.
then now they can use him in a way that he needs to be used. He's a package guy. He's a, situational rusher. They got the big defensive tackle out of Georgia. They got other
their whole
defensive-
pass rush is Georgia.
Basically, yes. So the entire Georgia defense.
Well, they have Jordan Davis, N'Kobe Dean, and then the two they took tonight.
Exactly. So the Georgia boys.
Boy, I tell you, it's been a long day.
Finally at the last
It has
pick.
been a
I
long
am
day.
tired.
We are finally at the last pick.
Would you trade back any of you with the Titans, take a quarterback here?
Yes.
No, I'll wait till tomorrow.
I mean, you may have a shot at getting Hendon Hooker tomorrow.
Yeah, so I'll
Hendon
wait.
Hooker will be there at 41.
Maybe.
No, I think unless somebody trades up ahead of them, but like think about it. The Rams will take somebody.
Well, they have too many needs to take Hendon Hooker at 41.
But you never know.
Nope.
They took a
nope.
guard.
Nope. All you need, people out there, have got to not want Hendon Hooker because they have too many needs.
They need a quarterback.
Nope.
They do need a quarterback.
They didn't take
Yes,
one
they
at
do.
11.
They need a receiver.
didn't need
too.
him
Then
that
again,
bad.
apparently the rest of the league wasn't. I
Yeah,
mean, now it's
receiver.
like Hendon Hooker and Will Levis like Malik. You know, like,
Yeah.
do they really stink?
How are they? No, but I'm not going to let where they are drafted, sour me
No,
on
but
what
there
they're
was a
going
reason
to
why
be.
Malik was taken in the third round. 'cause
I'm
Malik
not
stinks.
talking about Malik. I'm talking about Hendon Hooker and Will Levis.
Feels like just yesterday we were sitting right here, and the Titans decided or Ryan Tannehill couldn't play against Kansas City, and I went nuclear.
Yeah, you see.
That's all the time.
Well, the Eagles that defensive line they got
That's
is
gonna be dirty.
man.
What are they going to do with Derek Barnett? Is he still there?
I
think he's still there because he was hurt last year. Just imagine getting him
He
back.
blew his knee out, right?
I think so. But if they get him back with this defense, I mean, that's going to be a nasty defense.
6 hours ago, I
Thank
was
you.
95% sure the Titans were trading up to 3 with
you.
Arizona to take C.J. Stroud.
You thought?
6 hours ago, I thought
Hey,
that.
we all thought.
I mean, hey, man, we
Hey,
all thought a
and
lot
we
of
all
things.
thought. Listen, Diana Rossini, she got that information. We all thought they're moving up. They're gonna get their guy.
Moving on up.
Wrong.
To the sky.
I mean, the draft is tricky, man. That's why you don't know anything.
All right, so who do we think Kansas City takes here?
I take
Kansas City takes.
I say receiver.
Yeah, I think they get a receiver. They lost Juju Smith-Schuster.
Yeah. They get another.
And Miko Harmon, even
There's
though he
no,
was injured
there's no
all the
receivers
time.
on the
I think-
board.
Yeah, there's
Tank-
still
I
is.
think what is Tank-
Nathaniel Tank Dale. Yeah,
Yep.
he's still on the board.
Jonathan Mingo, Parker Washington from Penn State.
Or they could take Joey Porter.
Oh, Jalen Hyatt, remember? Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, Jalen Hyatt is there.
Yep. I don't know if he fits their scheme, but I think Tank Dell does fits their scheme.
I think they should take a guard.
Boy, you are on fire.
You are still upset about
Man,
that guard.
you ain't
pick.
been asleep tonight, are you?
Jared, get some sleep, man.
Man.
Sleep
Come
on
back
it,
tomorrow. I
okay?
can't wait to listen to 2 o'clock tomorrow. That's one thing I know.
Oh,
my
boy,
goodness.
2 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna be
I think there's a
listening right
good
there.
chance that I may make the Titans more mad tomorrow than I've ever made them. And that's saying something because I have really pissed the Titans off,
Yeah.
multiple times over the years. What are we doing? Oh, never mind. That's a basketball thing. I just saw this thing in the mouth. I'm like, what is it? And then I was like, no, that's basketball.
You ready to go?
He was about to get mad over something that's not even a part of the
Atlanta
draft.
Hawks mascot on a Waffle House boat.
Oh, my goodness.
That's because you see the Waffle House boat.
Man, oh my goodness. He was like, what are we doing?
I'm like, what are we doing? And then I realized,
And then they didn't write
basketball. I realized that the one TV here at Twin Peaks, they all have the draft on, except for this one in the middle of the Charles Barkley TNT postgame show.
Boy. Come on, Pitt. Come in. We got a minute left.
No, they got another skit. They're bringing out those nobodies from nowhere that nobody knows anything about that come out there.
Oh, boy, Jerry, you are hilarious, man. Oh.
Let's read the board. Let's read the board. Here's the board. What you got for me, Andy?
Jonathan Mingo is the next highest receiver available.
Okay.
I mean, here's the thing, is that between Mingo and Jaden Reed, whoever that is, and Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman and Marvin Mims, there should be some receivers that the Titans could go look at tomorrow. And tight end. You know, Luke Musgrave from Oregon State still on the board.
Yeah.
Darnell Washington from Georgia is still on the board. Sam Laporta of Iowa is still on the board. Could be options for the Titans. You know, it's crazy.
Well, the pick is in.
Let's go.
The Titans took Skoronski. Nobody else took a guard today. Steve Avila and Osiris Torrance are still available.
There was only, how many guards were taken in the first round? 2?
1.
Seriously?
If you count Skoronski as a guard.
Oh, wow. I thought, yeah, because Broderick is a tackle.
You know why? Because people don't take guards in the first round.
I guess I just made your
do.
point, huh? I guess I just made your point right there.
Oh, boy.
Oh, gosh. You know, one of these days, boy.
Come on.
I think the Chiefs take a wide receiver or a possible tight. Well, there's no more tight ends.
The Notre Dame kid's still there.
Ah, you're right. No.
Michael Mayer?
Mayer? I thought he got drafted.
No, he didn't.
He didn't. Yeah, Dallas passed on him.
Okay,
You're right.
the guy from Utah got drafted.
The Lions took a running back at 12.
Yeah,
the
I
only
saw
thing that
that,
could be
yeah.
worse is a guard at 11.
They end up taking a defensive guy with their second pick, the inside backer from Iowa. The Lions did.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. They're the Lions. Just not root for them anymore.
Why? Because they took a running back?
No, they took a guard.
Taking a guard.
guard.
In the first round.
Every time the show come on tomorrow, 2?
What time does it come on every?
Yeah, 2:30.
Yeah.
No, I cannot wait. I cannot wait till 2 o'clock.
Hey, but we have great coverage starting at 6 with Robby and Rexroad.
There you go.
Absolutely.
I will not be awake
It will
for
get
that.
kicked off at 6 a.m.
You guys will be with Caroline tomorrow for the draft show. I got to tell you, last year when we did that with me, you, and TD on that Friday, to do rounds 2 and 3, I mean, that's 4 hours a show, and then rounds 2 and 3, that's a lot.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Commissioner Goodell during the COVID year.
Yeah.
When he was like on his couch asleep, like reading the picks.
It was his lazy boy because they brought it to the draft the next year.
Yeah.
Man, make the pick, man.
The kind of inside joke that like really wasn't that funny, but it's like, oh, ha, ha, ha.
Wow.
But it was certainly better than that Dude Perfect skit.
Dude Perfect.
What are we doing?
See, I thought they did that stuff in the second round. Why are we doing this in the first round?
Well, here's why. I'll tell you why. Because it's 10:53 right now.
Wow.
And ESPN needs to get to 11. That's probably why.
Well, make the pick and then talk for another 6 minutes.
I got to work.
Well, we need to get out in 2 minutes for us to do that. So
For us to do what?
to get to 11.
Oh, so we have to get out in 2 minutes?
No, not really. I'm just saying along their
Chase.
logic, that's how I would think with the
And
radio.
that update is brought to you by B&B Flooring.
Come on, here we go.
BNBFlooringTN.com. Here we go.
Man, come on, man.
2023 NFL Draft.
How about it, Kansas City? With the 31st pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Enrique Uzama, defensive end, Kansas State.
All right, there you go. That's the end of the first round. I don't know if Rand Carthon and Vrabel could be embarrassed more with how it went down tonight, but
oh well.
I mean, I guess they could have, like split their pants on the TV broadcast or something. But there's no way this draft could be as bad as last year's. So there you go. As Chase said, Robby and Rexroad will be with you tomorrow at 6 o'clock breaking this down. And I'm sure we'll be very excited about that. Derek will be with you tomorrow at 11. Chase will be on with you tomorrow at 9.
Yep.
And I, of course, will be on with you tomorrow live from the Inglewood Wingstop.
What about
where
me?
we will be tomorrow night.
What about me?
What about you? You'll be back on tomorrow at 6.
There it is.
Yeah.
Excited about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Special shout out to our friends here at Twin Peaks for taking great care of us. And, of course, the draft board fueled by Parman Energy. Visit ParmanEnergy.com, your one-stop petroleum solution. TD's draft update was brought to you by Smoky Mountain Tops, your countertop experts. Visit SmokyMountainTops.com. The War Room was brought to you by Parman Tractor and Equipment, providing totally outrageous customer service. Visit ParmanTractor.com. B&B Flooring had the update desk, bnbflooringtn.com. And also brought to you by DMM Development, featuring the New Cumberland with views of downtown and the Cumberland River. Visit the newcumberland.com. The National Sheriff, the Davidson County Sheriff's Office, is hiring correctional officers. Call 615-862-8170. For Chris Sanders, for Derek Mason, for Nick Keyser, and for, of course, Chase McCabe. Jared Stillman signing off. We will see you tomorrow as round 1 is in the books. We get ready for rounds 2 and 3 right here, 102.5.